When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. When the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what he said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but feeling frustrated. It ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is our I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head. I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep tucked away. I fill my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on.
Welcome everybody to another week of the NECC. I am your caster for the night, Paladino, here with Orbital. Orbital, how are you doing today?
I'm doing okay. Excited to be here, ready to go, and ready to watch some hopefully very fun League of Legends.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a good one for you today. RMC Esports facing off against Misericordia. Cougars Yellow should be started here very, very shortly. Coming into this one, RMC Esports 2-3 on the year. Misericordia 0-5, haven't won a series yet, but still available to get into the playoffs. Had not been eliminated yet, but would need to win this one to keep their series alive.
Yep, within the Navigators Mid-East Division, as you said, they are currently looking for their first overall series win. They have won one game, that was back in week number 3, against Waynesburg for Misericordia Cougars. And for them, top 8 make it into the, I believe top 8 make it into that top side of the bracket. So, taking a look here, this, yes, I'm just double checking, make sure everything's good. Yeah, that is the correct layout. We are missing the 2 at the bottom as you need to be in the top 8. And right now, with a 1-3 record at 8th place, you do have a chance in these last 3 weeks to be able to gather up enough series to be able to make it into the playoffs. And from there, it's all in your own hands. For RMC Esports, though, they've had a very nice time. Randolph-Macon College have had a slew of wins recently, with a 2-0 victory over Waynesburg in week number 4, and a 2-1 victory over Arcadia Knights in week number 5. So for them, they're feeling on a little bit of an updraft, feeling real good, looking for a little bit more placements when it comes to where they'll end at the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the rosters now. RMC Esports going with Straight Gangsta in the top lane, James Blade in the jungle, Snow Tiger in the mid lane, and down bot is Deathless and Are You a Fed. For the side of Misericordia Cougars, we've got Saintly Comic in the top lane, Miscreant in the jungle, Soom in the mid lane, and then once again in the bot lane, The Mist and Doughboy to round their squad out.
Yeah, and it's going to be very, very interesting. Taking a look at previous match histories, we do see a pretty stark difference in how some of these teams have come out. So for Misericordia Cougars, they tended to have a very strong top side. Saintly Comic, who was their top laner throughout most of the season, has been very, very strong. Has posted incredible numbers in the top side when they get priority. A lot of the times you're looking at maybe that Urgot, which is a signature pick for them. Very important to have a strong side. However, for this series, we have heard that they're swapping out with their mid laner, which is Soom. Now, Soom has had a little bit of a struggle, mostly a top laner, but is now rotating into that mid. And so for this series, it sounds like they're trying to swap it back, get a bit more comfort there. For RMC Esports, it's on the other side. Snow Tiger is their main priority, who has been playing mid most of the time. So very, very strong mid laner. The fact that Misericordia Cougars have said, hey, we want to swap out our top and mid to give them a better edge means now that Snow Tiger and Saintly Comic, what I would say are the pseudo stars of the team, are now going to be faced off in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be interesting to see. And remember, coming into this one, like we mentioned, Misericordia still looking for their first series win. Have picked up a game just once a few weeks ago. But another important thing to note, you mentioned RMC Esports. They're on a 2-series win streak, winning the back-to-back weeks. And in those weeks, these are 2 series that Misericordia has lost. So we saw RMC Esports take down Waynesburg and Arcadia Knights. Misericordia has lost to both of those teams in the past. But now, as we head into draft, we see these first couple bans coming out. So RMC Esports going to ban away Caitlyn, Amumu, and the Urgot. And we'll see Misericordia take away Dr. Mundo, Mordekaiser, and LeBlanc. So definitely a favor towards the top side for Misericordia banning out some of Straight Gangsta's Snowpool, or excuse me, Champ Pool.
Yeah, this is very important to take a look at. And then following through, we do see the champions coming in very quickly. And because of that, we do like to inform you that the draft had happened before. We do ensure that the teams are now picking in their correct slot orders. That is not how the champions were picked, of course. The most important thing is, again, the focus on the top side for Misericordia Cougars. As you said, they were banning out top side. This is, again, because Soom is now in that top lane. They want to give Soom one of the best options there. RMC Esports on the other side, banning away a little bit more of an all-around side, right? The Urgot against Saintly Comic, who could also take it into the mid lane. The Caitlyn in the bot lane for the Mist. And then, of course, the Amumu. It is a pocket pick, I think, in there for the support in jungle.
Yeah, I mean, not bad picks. I think it's important to prioritize, especially for both these teams. You know, we've seen RMC Esports win their last 2 series. Misericordia is still looking for their first one. Going towards comfort picks is not a bad idea at all. We will see the draft finished out on both sides. So for the side of RMC Esports, it'll be Alawi, Udyr, Silas, Ezreal, and Leona as their team comp. And then on the side of Misericordia, we'll see Vi, Sejuani, Ari, Swain, and then Nautilus to round out the team comp. I mean, now we've seen everything drafted, like you mentioned, just draft in order, not the way it was drafted in the original draft. But I mean, who are you favoring when you see both these comps now that we see all 10 summoners?
Ooh, that's always a tricky one, right? Because RMC Esports, they started out with the Alawi pick. They first blind picked Alawi, said, hey, no matter what you throw in the top lane, it's not going to be able to deal with the Alawi. And I like that call. It's very, very confident. The fact is, though, when you draft an Alawi, you need a little bit more follow-up. Alawi is the one that is hoping the fight comes to them. So you want to draft Engage of sorts, and they did it properly. I think RMC Esports, they locked in the Leona, the Silas, and the Udyr. These are a lot of champions that have that Engage potential. Not only that, the sustainability, right? The Udyr being the main lock-in at B5 to round out the entire composition. It's going to be nigh unkillable compared to Misericordia Yellow, who did draft a AP favored composition. That's very, very dangerous. And granted, that came after the Udyr was already informed, so I understand it's a little bit hard to draft around that fact. But the fact of the matter is, you don't have a regular ADC. If this goes to late game, RMC Esports will outscale this other composition.
Yeah, I mean, it is important to keep in mind the Miss 4 picked up that Swain on R3. Ari was held for R5, so decided to head towards that full AP comp like you mentioned. And I think it is an important thing to talk about. I mean, it is going to be very difficult to kill a tank like Udyr, but even Alawi. Alawi can easily itemize towards magic resist with things like Spirit Visage and Force of Nature, and already has so much sustained healing that it can make the comps more difficult. But I will say on the side of Misericordia, they do have a situation where they have a lot of ults that come in very, very strong. I mean, sustained fights are always going to favor a Swain. Ari ult can be very impactful. Of course, we've seen Ari Vi all across competitive for, or at least in the last summer split. So they definitely have options to get picks and get things done. But if it gets to a point where it's very, very hard to kill someone like an Udyr or an Alawi, it becomes much more difficult to get game one under your belt.
Yeah, and that's actually why we say we saw a hard shift of the composition that they were going for. So at the start, Misericordia, they said, okay, let's go ahead and get the Sejuani. It's a very understandable take. Right now, Sejuani able to be flexed between the top and jungle, followed up by a Nautilus that immediately screams engage, and they said, hey, we want to do this. It's just an Alawi. We should be okay. When the Ezreal Leona were locked in, they kind of had to hard pivot. The Swain is a good one again for the engage, but the Vi Ari screams pick composition to me, right? This is the screaming of we're going to rotate the Ari and Vi around. We're going to try and look for those major picks, look for those major kills, maybe find the Silas, maybe find the Ezreal. So when these beef comps go head to head against each other in the mid lane, in the top lane, around the Dragon, around the Baron, we're dealing with a 4v5, not a 5v5. So Misericordia, they tried to adjust as best they could. Will it help? It's yet to be seen, right? Vi Ari, it brings some damage, but falls off pretty heavily mid to late, looking more like CC at the end of the day. It's possible, but only time will tell here in game one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, only time will tell. We'll be getting into game here very shortly. And like you talked about, when you go towards more of a pick comp with the Vi Ari on R4, R5, it's really hard to pinpoint who exactly you're going to be trying to pick. I mean, you can go for an Ezreal, but it's really, really tough to get on top of an Ezreal. He just ease away. If you're Vi, you press R on an Ezreal, then he ease you in right to the hands of someone like an Udyr and Alawi. The game just got a lot harder for you. And even Ari, it's hard to follow up. Silas, again, very mobile, and you really don't want to prioritize killing one of those tanks. And this is all coming in after you see those picks. I mean, the Vi was picked in on R4 before you saw the Silas and the Udyr. But regardless, I think there's something to be said about drafting a pick comp and not really having anybody to easily pick.
Yeah, and that's more again just playing to their own favor. They Misericordia saying, okay, we are looking towards that early game, right? We are now kind of zoned in on the fact that we are going to struggle in the mid to late game. So try and catch them in the early game, try and pinpoint your strengths there, which is true. If you find the Alawi early, if you set the Alawi behind, the Alawi is not going to reach late game status, right? Same with the Udyr, same with the Silas, a lot of these champions. If you find the picks, it's a great idea. So you know what? If you have to pivot, I agree with the pivot.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're here on Summoner's Rift. It doesn't look like we'll see anything too spicy. Everybody pretty much just going for a 5-point. We'll see some stacking up in the top lane just a little bit, but nothing too crazy so far. I think both teams just trying to, you don't want to lose the game at level 1. Keep things a little safer. Nothing too special in regards to runes or summoner spells or anything. We'll see Ghost on the Swain, very, very strong. Just like you said, if you're in those sustained team fights, if you're able to keep on keeping your ult activated and keep draining HP, it does allow you for more opportunities to win those fights. But overall, I'm kind of excited to see how these things go. I mean, where do you think both these junglers should path towards, and what lane should they prioritize?
That's always a kind of a struggle bus idea here. So Miscreant obviously starting on the blue side. I like this idea, but I like the camp to camp for Vise. I understand that you want to hit level 6. I understand that you want to hit that level 6, get that Vault Breaker and everything of the sort. But in this situation, I do prefer the fact that you are trying to get a jump on the other lanes, right? Against an Udyr, and Udyr is going to farm it very quickly and very efficiently, and is only going to take ganks as you see fit. So I would like to see Miscreant try and get a jump on some of those lane ganks to the idea of where they pinpoint. I would look at mid lane. Once you get both buffs, try and look at mid lane, try and get Snow Tiger down, who, again, in a melee versus ranged matchup, it's a great idea to go for. At the same time, Snow Tiger is one of the main best players for the side of RMC Esports. Shut down one of their stars and try and take a lead there.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. I think you can very easily try and hit that level 3, level 4 mark on Vi, and then look mid to at the very least blow the summoner spells of Snow Tiger. Even though you already have the benefit of the ranged into melee matchup, if he has no summoner spells, that makes those level 6 ganks with the Vi even easier. But we will see both junglers start on the bot side and start pathing up. Nothing too special yet, just some trading and farming across all of the lanes. Doughboy hits the level 2 hook, looking on to RU Fed, but not going to find anything yet. Just a nice HP trade will get the Leona down to about half HP.
We should actually see that happen quite often because both these supports do like to go in. Level 3, obviously, a much harder hitting fact for the Leona. So Fed should have a good time. She's going to be looking to try and hit that as quickly as possible and set up. And actually, this lane priority is good if you do find it. But again, if you keep taking chunks of damage, it's not going to work out in your best interest. So for right now, it's just sustain, get Deathless to a happy spot, get those item breakpoints.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you get Deathless to a position where, I mean, even you just get this naturally just by gaining XP and getting levels where your Q is on lower CD, that will allow RU Fed to just kind of roam around the map if that's what she seems to want to do. But I don't think it's anything to be said to underestimate the power of a Swain Nautilus lane. He can apply a lot of damage, especially at later levels, but soon going to look on to Straight Gangsta here, and I don't know if he wins this trade. Lins the stun. Straight Gangsta taken very low, but Soom has no mana. Looks like we won't result in much else. Top grab going to be taken away by James Blade. Bot crab is still up. We'll see Miscreant just going to opt to grab these Krugs instead. And that's what you mentioned. I mean, Udyr just clears faster than the Vi, so he's able to get to that crab first. Hook will land, but a nice E buffer gets Deathless out of trouble for now. RU Fed just going to walk on out. But again, the HP trade's definitely favoring the side of Misericordia here early on.
And this is another point that we did want to talk about. The fact that, you know, we talked a lot about Soom and Satanly Comic and how they were trading out. The fact of the matter is, as well, is bot lane was actually one of the weaker sides for the side of RMC, right? Deathless and RU Fed have had a little bit of a rough time taking lane control. The times that they played, we have seen Fed go into a very rough state, either losing their life or trying to save Deathless. So in this situation, it's one that you would expect Misericordia to actually pressure quite heavily, and to see them in this spot gives me a lot of hope that they have also identified this fact and are trying to play into that factor of, okay, we know the bot lane, we can bully out, we can focus on, and there you go, you get the flash right there, and that now means Leona is even more passive than before.
Yeah, I mean, that helps you out so much. Keep in mind, no Hex Flash as well on RU Fed. Blowing Summoners makes you feel very, very easily, especially for the Swain 3-6. Not very mobile, but Doughboy going to be able to, like you said, blow the flash. That makes the lane even easier. And I do think it's a good point. If you talked about from before all these past few series that the bot lane has been struggling a little bit more than the other lanes, if you draft something like an Ezreal Leona and both of them feel confident, the charm will land on Snow Tiger and the chains will not. Saintly Comic with some nice trading, just has the HP advantage there in the mid lane, but back to kind of what we were talking about a little bit earlier, if the bot lane is your weak point, you can draft something like the Ezreal and the Leona, so you know that you have the guaranteed CC lockdown of the Leona, and you can leave lane if you want. Ezreal can very easily just sit back and farm safely, but we'll see. It looks like Misericordia might be looking for a play here. Miscreant sitting in that tri-bush. The hook will not land, and that'll show as RU Fed just going to pop the W and walk on out. The E gets Deathless out of trouble, and Miscreant just going to walk on out. The wave will be pushed in. Neither bot side taking a reset yet. Seen a couple resets coming on. Level 6 hit for Soom. Not quite there yet for Straight Gangsta, but the trade definitely goes into the Alawi's favor. James Blade now looking up in the top lane, but Soom just going to walk on out.
And that bot side, I am very surprised that Miscreant actually stayed that long. Considering where the wave was, right? You're taking a look, Deathless and Fed are pretty much under their tower, and you're just like, are you really going to opt for that? Like, I understand you have the Nautilus, but all the summoner spells outside of the Leona Flash are still up. So it's like, is it worth it? You at least lay down some pressure, which I think is appropriate. but I do think they could have done something off that, which was go for the dragon, right? That Infernal Dragon, I feel, was a ripe for the picking, and I'd like to see him try and bully out a bit more with that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see some trading now in the mid lane with a 2v2. Ariel taken by Snow Tiger. Going to look first on the Miscreant. Q's back in. James Blade very low, but nobody dropping yet. Miscreant 1 HP, but so is James Blade. The first blood going to go over to Saintly Comic. Now both mid laners still alive. Both mid laners pick up the kills. But the 400 gold goes into the pocket of the Ahri, but the Ahri down 1 HP. Saintly Comic forced to flash out, but makes it out alive.
I mean, big bullies all the way around. We actually saw that gank set up by both junglers very early on, and you saw how much they committed for both ends. So the fact that First Blood actually went Saintly Comic's way, huge point of contest, right? Very, very important that Ahri does get some sort of lead, because right now Snow Tiger is doing a bit better on their own as well.
Yeah, some trading in the bot lane, but nothing crazy. Doughboy's hook, it's a creep, so Deathless and RU Fed just get to walk on out. But yeah, I mean, it's important to note, like you said, both junglers looking towards that mid lane, and there is a at least combat summoner spell advantage as well. Saintly Comic opting for the Ignite as opposed to the Teleport, gave him that slight advantage in taking down the Udyr. Gets you the gold, gets you the Lost Chapter Spike, grabs the Blasting One in base now as well, coming very close to that Ludens. Both junglers still waiting, or excuse me, not both junglers, as James Blade has hit level 6. Miscreant still trying to get there, but besides that, we'll see Misericordia opt to at least pattern themselves towards this Drake, but not going to opt to take it quite yet.
Well, I like that, though, right? I like to see the proactivity coming out of Misericordia. I did say this is something that I really wanted them to do, is Miscreant, Mist, and Doughboy currently have a little bit of a stake in that bot lane, right? They have a bit more strength there. They've blown the flash out of Fed. They're not level 6, right? It's still even across the board for an extent. But mid lane, we're seeing a little bit of a chance.
Saintly Comic, 1 HP. James Blade goes into his unstoppable form, but not able to get the job done. They're going to try and clear out some wards here. We'll see if they opt to try and take this Drake now that they know they have mid-prio. Saintly Comic well below half HP. We'll see Doughboy walk over. He is level 6. RU Fed, she's still level 5. That could play a little bit of a difference, but it seems that they're just going to give this one over to the side of RMC Esports.
Yeah, and following up on that, that was very important that they went for that. They identified that Ahri was already out. You have the HP advantage, so you go ahead and play for that dragon. You also know, or at least you feel, that Miscreant is on that top side, and Mist and Doughboy didn't rotate out of lane, so it was going to be a 3v4. You knew you had contact on it, so very well done. The fact that Miscreant was still able to get over for that Herald is very important. The question is, can you finish it, considering how James Blade is currently playing?
Yeah, I mean, they've got the Herald trying to look topside now, making a play on a straight ganks, but he does have access to the Leap of Faith. Soon very low with the Fire Ultimate. Not going to save either of them. It's a double kill as Straight Gangsta gets the job done. It's so hard when you have two melee champs who really need to be up close and personal with this Alawi, and that is the strength. Not only was there already a big CS lead down there, but 2 kills does not make Alawi any weaker.
Nope. This is, remember when I said at the beginning that this was very important that that you take care of some of those lanes early, that Vi is able to gank early on and try and get the pressure. That was important for the top side. I mean, we now see the disparity between the top lane and mid lane still going at it. Snow Tiger having a blast, but Zoom is also having a ridiculously tough time. Take a look at just the CS disparities, right? So far, Straight Gangsta has walked all over that top lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so difficult. Straight Gangsta tanks some tower shots, but Zoom here under tower, well below half HP, but the towers will do a little bit of damage. Doesn't look like there'll be any dive quite yet. I mean, yeah, it's something I've been keeping my eye on, but haven't mentioned yet. That CS lead in the top lane is definitely cause for concern. Everywhere else, just about even. So I'm going to try to make a play on a Straight Gangsta. Not going to find anything quite yet.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, look at that tag again. That's going to be a full tag as well, and that means the Tentacles get to have more fun, and that might be another slam, and it's a kill. Straight Gangsta. That is bullying beyond compare in that top lane right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the matchup. I mean, Alawi notoriously good into these tanks, and when those E lands, it does so much damage. Zoom not going to survive through that one, and that definitely does not help the HP, or excuse me, the CS lead at all, and there goes the first turret. I mean, this is what Alawi is going to do all throughout the game, just knock down these side lanes, and giving him a full turret, all 5 plates. I think all 5 plates worth of gold went to the Alawi as well. They're going to try to make a play on a Snow Tiger now. The cease and desist will go down from both of them. The charm going to land. Snow Tiger very low. Chains will not go. Miscreant going to grab the kill. James Blade trying to clean things up, but not going to be able to grab anything quite yet. The Herald did hit, so you do get some gold into the pocket of Miscreant. But as we see RU Fed and James Blade pushing out this wave now, it will be decently difficult for Saintly Comic to get out of here. Is being hovered by Miscreant, so should be just fine.
This is, again, what we kind of assumed would happen, and we are hoping to see Miscreant do that, and I like it, right? Still trying to play towards their strong lane, which is that mid lane. It's gone net even across the board, and so trying to pin down Snow Tiger is very important. The problem is top lane is now out of control. I would like to point out that Straight Gangsta just went back and bought a straight up just hole breaker, right? Like, that's ridiculous. And now with Gangsta now moving towards that mid lane, it enables everyone else to be able to rotate out. Like, this is plate taking 101.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the hole breaker, they made the hole breaker rush a little bit worse many patches ago, but when you're this far ahead, it is not bad at all. Just going to absolutely destroy these towers, nearly grabbing a full plate there in the mid lane. And I like the swap. I mean, you know that you want your Alawi's already fed. You might as well get her some more gold. So doing that now, giving them plates over in the mid lane. You move your Silas up top where he can farm for free. Does fairly well. And Stray Gangsta, even with a full combo from the Ahri, not taking all that much damage, at least yet. Still well above, half HP. So gonna keep hammering away at the mid lane tower. Still nothing too spicy from either of these bot lanes, both of them just farming up right around the same amount of CS. Definitely still cause for concern there in the top lane. Should be a little easier now that Zoom just gets to kind of farm on his own near his top tier 2, but gotta recuperate some of that. Miscreant in some trouble here. Flash comes out from Deathless. The Dredge line will not be thrown out yet, but Miscreant forced the flash as well. Swain Alt's gonna go down, but now it's a 4v3. Access to the Swain Alt for Snow Tiger. He lands the chains in the mist. Gonna drop down first, and that will be all she wrote. Snow Tiger picks up the kill and doesn't even have to opt to use the Demonic Ascension. It's just a matter of if they go for the dive here now, but they're out of creeps, as it looks like they'll just try and walk out. Miscreant gonna land. The hook will drop it down as well. Vial goes down on the Snow Tiger. Does have access to the Swain Alt, but the last tower shot will get the job done. Doughboy picks up the kill on the Silas. Miscreant taken fairly low, but not enough damage to take him down. So not a bad response from the side of Misericordia, but a great play to start it off from RMC.
Yep, RMC actually collapsing on that earlier fight, and it's very important to note that Miscreant is still playing aggressive in these situations, right? Roaming around into the tri-brush, trying to get a play of their own, and it is working in their favor to an extent. The problem is you do have to identify that James Blade is going to be keeping tabs, and right now RMC do have a better team fight. They have a little bit better team fight. They have a little bit better pinch potential, and Miscreant doesn't have any follow-up at the moment, right? We saw how far away Miss and Doughboy were, so at this current moment, the pick comp is fully online, or at least the pick character. When you do pick, though, you got to make sure that they're alone and fully vulnerable. That's what we're going to be looking for, as, again, looking towards that dragon, it is going to be a little bit important.
Nice Q-tap gets Miscreant away. The charm helps out a little bit. Using the mobility, obviously you can fully slow yourself down and try to get a big dash, but adequately using the kit to just get out of there safely. The dragon is up with... I mean, it's really difficult now for Misericordia to try and contest this one at least right away. They'll try and sustain up. We will see Saintly Comic taking a reset, very low on mana. Most people with at least one item finished, with the exception of RU Fed. The chain going to land, and Deathless, he's caught out here with no access to the flash, no E either. Just still trying to pick up the kill in the mist. We'll grab that one first. Running now into RU Fed and James Blade, but the E will not land. Ult's going to expire, but a good kill takes Deathless off the map.
Well, it's important to note, right? This is again and again the bot lane leaving open some opportunities, but under the tower they go. Yeah,
there goes the cease and desist. Snow Tiger with access to it now himself. Miscreant very low. Divine Center keeping him alive for now, but Snow Tiger gets the job done. Ignite gonna make it a 1-4-1. Saintly Comic picks up the kill on Snow Tiger. Stray Gangsta back up there in the top lane, just bullying away at Zoom. We're gonna see a TP coming out now. This will be from the Ezreal. Deathless opting the TP to try and save this bot tier 1.
And then all that chaos still on the top side, we're seeing Straight Gangsta really take control, and this is now going to be the major problem, right? You have to deal with this Alawi top side, and we talk so much about what's happening in the present, but looking towards that future, the future is looking very bleak, right? Misericordia, they were looking at empowering Saintly Comic, who is strong right now, 2-0-1. But where do you rotate that power out? Same with the Miss and Doughboy. Of those two lanes, both have stayed in their relative positions, which has opened up a huge opportunity on the top side for Straight Gangsta to get even stronger. So I want to see a little bit more. Oh my god, still getting that red buff as well. So rude.
Yeah, unbelievable. Charm will land, but Straight Gangsta does not take much damage. Even with just the Hullbreaker Zoom taken well below half HP, Saintly Comic now in some trouble. He's still active. It's very, very messy. We'll see. RMC Esports going to opt for the second Herald now here at 17 minutes. And the Comic going to farm up this wave. We're still waiting for an item to be finished by Zoom. Hook going to land from Doughboy, keeping Straight Gangsta underneath the tower. But that might even be a worse trade for the Nautilus. Herald picked up by James Blade. I mean, at this point, RMC Esports can essentially just do whatever they want across the map because they have so much strength in Straight Gangsta. I mean, Silas and Ari are just about even, and even the bot lanes are even, but when the top lane is so much further ahead, you have so much pressure, it makes it very, very difficult for Misericordia to really get anything done or get any vision control across the map. And as we say that, Miscreant is caught up, stunned up, still alive for now. The cease and desist can't keep you on the rift. Snow Tiger picks up the kill.
And it's so easy for them, right? It's so easy for them to pull off these types of just aggressive ganks and aggressive movements. And I think it's important to note the fact that, as you pointed out, they can do whatever they want for the side of RMC Esports. They're allowed to just do whatever they feel like. Do they want to go for the towers? Yeah, let's go for towers. Do we want to take the dragon? Sure, let's take the dragon. Do we want to go for Rift Herald? Yeah, we'll hang on to Rift Herald on James Blade. Right now for them, it's the fact that they need to identify that and feel like they can continue pushing forward. I want to see them be able to close it out nicely. For a team that's currently on a 2-series win streak, I want them to be able to close out a game that they have full control of, because at this point you can identify, right? 4 towers above, keep the Alawi split pushing, but work with that split push, right? As Alawi split pushing, look to push one of the other lanes, look for kills, look for anything to accelerate this game even faster, and don't give Misericordia a chance to come back in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all about just playing in a way that is smooth without many mistakes, and they're doing this just that so far. Going for picks, doing a great job with vision control. We've got wards all across the map for the side of RMC Esports. They might try to make a play here on to Straight Gangsta. They're dragging up the Miss, Doughboy, and Saintly Comic, but he's just going to walk on out of there. 2 items now on this Alawi. That Divine Sunderer Spike so incredibly strong, as the Herald will be summoned here in the mid lane. Won't quite take down this mid tier 2 just yet, but we'll get a nice chunk on it and give him the opportunity to do so a little bit later. Saintly Comic is on Alawi duty now to try and clean up these waves. Is down 2 levels. Zoom with a flank. Charm's going to land, but Straight Gangsta still very, very healthy. The rest of RMC Esports just going to keep pushing here in the mid lane. Nobody opting to go bot quite yet. They're going to try to make a play on the Straight Gangsta here. There's one Ariel comes down, but Zoom is 1 HP and deleted. Flash forward. Saintly Comic forced to use the Ariel out of there in the mist.
Oh no!
The Zonias and forced to flash away as well, and he's out of there for now. Doughboy summoned up by the Everfrost, but just the 1 kill so far, and it is all RMC Esports, and this Alawi is so strong, just deleting the Sejuani off the map.
Straight Gangsta would call it a win to pull 2 or 3 or 4 players up to the top side. The fact that you can pull them up and not die and yet still take kills and allow such a large opening for the rest of the team, you know you have it in the bag, right? Currently 4-0-0, has not died, has not even been close to dying. Anytime this game has completely flame horizon that top lane 204 Siestas 87. This is Straight Gangsta saying, I control the game for you guys. Absolutely, give me that chance and I will run the show. And it's working, right? RMC, they're able to get mid lane, they're able to get top side a little bit of damage as well. And at this point, if anyone is sent to deal with Straight Gangsta, Misericordia have better be ready to basically give up that price, which could be an inhibitor tower to inhibitor as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Straight Gangsta is just playing like a straight gangsta. He's living up to his name. He's doing a great job here so far. Like you mentioned, the Flame Horizon already coming out. This Drake coming up in 30 seconds. And I really don't know a way that Misericordia can fight this one. They've tried to get some vision control down, decent wards across the map, but so much more stronger. Both top laners going to remain in the top side. Both do have access to the teleport, but even in the 4v4, I really still favor the side of RMC Esports almost exclusively because they have access to that Baron buff. I mean, just giving them so much in raw stats. And when you have an Ezreal who can just sit there and poke away at you nonstop, it makes it even harder to get in. So they're not going to opt for it. It will not be sold quite yet. I don't believe this will just be third Drake for the side of RMC Esports. Stanley Comic going to try to make a play here, walking in with Miscreant the Dragon at 5k HP, dropping fast now. Dredgeline going to land on the one, but there comes the TP down as well. Drake's still up. It's going to be secured by RMC Esports. Health bar is very low, but nobody off the rip just yet. The mist very low. James Blade to take down Miscreant, and now it is all RMC 5-4-4. And the only reason it's not a clean ace is because Zoom decided to hang out in the top lane. The dragon does not matter. They pick it up regardless, and they can just keep on pushing it down here in the mid lane. We'll see Snow Tiger opt push on the bot side. And I don't know how much Zoom can do here to defend the base.
That feels so bad. I think that feels so bad. You went for a desperation play, didn't work. I can respect the attempt. The fact of the matter, though, is Snow Tiger had the Swain ult. Yeah, you don't want to fight that whenever Snow Tiger's there. Able to zone out too and have complete control. It worked in RMC's favor, and they're playing this to a T, right? You bait out the dragon, you force it out, and you take every single bit of equipment. You are good to go for this.
Big pull. Snow Tiger going to be in the middle of everything, but straight gangster with the Alawi ult down. He goes unstoppable, picking up Doughboy first. Going to be a double kill for him on to Miscreant. Make it a triple kill, picking up Saintly Comics. Snow Tiger grabs one, going on a rampage, and it won't mean much. So Mist going to try to do all he can, but gets deleted. It's an ace. Straight Gangsta picks up his 8th kill of the game. Drops to death for fun. Owing 8-1-2, but this one is all RMC Esports and all straight gangsta all the time. They take game one in dominant fashion.
It was from start to finish RMC in control, right? From the moment that Miscreant fell behind in that top lane, trying to get a gank down, it felt like RMC just had a little bit of breath of fresh air, right? Bot lane, yes, it fell behind a little bit, but Deathless and RU Fed, they didn't have to win lane. They just needed to survive, right? You wait till about the mid game, then you bring out the Leona. The Ezreal is not the main focus here. Straight Gangsta took over that top side. The fact of the matter that Miscreant could not join that lane until much later spells disaster. We need to see in game number 2, Misericordia try and give some attention up there, either that or move Zoom out of top lane. You need to find a way to give access to Zoom, whether you want to play it in the top, give a little bit of attention up there, because Straight Gangsta should not be allowed to do that again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from one standpoint, you could say, hey, I don't think we can give over the Alawi again, but regardless, I think regardless of champ, you do have to put some more focus up there, because if you get snowballing that hard, we saw how quickly they can end the game. Well, RMC Esports will take game 1, but the series is not done yet. We'll be back with game 2 in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. change, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on I sail. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me.
Welcome back, everybody. I am Paladino once again here with Orbital. We'll be starting game 2 here very, very soon. Just got done with the pro draft. After the game 1, we saw a big, big win coming out of RMC Esports. What are you looking for Misericordia to do to shift things up and grab a game 2 win and bring us to a game 3?
I'm looking for not double AP. Anyone that's ever played with me, I have a giant aversion to it. More or less, I hate the fact that whenever you double up on AP, number one, it's very easy to itemize against.
Yeah.
Right now, AD feels like it just feels easier to itemize against armor than it does MR, right? Yes, you can build a bunch of magic penetration, but I mean, that's a heavy pie for an AP champion. So is it actually worth it to run it? I can see the situations where it's great, right? If you're going into some of those squishier setups, yes, you can run double AP and be okay. The problem is it wasn't squishy. So I want to see Misericordia bring out a little bit more standard, bring out a regular ADC, and lean into their kind of all-in style of composition because they had the right idea. They did have the right idea. Listen, if you're a little bit weaker on the top side, try and ball up mid to late game and just sustain through top. That's the last thing I do want to say is Zoom needs a lot of help. Zoom got outclassed, and unfortunately that's shown through the other lanes. Something needs to be done, whether that means setting him on a very, very simple champion and just like farm up, on a Scion or something like that, or apply a lot of ganks and pressure with your jungler. That's what we got to be looking at. I want to see those three things kind of taken in stride and see if they can bring it about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, it just got to a point where Soom was so far behind and Straight Gangsta was so far ahead that even when they brought multiple members to the top lane, it was just too late. I mean, we saw Straight Gangsta in like 1v3s, 1v4s, and getting a kill or two and getting out at like half HP. And if it gets to that point, it's just so incredibly hard to play the game. And like you mentioned, with like a double AP setup, it makes it even harder just because you can only really buy that magic pen if you go into the mid to late game even or ahead. And so if you're going in behind, you can't afford those items that are already so expensive that it becomes so difficult to kill someone like an Udyr or an Alawi. So I totally agree. Switching to something like a more traditional team comp, going with a regular AD carry, at least getting some AD there. Just to have that mixed damage makes your life a little bit easier. But we'll be getting to draft here very, very soon. I mean, from the side of RMC Esports, I think you can kind of say, hey, we can pretty much just do the same thing. I mean, we went strong through top side. Everyone else in mid and bot went just about even. I mean, we saw a lot of focus in the mid lane from both junglers, but no one was really that far ahead from either side. I mean, we definitely saw the side of Snow Tiger get much further ahead later on the Silas. But either way, I think if you're RMC Esports, say, hey, keep things the same, go down the same path, and it should be a win for them.
I would actually say that there are a few more things that they could do. Number one is the bot lane. I'd like to see them be a little bit more in contention, right? They got pushed under tower very quickly, which again I understand is the gameplay, and I understand that's very much okay to have happen. I like to see them win, right? I like to
Yeah.
see the ADCs
Sure.
tend to pop off. I think it's very fun, and it also allows your team to branch out a little bit further into the tower destruction game, right? If you bring an ADC out of lane, you can take a lot of those plates pretty quickly, and you're pretty happy about that. The second factor is I like to see James Blade be able to rotate out and above because at this point it's been identified Straight Gangsta can take care of that top lane. However, what a lot of teams don't do, I think, is empower the stronger link, right? Almost every time you do see junglers like, okay, help a weaker lane out, right? Top lane's doing fine, great. What a lot of people don't see though is if you actually give a lot of pressure to that player that's doing well, it becomes unstoppable, right? If you gave a little bit extra pressure to Straight Gangsta, what could have happened is you could have had all 15 plates. 100% you could have had all 15 plates. Could have wiped the floor with that gold lead easy, right? But instead you chose to go to other lanes. So if you get the chance, I'd like to see James Blade just drop every herald to the top side, drop every gank towards that top lane, take over, and really just say, okay, rest of the team, that's how we're going to play it standard, we'll get through this and easily take the mid to late.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I definitely think there's something to be said about a mindset of, oh, well, this guy's already winning. I'm going to go somewhere else. But if the guy who's already winning starts winning even harder, it makes the game even more difficult for the enemy team to shut that person down. And like you said, I definitely think there could have been a way to play where you get all 15 plates. I mean, we saw that first tower go down on the top lane at like 10 minutes. I mean, if you just rotate your bot lane top and bring Alawi to the bottom lane, in this specific example of game one, you get so much more gold onto the map. But even so, regardless, I think RMC did a really good job, and I think it's a good sign going into
Absolutely.
game two that they really played without very many mistakes. I mean, they took their leads and they translated them into vision control. They translated those into neutral objectives. They got all the Drakes. They got that second Herald. Just such a clean game from them that I think that's what they're hoping to do going into game two.
Yeah, and I think that may have been what really helped them out after week number 3, right?
Mhm.
Again, they're on a win streak right now. They're feeling great. They're having a grand old time just taking over some of these games. And I think it was identified, right? The fact that they're saying, okay, we need to start looking for those small opportunities, right?
Yeah.
The mistakes that the opponent will make, those are huge, right? Number one was around the dragon in game number 1, right? A little bit of fight in the mid lane. All right, immediately know, hey, the mid laner is out. The R is not going to be a problem. Let's go for dragon. Let's go ahead and rotate all 4 members down. Give ourselves that opportunity. Second up was the fact that, hey, we can start pressuring that bot lane a little bit. We did see the Udyr start to rotate down towards the bot side, try and get some more vision. Even though that was helping, it's still being proactive. This team, if they're able to identify that they are the ones in control, they should be able to push this one even faster. We should see an even faster first tower going down, right? All of this culminating in the fact that RMC have found their mojo. They found their magic. They found their winning formula. I want to see them continue to prove that to us over and over again.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing to keep in mind as we now see the draft, these teams have switched sides. So we'll see Misericordia on blue side this game. They're going to go with Tom Kench in the top lane. Jarvan the fourth. We'll have Urgot, Tristana, and Blitzcrank to round out their team comp. And then for the side of RMC Esports, a little bit of a change. We'll go with Darius in the top lane. Hecarim, Varus mid, it looks like. Seraphine bot with a Nautilus there to round out their team comp. So a little bit different. We saw these things drafted beforehand. I saw the Varus picked up on R5 and thought it was going to be Varus AD carry. They're switching things up a little bit. So we'll have Snow Tiger on what I presume to be an AP Varus mid, and then Seraphine down acting as the AD carry as well. Seraphine AD carry, pretty strong. We've seen it a few times across competitive play, and I think it's often underrated. I think I mentioned this a little bit before off air. I think something like a Seraphine Nautilus lane can be a kill lane if that's how you want to play it. There's a lot of damage that comes out, especially on something like a Lost Chapter Spike, that this could be a game where the side of RMC Esports decides to put some focus towards bot lane and get Deathless far ahead.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that you have a Hecarim, right? Hecarim, yes, once you hit level 6, it's going to be powerful, but you like the fact that there is CC, right? You don't want to be the only one going in, and I like that fact, right? With the Seraphine there, it also enables the mid lane. Like, the combination that they have right now is great. The only thing that I would say that I don't want to see is an AP Varus. I understand it's strong, but into the likes of an Urgot on the other side. I like lethality. I understand it's also not very prioritized, but I like lethality, right? Lethality is very fun to me. I like poking out people. The only danger, though, is the fact that you are doing this into a signature champion on the other side. Saintly Comic, as we said before, this is their signature champion. They love Urgot every time that we've seen them actually play previously. In every single one of their losses that had Urgot, still a positive KD, putting up double-digit kills almost every single time. They know how to pilot this champion. So the fact that it was left up throughout all of the entire draft, it was actually picked up B5. The fact that you have let this go through means that you are confident on RMC Esports side. I expect to see some coordination to go ahead and take down that champ as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is an important thing to note. Saintly Comic does pick up his signature pick there on the Urgot, this time bringing it into the mid lane rather than the top lane where we normally see it from him. But I think regardless, it's still a solo lane and it's still the champ you're most comfortable piloting. It's very, very good. And I'm interested to see where, we have different styles of junglers here. Generally speaking, Hecarim now can gank early, but definitely wants to get to those 1-item power spikes, hit level 6, get Divine Sunder, or even 2-item spikes are very, very good. Jarvan can take one camp and then go gank mid or bot lane. So I'm interested to see what Miscreant does. We saw some early action from him in game 1 on the Vi looking towards the mid lane, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that again, trying to get Saintly Comic ahead over Snow Tiger.
Yeah, and the best part as well is the fact that you're going to be forced into it one way or another, that whether or not you want to. And the reason for that is, again, we have two of the most annoying early game fighters in the world in the support role, right? These two junglers pretty much always scream invade, and if we don't get to see an invade, I'm gonna put a little asterisk to both of these teams and say you're playing these champions wrong. Like Blitzcrank and Nautilus, you want to invade, you want to get something down, and you do have good follow-up this time. So for the J4, for Miscreant, I do agree. I want to see some ganks come out. I want to see some fights come out. And I want to see that J4 get aggressive at level 2, level 3, level 4. Don't let yourself be locked out of visiting a lane until level 6, because at that point, I mean, Hecarim's going to do the same thing to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have a similar viewpoint that a lot of professional casters have up in the LCS and even across all regions, where if you lock in a champ like Jarvan or Rek'Sai or someone like that, or Lee Sin, and it's 15 minutes and you're 0-0-0, you should have picked somebody else. I mean, those champs are so good at those early levels that if you're waiting until 6, level 9, you've lost a lot of your strength. Your strength comes in at level 2, especially for the Jarvan. So we'll see a 5-man stack from the side of RMC, but no invade from either side just yet. I think RMC probably thought that Misericordia would go in knowing that they have that Blitzcrank, but instead everybody's just going to be hanging out here on their own sides of the rift.
Yep, this is Misericordia calling it correctly. Of the two that are going to invade, yes, the Blitzcrank has a bit more agency. I'm very upset at Misericordia right now. They did not invade with the Blitzcrank. How could they not do that? Doughboy, you have let me down. You have let me down in the worst way possible. Just kidding, of course. In this situation, I understand if you don't want to, and so it's okay to go ahead and play a little bit safer. This still leads to a possible level 2, like you said at the beginning. With the Blitzcrank, you can draw a bit of aggro going back to lane, so if Miscreant does choose to actually follow behind the Blitzcrank and Tristana, we could see something crazy happen. Will that happen? I'm not sure. I want to say yes. We could see a trail. Okay, so sorry. The reason I say that is we saw a little dip that way, and it looks like it's not going to. Just full clears on both ends.
Yeah, and not a bad decision either. I think getting those clears isn't horrible, but definitely a viable option. If Miscreant wanted to, could have walked bot lane with the Blitzcrank, and either you blow a flash, you get something done, and blowing those summoner spells is very, very good, especially against someone like a Seraphine on Deathless, but we'll just see the full clears coming out from both so far. Both junglers starting bot side with a leash. We'll see if that has any impact. I mean, we could see either Jarvan or the Hecarim try to prioritize going mid or bot here, or mid or top here, excuse me, early on. But we will see Miscreant instead. I think trying to look for a play down bot, sees the wave state's not really there for it, so instead going to walk up here towards the mid lane as we just see some farming from both bot laners. Miscreant is going to look for a play on Snow Tiger. EQ is going to land, but Saintly Comic just a bit out of range and decides not to opt anything other than a couple auto attacks. But Flash Flip gets the job done. Snow Tiger forced to flash away, but Saintly Comic taken down. But the first blood will go over to Miscreant, but James Blade comes in and picks up 2. Great response from the Hecarim. That is plenty of gold in the pocket of a champ who likes to scale anyways, that if you get those spikes even earlier, it feels very, very good. Nice work from James Blade.
That was a great reaction play as well, right? Miscreant, a little bit of desperation going back in, and we saw Saintly Comic. We know what Saintly Comic can do. The fact that James Blade was able to pick up both means that that extra gold, that 600 that you pick up off the kills, is going to be brought into the other lanes. That is the only scary thing that I have to say about that. Great pick by Miscreant and Saintly Comic. I think they could have executed a little bit better, but it was such a nice time to pull it off on Snow Tiger.
Yeah, nice time. I mean, we saw it kind of looked like Saintly Comic wasn't really going to commit to the play and then goes for that E flash and gets the job done. I liked it quite a bit. You do get the first blood kill over to the side of Misericordia. Gives Jarvan this clear speed a little bit nicer. Picks up a pickaxe off of the death, but is missing out on quite a bit of those camps. Is yet to pick them up. Still not grabbed his blue or Gromp yet. Going to clear out these Raptors first for himself. And it will be a double crab going into the favor of James Blade. But so far, besides the spiciness of the mid lane there early on, nothing too special. As we just see farming coming out from both side lanes, excuse me.
Yeah, and we're really keeping eyes again on that top side, right? Straight Gangsta. This is a matchup that was opted into by both of the top laners. It was a blind pick, Tom Kench, and then a counter pick of Darius in B1 and R1. So for these two, it's really Soom just trying to say, okay, I don't want a repeat of last game, which for last game, it was the CS discrepancy. It wasn't so much kills, it was just CS discrepancy. So I want to see Soom be able to figure out a way to be able to pick up this extra CS under the tower. That's what you're hoping for. Will it happen? Not sure, but that's what you're aiming.
Yeah, I mean, is down quite a bit in CS right now, but had that big wave coming in, so she'll be able to pick up at least most of it, ideally. We'll see the first couple resets coming out here from everybody. The Giants belt picked up for Saintly Comic, giving him some bonus HP there in the mid lane. Hearthbound Axe grabbed up for Straight Gangsta, and it is a big spike for James Blade in the jungle. Picks up the Sheen, a longsword, and a pair of boots as well. I know typically most people on the Hecarim like to opt for those tier 2 boots rush instead, but buying some damage when you have 2 early kills is not a bad idea either.
It's you know, it's the I want the best of all worlds, and hopefully I get it. That's what you're looking at. It's the Triforce of all the early game items that you could have picked up, right? A little bit of everything, not exactly the best, but we'll see if it yields results here. Taking a look, though, around the dragon, this is also important for the side of Misericordia. They were completely locked out of global objectives last game, so I also want to see them be able to rotate with the J4 and try and get some value there as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with Jarvan, clear speed's all right, but we definitely want to see some more of that early pressure. We see Miscreant hanging out near the bot side now. Only camps up are the Krugs and the Wolves. James Blade going for a bit of a cheeky invade, but won't find much. Might try to make a play here in the top side. Level 5 advantage for him,
Very
but
nice.
the Tahm Kench W gets Zoom out to safety. All solo laners hitting 6 now. We'll see if any of these junglers try to have a prioritization towards making a play on one of those setup mid laners
Oh.
there, as we'll see Saintly Comic taken very low and just not able to get out of that one. Tries to use the E, but with no flash from that earlier play, he's just taken down, and the third kill goes over to James Blade.
Love the fact that you talked about that, just setting it up. But right now, Straight Gangster trying to set up for a solo kill on top side.
Oh, grabs him up with the Devour, takes him under tower. Will tank about one shot, but cannot W out. Full bleed stacks, doesn't even need to use the ultimate, just picks up the kill. Straight Gangsta gets the job done, and Zoom is hoping that we don't see a repeat of what we saw in game 1 in the top lane.
We were hoping not, and again, we did say that the top and mid, this top side of the map for RMC is quite strong, and it's really the bot lane that we're seeing some value come out for the side of Misericordia. And that's why we did see James Blade visiting all lanes now equally. Visited mid lane, got a couple kills, showed up on the top side, and now on the bot side, getting and forcing Doughboy further away, allowing Fed and Deathless to gather up a little bit of extra CS and keep themselves healthy and in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you force out the flash from the Blitzcrank. It really doesn't matter if you get that kill or not, but does a good job of forcing out the summoner spells. We'll see Zoom just pick up most of the wave here under tower. Still has a pretty large CS deficit regardless, but we'll accumulate some of that back here with this wave. Straight Gangsta just grabbing up more of those items, working towards that Trinity Force. Doughboy lands the hook on to RU of Fed, but he gets hooked right back. Keep in mind, Doughboy no flash, but no play there from them. Miscreant will sweep out this ward and not going to be able to make a play here as they spot him out on that one. And they'll just walk on out and keep themselves safe from the Jarvan.
Yeah, the hook coming out of Doughboy, it can be dangerous, but again, on a Nautilus, you're not worried. The reason that they can do that is they understand that pre-level 6, Deathless and Fed aren't actually that dangerous, right? You're not worried about that danger at all. So it's like, okay, well, we can try and get some damage down, see what we can do. Once level 6 hits, though, that's when you got to skedaddle. That's when you got to kind of run away and say, okay, I don't want to be here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, level 6 on those two champs is so strong, as everybody has got access to their ultimate abilities now. The Mist just going to keep on farming under here. Blitzcrank walking around, Doughboy with Miscreant, and Saintly Comic just going to keep on farming here in the mid lane. Doughboy going to try to make a play, but the hook will find that first melee creep instead.
He's going to pick up, oh no, top lane though. Straight Gangsta just allowed to do this over and over again.
Yeah, Zoom gets his W canceled, walks back in, and the ultimate gets the job done. Just, I'm not sure if it's a misclick of the mouse or what the situation is, but after getting canceled, thought he could have walked out there, has access to the flash as well, but holds on to both and gets taken down once again by Straight Gangsta for his second solo kill of the game.
And that is not good to have happen again. You picked up the Tahm Kench knowing that this sort of situation was going to occur, and the fact that it's allowed to happen twice now is going to put them into a very dangerous position, right? Yes, you do get the dragon, a great pickup, able to secure that one. The problem is it's in response to what's occurring on the top side, and the fact of the matter is James Blade is not focusing that side, right? Normally a dragon is taken and then the response is the Rift Herald. The Herald was actually picked up first by James Blade. He is doing exactly what we said we were hoping to see, is punishing that top lane. Right now, this top lane is a main point of focus for RMC. They will apply this pressure. It doesn't matter how many dragons are going to be taken by Misericordia in the early game, because late game they know they got Straight Gangsta to just happily deal that fact out.
Yeah, absolutely. And Straight Gangsta might not even wait till the late game, going for some trading here on to Zoom, taking some damage here, hanging out in the wave. So the trade does favor the Tahm Kench, but overall, this lane is definitely going towards Straight Gangsta. James Blade sees himself spotted out on a ward. Just going to clear that one out, but this wave crashing, we could potentially see the Hecarim try to go towards maybe a Herald in the top lane. Instead, will not. I mean, another important factor we talked about, and we saw it last game. I mean, the CS lead in the top lane is about 40, but it's about the same in the jungle as well. James Blade doing a great job, but Miscreant going to try to make a play here. They do not know that James Blade is hovering, but some good intuition means they get out just fine. And a big wave might also have something to say about that as well.
Oh, that was so scary. You could see the fear. I wonder if the pings came down. I'm not sure if there were pings, but Saintly Comic was absolutely like, oh wait, yeah, there's a Hecarim on the other side. I know what happened last time, so very smart call to call it off. The problem is again and again, they are getting bled out right now. This is one of the worst feelings in the world for any League player. Misericordia understand that even though they got the mid lane pickup, even though they got a lot of these value picks, they're getting bled out, so they have to make a play.
Trying to make a play here on to Straight Gangsta. Drops the Cataclysm. He's taken pretty low. Flashes away, but still alive for now. They're going to pick him up. Grabs the shield. Straight Gangsta still alive. And Miscreant forced the flash out. James Blade now going to make a play. He's in a 1v2, however. So he's just going to walk on out. They can't get the job done. A valiant effort, but not able to pick up the kill in the shutdown on Straight Gangsta.
And you can see Zoom was saying, hey, I got an idea, but hold up, bot lane.
Hook lands on to Deathless. He's forced to flash away, but no more autos on him with the bomb. They cannot get the job done. But a nice hook forces out the summoner spells of Deathless.
And let's go back to that top lane, right? Because the idea was solid. Zoom getting spit out after the Devour to try and get the extra shield to tank up an extra tower hit. But Straight Gangsta up a couple levels was just a little bit too annoying. And now we're going to see it again on the bot side.
Hook lands on RU Fed, but there goes the Encore. The cleanse coming out from Mist. He's going to have to flash away as well.
Oh, no.
And Straight Gangsta making a play here on to Zoom. Pops the Ghost. He's just walking right in front of him. Has access to the ultimate, but Flash keeps Zoom alive.
We're getting some action everywhere, and they're waiting. Oh, they waited just right!
RU Fed gets the hook on to Mist. I think they were on a ward. They were. They pick him up. But Straight Gangsta now in some trouble. Saintly Comic with the Realm heals up a lot from the Q, but the Urgot ultimate gets the job done. And if you want to shut down on either of these solo laners, getting it into the pocket of Saintly Comic is not something you're going to complain about. But this Rift Herald will take down the mid-tier 1 as well.
It's a good desperation play. I like it. They're able to pick up some extra plates. It's just, again, in response to some other areas. Okay, Doughboy, now you're just showing off.
Hands the hook on to RU of Fed. It forces the flash as well, but now we're going to see Zoom once again in some trouble. Very low. You got to keep him alive for not long enough. Snow Tiger picks up the kill, and Snow Tiger quietly, despite dying for first blood, has got about perfect CS. Finished that first item with the Nashor's Tooth, has a shutdown to his name. Even though the game really hasn't been around about him since level 3, he's doing a great job. And AP Varus, even if it's something that is super uncommon, he does so much damage even to the tankier targets. Now working towards that Rift Maker, that he's going to be a menace in the late game. And we already know this Hecarim up 2 levels on Miscreant, has that finished mythic as well. He's definitely going to be applying some damage in the late game.
And I would like to recant my earlier statement. I understand that, I very much understand that AP Varus is a thing. Yeah. I just prefer lethality. That's all it is. AP Varus is still very much right now a strong pickup. We can see on the side, XP of some of the players, we are seeing a very nice swap up, and you can see almost the entire side is dominated by RMC. The only one that's really not is, of course, Saintly Comic, who is living on their own style, level 10 and all, but Zoom, again and again, you are just not safe anywhere in this lane.
Yeah, I guess hold back, but not going to take up too much damage. Has quite a bit of armor as well as the Bomby Cinder to keep him decently healthy. We'll see that Misericordia going to try to pick up this second Drake for themselves. Keep in mind, it will be a 4v4. All ultimates available on both sides. But Circe, some fighting in the top lane soon. With a nice little trade here onto Straight Gangsta. Has access to the Devour, but not going to use it yet. Tries the W1 out and will get out just fine. Bar Assault comes down on the Saintly Comic, and he's instantly taken down below half HP. The Encore lands onto a ton. Doughboy's still alive, but he finally drops. Snow Tiger picks up both kills. Saintly Comic and Doughboy both fall. There's the strength of AP Varus. We saw Saintly Comic decently healthy. Gets hit with the Chains of Corruption, is taken down well below half HP. He's not able to get anything done. Miscreant tries to go for the steal, but Snow Tiger picks up the kill, and Miscreant, instead of finding a stolen Drake, finds himself on a gray screen vacation, as we now see RMC Esports taking a dominant lead after a nice team fight.
Oh man, it went from bad to worse for the side of Misericordia, and I can't even fault them, right? The absolute authority that RMC are laying down now in the top lane, in this mid lane jungle duo, in the bot side now, is fully out of their control, right? This is very well done by RMC, completely pressuring Misericordia into these desperation plays. It's been causing problems. The one shining light, again, this bot lane, Fed. You weren't supposed to be there. Missed, able to pick up a kill.
Yeah, nice work. I mean, lands the hook on a target that you know doesn't have flash, cannot get out of there, can't hook a wall. So just blow him up, drop the full combo, and you do get another kill on, or sorry, the first kill onto Mist, but Zoom very low. And the Darius ult gets the job done. Another solo kill for Straight Gangsta, and it's just so hard for Zoom to play the game. He's just getting bullied here in the top lane. Miscreant taking his top camps, but James Blade opts to take the second Rift Herald instead, and now going to go for an invade. And he still has 2 levels on Miscreant, who feels forced to flash on out. Might try and steal the Gromp away, but it'll just go over to the hands of James Blade. Saintly Comic walking up just to defend his jungler, but the Hacker, I'm just going to walk on out.
Again and again, this RMC team, they are playing very differently than they did back in weeks 1, 2, and 3. Like, this is a team that very much understands exactly what they need to do, where their strong points lie, and dissecting the opponent as well. And at this point, it is just kind of closing in on the opponent, right? Top lane, of course, you do have the solo kills, but they want to break open that base. They're not too worried about bot lane. Getting that top lane tower, I think, is going to be very important. For as many kills as they had, it's been a very low tower game so far. So go ahead, grab some extra towers, get some extra gold, open up a little bit more of this map, and then you can worry about the rest. But Zoom just gets annihilated by Snow Tiger.
Yeah, Snow Tiger drops everything on Zoom and gets the job done. And I mean, it's really hard for Zoom to even contest. He just doesn't have the items. But the Cataclysm going to go down on a Snow Tiger. They know he doesn't have access to the ultimate, but the Q does so much damage.
Round 3? Round 3?
Doughboy hook will land. Snow Tiger's going to take another one. Doughboy feels forced to flash away, but James Blade with the onslaught of shadows looking first onto the Blitzcrank, but he's not dying.
Oh my
finally
gosh.
go down as Snow Tiger goes godlike. Oh my goodness, a nice play comes out from RMC Esports. A valiant effort from Misericordia, but just not enough damage, not enough stats. The Snow Tiger now very fed. Saintly Comic can't get the job done. Very, very close, but this Straight Gangsta Darius is way too strong. Rift Herald now gonna at least guarantee that they take down this bot tier 2. We'll see if they want to try and take down the inhibitor turret as well.
I am very impressed with what RMC are doing, right? We said that they need to go a little bit faster. They need to be more aggressive, and they're doing just that.
Oh, hook lands on to Deathless, so the AD carry is taken out of this fight immediately. Are you a Fed?
Oh,
gets a
great
triple
death
knockup,
charge.
but no EQ means nothing yet. Snow Tiger goes legendary.
Oh,
so
no.
He's going to pick up the Blitzcrank. Snow Tiger still trying to make a kill here onto the Mist. Very low. Snow Tiger gets the job done, but it will be a shutdown. Kiting very well, but cannot kite out of
there it
the
is.
airborne. Too much damage coming down now. Goes 1-for-1. Triple kill in the 3-for-3 fight as Snow Tiger gets even more gold in his pocket. But that does help out Zoom a little bit. I mean, he is still very far behind when it comes to golden XP, but a 1k shutdown at least finishes that Frostfire Gauntlet for him.
I can't believe it. That was the best fight that Misericordia were going to get, right?
Yeah,
Great
absolutely.
knockups all the way around. They got multiple catches on some key targets, and most of all, Straight Gangsta wasn't there, right? No Darius to deal with. The fact that Snow Tiger was still able to bleed out 3 kills in that fight, and after being left alone as well, that is ridiculous, right? So well done by RMC to respond back. And this now leaves open another dragon. And I do believe so far we've seen 2 dragons taken on the side of RMC. A count of that would be very helpful, but I don't think we see it right now. Either way, they're in control, right? They have broken open so much of the bot lane. At this point, they have only 1 outer tower to deal with. And this has just been power. Oh, Straight Gangsta might be in a little bit of trouble.
He's in trouble with flashes away from the stun. It looks like he has to opt for the 1v1 now, but the fear beyond death gets the job done, and that's another shutdown in the pocket of Saintly Comic. Both of his kills, 2 shutdowns onto Straight Gangsta, doing quite well. The hook is going to land onto James Blade. He's taken to about half HP, and this dragon at just under 6k. Zoom going to TP, or excuse me, not TP in,
Ooh.
into the pit, but Snow Tiger going to pick up Miscreant right away. No more access to the smite. Saintly Comic very low. Double kill goes on down. The encore used to just make sure they pick up the kill onto the Blitzcrank. Zoom will guarantee the Drake for them, but it's going to be a guaranteed ace as well.
Jeez.
Quadra kill for
Oh!
the Snow Tiger pentakill as he gets the job done. And that's what we talked about at the early game. This game was not about the Snow Tiger AP Varus, but it has been all him all the time. A pentakill for the mid laner and a guaranteed Baron for RMC.
Of course, they pick up a pentakill of all time. Snow Tiger, right? Like, Straight Gangsta was the star in game number 1, and Snow Tiger was like, nah, I'm gonna take it this time. Beautiful job, right? And again, it was messy. This is Misericordia. You can see glimmers of hope in their eyes, right? Consistently getting some of these pulls, being very, very annoying to deal with. It's just the fact that at this point, RMC Esports, they're just too far ahead, right? The gold difference is humongous. 3 items. Who cares? 3 items on the Varus, 3 full with the Rabadons. Like, these are some of the most expensive items out there. You're fine, right? This is RMC. It doesn't matter what fight they go into. They will either come out even or ahead. There is no falling behind in a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you just go down the line, 2 items to 1 in favor of RMC Esports. Same in the jungle. 3 items to 2 in the mid lane. 2 to 2 in the AD carry position. But regardless, the amount of gold in the pockets of RMC Esports is really hard to catch up with. And I really just want to highlight on exactly what you mentioned. I mean, this is not only 3 items for Snow Tiger. These are 3 of the most expensive items in the game. We have a 3,000 gold item in Nashor's Tooth, which he rushed. Rabadon's, of course, very expensive. And Riftmaker, not cheap either. Straight Gangsta in some trouble. No access to the Flash or the Ghost. Taking about half HP instantly. If you're beyond death, going to secure that one. So a nice pick from Saintly Comic and Doughboy, but we'll see how much of their base they lose here, as at least the inhibitor turret will fall. Zoom going to push out here in the bot lane. Doughboy looking to make a play. Cataclysm lands on to 3. Miscreant, but forced to flash out. Doughboy 1 HP. Trying to make a play onto him first. He's forced to flash away. Miscreant out at 1 HP. I mean, that's the negative. I mean, he hits such a big ultimate, but you don't have enough gold. You don't have enough damage. They can't get the job done. They're going to wait for the wave to come in here now. It will be a 5v4, excuse me, a 4v4 to start. Zoom just now channeling the recall, but the wave not quite big enough for RMC. They're just going to walk on out.
Again and again, I have no other words, right? RMC just having a blast here, taking kill after kill after kill. Yeah, Straight Gangsta, I mean, you're playing with fire half the time, right? You are playing up with very low HP, and you know there's an execute on the other side, right? It doesn't matter. You are just trying to run interference. You're just trying to cause some havoc. You can see it here, right? The 4 of RMC are going to push down top. You're going to send your Darius to mid and bot side, clear out the waves, get some pressure there, and then just finish things off. You have Baron on 4. You are happily ready to take this tower. RMC are ready to try and land the final blow. Great chain of corruptions.
Yeah, and the chain of corruption is all she wrote. If you get hit by that, good luck looking at the gray screen for the next 40 seconds. Saintly Comic faces the wrath of Snow Tiger. Encore will just land onto the Blitzcrank, but he's very squishy. Deathless will pick up the kill there. And Straight Gangsta going to try to make a play here on to Zoom. Zoom fairly tanky with a decent amount of armor, but he is getting blown up. And just so many rotations of abilities from Straight Gangsta. Holding on to the ultimate for now, but decides that now is the time for the execute. Snow Tiger going to put his focus onto these Nexus turrets. Missed, forced the jump out from the dredge line, as well as the ultimate coming out from the Nautilus. No more Baron buff for them, but with super minions coming in and this Nexus turret at just below half HP, this is their last line of defense, and it's just a matter of being able to make a play. EQ and the Cataclysm once again onto 4, but there's the lack of damage. Saintly Comic will pick up Deathless in return, but it's another double kill over to Snow Tiger. It's another kill for him. Make it 3. Another one goes over to James Blade as well. And in once again, absolutely dominant fashion, RMC Esports get the job done. And in the mid lane, Snow Tiger, Varus puts the game on his back, team on his shoulders, and says, don't worry, guys, come along for the ride, and I'll make sure we grab this one in a sweep.
I will disagree with you for one thing only. That was not I will carry you. There was no point at all
Okay, sure,
where
sure,
I think
sure.
anyone was struggling. It was
Oh, I agree, yeah.
It was the listen, I'm the mid laner. I didn't get my limelight yet, so give me all the kills.
Yeah,
that's what it really
that's a
was.
more accurate way to
The
put it.
l-
That's a more accurate way to put it.
But overall, everyone on the side of RMC played very, very well, right? From top to mid to jungle to bot lane. Even the bot lane that struggled a little bit in the early stages, right? It's not so much struggling as they knew what their job was, right? They didn't have to win. They didn't have to do anything crazy. Keep the bot lane in check and you're fine. RMC had a game plan they executed to perfection. Huge props to them. Misericordia is still chasing their elusive series victory. We saw some glimmers, right? As Saintly Comic, yes, we can see that there is some amazing synergy there with some very strong champions. We know that that's a possibility. Maybe Miscreant can help out there. You can see the battery coming out here for the mid jungle or top jungle, wherever you want to go. And then Mist and Doughboy. Held steady. It's a solid rock to work on. You just need to fine tune it a little bit more, and maybe you can get an advantage down there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just need a little bit of help. I definitely will say, but despite both games being won in pretty dominant fashion, there definitely were some shines of light coming out, especially from Saintly Comic there in the mid lane. But overall, I mean, like you said, RMC Esports, they really didn't have anyone not holding their weight. I mean, great work, especially in that game too. Obviously, we can talk about Snow Tiger all day long, but Straight Gangsta once again getting solo kills, getting CS advantages on that Darius. James Blade, of course, got those 2 early kills and made it into a huge advantage. Had a level lead or 2 the entire game, massive CS lead, grabbing those neutral objectives as well. And then down bot, I mean, Deathless and Fed didn't do much, didn't have to do much. I mean, they did a great job. We saw some big encores coming out as we got later into the game, and then the Nautilus engages helping out as well. But overall, a very fun series. Not our only series of the day. We'll have some more League of Legends action here in just a little bit. Thank you all for watching this one, and don't go anywhere for our next series coming up soon.
Take me higher, yeah. You take me higher, baby.
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for a day. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night.
Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We made you wait long enough. The break is over. We're back here yet again for a little more League of Legends action. Now I'm Echo K, and I'm joined by the one and the only, dare I say, dashing looking Regdor. How you feeling tonight, man?
You know, every week you just keep on filling me more and more better statements. Next thing you know, I'm next up for the throne in the UK or something by the end of the season. But I'm doing great, man. I'm just always happy. This is my midweek special, getting to see some of the top League of Legends action here at NECC, man.
Yeah, dude. Okay, next time I'll have you potential next Prime Minister Regdor, something like that. I'll keep it cooking. Well, we'll tune back next week, but that's not here nor there, because tonight we have some more best of threes. Well, we have one more best of three on our hands, and it's going to be Kansas City University going up against Lakeland University. And this is going to be, once again, another one of those tough matches where you look at Kansas State. They're 4-0 at the moment. They're sitting good. They've been doing pretty well for themselves. In Lakeland, 2-3 right now. They got to get some wins on the board.
Yeah, and it's actually been pretty well fought across here. Lakeland, especially, falling with some 2-1 wins as well as the 1-2 losses. So taking it to 3 games. But on the other side, Kansas State, they did suffer 1 loss in week 4, and it was 0-2. So trying to get back on the horse of going 3 weeks undefeated, not dropping a map, and then turning around and get back on the horse against Carthage Red last week. And you love a strong team. It's always great to see somebody who has some momentum, which means they've found a way to adapt in every one of these best of threes. Not the same as a best of 5. It's really easy to be in that 0-2 comfort zone, right? And then reverse sweep it. But best of 3s do or die. You get the wrong meta read for one day, and next thing you know, you're out. You got an L.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you look at Kansas City, right, being 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 with all their wins, it's a little bit scary to look at, because, that really shows you that they're one of those teams. They do not hold anything back, right, in those first couple of games. Of course, they're just throwing punches, right, left and right, and it's like all of a sudden, we're first game down, and like, okay, backs against the wall, and then all of a sudden, we're already out, and Kansas is already taking the win. But let's look at who's actually going to be standing up against Kansas State, because I know we have the graphic for Lakeland University, so let's take a look real quick. Who is going to be on the front lines in the top lane? We've got Timo 3103. If this guy doesn't play top lane, I'm going to riot, but that's regardless. Popcorn Par, I like that name, very cool, in the jungle. Padawan Tano in the mid lane. Galigo 123 in the bot, and Online Gamer is the support.
He had to make sure that he got in the game.
Of course, dude. You got to include those R's, man.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, that's like gamers squared. At the end of the day, that's what you want to see. And this is a mostly young roster. I think all for the exception of Popcorn Par, all freshmen, sophomores. And for the opposite side, for Kansas State University, I mean, we don't have the graphic, but we've got the reality here, because sometimes life gets a little crazy. It's Boomix, 2000 up in the top lane, Cares in the jungle, Mirdas in the mid lane, Uwu Berry and bot lane, Kazakage making up that bot lane duo. And these are all juniors and seniors. Even a graduate student in there, actually. So this is a pretty well-oiled machine, I think, at this point. and it's showing in their wins thus far in NECC.
Yeah, for me, I went to a German school system, so like the whole junior freshman and all that is like I'm trying to still wrap my mind around that, but I'm slowly getting there. But yeah, like you said, a lot of difference in age. You got the old heads going up against the young kids, right?
Let's chill out with like the old head statement. I don't think a junior in college is an old head per se. But you know, I love a boomer gamer. I might be one myself. We love to see it. It'll be a question of whether you know, the Zoomer energy or the boomer confidence will play out here tonight in the best of three.
You've got like experience versus cockiness, right? Like you got to see which one is going to prevail. And that really is going to be the question, as we already mentioned, right? Being 2-3 for Lakeland University kind of puts you more in that bottom echelon there of the bracket. And you obviously, you know, want to start breaking through, making your way onto the top if you want to stay in this thing. And it's always nice to see that, you know, they go in with a challenge, right? And they're not going up against some easy dub team that's like 1-4. No, sir. You're going up against a team that's 4-1. So now is really the time to really, you know, prove that you deserve to be here.
No, absolutely. And this late into the season at week 6, as we get into the draft that is flying left and right, this becomes, it becomes a really big question of how you're going to pick up those wins. And I'm already loving what I'm seeing out of Kansas State on the blue side here. Getting the scaling in there with the Syndra, recently reworked. Huge mid lane priority right now, has those stacking splinters, and somebody I'm super excited to see how Mirdos is able to kind of navigate this on the Rift versus the Lux.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, you're looking obviously at the Shen as well, right? It's always one of those top laters where there's just so much pressure coming out once he hits that level 6. No, Timo, am I disappointed? Yes, a little bit. You can't just name yourself that and then not pick it, but you know, maybe for game number 1, they just want to play it safe, get the first win, and then game number 2, we see some crazy shenanigans come out.
Yeah, and this is actually what I would consider kind of a complicated draft they're going for here. It is actually, okay, that is a Karthus ADC, but it's the Shin Vi interaction here. It is, you do have that ultimate to get point and click onto any target, and you have the Stand United on top of it. So you almost have like a Shin delivery system into the back line, and these two don't deal little damage. Like they do have substantial amount of burst in the mid game to be able to take down what is essentially just a Lucian Syndra. Lucian and Syndra are the only two actual damage on this. So a duo carry versus, you know, the opposite side for Lakeview. They've got a Karthus, they've got Zillion, they've got all their champions do a substantial amount of damage at different points in the game. So it's really going to be interesting to see, as we have a Braum in there, of how well they're actually able to protect their backline in these fights.
Yeah, definitely a ton. I mean, with the Zillion on top of that as well, now you're basically killing 6 champs instead of 5 that are already trying to like 100 to 0 you instantly. I'm curious, right, in this bot lane, obviously, with, like you said, a lot of that damage coming out, not too surprising that we see the Braum being picked out. And normally when you see the Lucian, you always tend to kind of, you know, Nami's next to follow, but this time around, just doesn't really feel like that. You know, you look at the draft of Lakeland, doesn't feel like they're able to actually, you know, utilize that and feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, and it's really going to be on this bot side matchup that I'm going to be super interested in.
Oh, yeah.
You have the Karthus with Zillion. Karthus ADC, Karthus in the bot lane is a very interesting pick because it does allow it to scale. You do have the Zillion alongside of it at level 6. You don't die once, you die twice, you die 3 times. You have so long for this Karthus to be able to deal damage. But versus Lucian Braum, it feels like a bit of a misstep per se, because Braum wants to play counter engage, and that works for the top half of the map. But in the isolated 2v2, it feels like you're getting into something like a farming lane, which isn't what Lucian wants. Lucian wants to get on these power spikes and wants to move ahead. But he's gonna, Barry's gonna need some fancy feet to be able to dodge all of those Qs getting thrown out.
Yeah, I will say I'm curious to see if they're going to opt to go for that kind of newly adapted, you know, first strike Lucian coming through, because you look at, you know, what's coming out right now, right? The Karthus and the Zillion, a lot of potential there to get that damage out onto Uber before he's able to actually, you know, proc the first strike and then keep it on that low cooldown. We keep seeing it here on NEC, right? We always see the Silas with that first strike in the mid, and every time it feels that we see him, it's always going into some ranged matchup, and we're always talking about, right, is it a silly pick? Early game, yes, then it starts to shine in the mid to late. I'm curious to see what it's going to be like on this Lucian if Berry does decide to pick it.
Yeah, so Lucian's iterations have become really interesting now moving into the first strike. There's like 2 parts to the build. The first is you're going to use First Strike to be able to get a lot of that burst damage, which kind of shores up some of his scaling. But number 2 is that early serrated Dirk. For 1100 gold, you can change the world. Because of that gouge passive and his vigilance passive, you push those 2 together, you're actually able to put out a ton in the early game. So backing early, getting Noon Quiver into a serrated Dirk, and then going into what is the normal Gale Force. Now we get a rapid fire cannon and IE, and then you have just a random Dirk in the mix. But that spike in the early game for him is so useful. And that's a lot of times why we see him with Braum, is because of that vigilance passive. You can stack the concussive blows really easily. You get 2 auto attacks for the price of 1 and able to get that stun in. I'm just worried about what the graceful exit is. If you go all in on Karthus, that's great, but can you actually get out with your life with the Zillion throwing out slows and stuns and everything in the mix? Trading 1 for 1 with Karthus is not actually winning. Trading 1 for 1 with Karthus is kind of a downside. So a lot of cookies are being put in the bot lane jar here for the side of Kansas State.
Definitely so. And I mean, then you also look at Karthus itself, right? You got the Wall of Pain is going to be slowing you down. You've got the Exhaust as well. My man is really just trying to make sure, basically, he's trying to make, like, have a root in his kit. You know how NECC is slow? We basically just call it a root because, like, it's what, 90%? Karthus trying to do that too. You got the Exhaust, Wall of Pain. What I really like from Kansas City State, though, right, is that I feel like they have themselves almost secured on both fronts, right? You've got that Lucian because you want to get that early game going. At the same time, you've got the Ornn, you've got those ornaments to kind of not necessarily secure yourself that late game, but give yourself a little bit of padding. Give yourself an extra pillow on the bed.
Yeah, and we haven't even mentioned Syndra. Like, since her rework, her scaling into the game is insanely well. For those of you maybe who haven't kept up at home, now she gets splinters from, hitting cannons, from getting abilities on enemy targets, champions, as well as leveling up. And it goes up in, 20 to 120 increments. Every 20 you get a new passive unlocked with each ability, but 100 you get an execute, a 15% health execute on that power unleash on that ultimate. And then at 120 you're getting a free death cap. You're getting 15% AP at that time. So like, her scaling curve towards those later ends of the game, depending on how well she's able to farm those splinters, becomes you get executed at 15% health, you're just out of the game. Karthus could just get one tap by a 6 orb ultimate.
Yeah, definitely so, right? That's that secondary ball delivery system. You got the Orianna, and then you got maybe like the orb delivery system coming through, and then all of a sudden you just get like 50 to 0, and you're like, well, I'm out of the fight. I guess it's up to you, boys.
Yeah, and that's the scary part. It's really going to be interesting because you have Zach as sort of a diver. So you have like this triple front line, which is great to see. But Zach's early pathing and how he's able to play around lanes will really, I think, set up K-State for their early game and how they're going to make that work out, because we know the slingshot as well as scatter the weak is a nice little combo to keep Padawan Tano in the lane until they go to gray screen, as we do get just a nice little 5 point starting off here almost.
Yeah. So here's I believe it looks to me like I'm sure Kansas is going to be on the blue side. Lake is on red side. That we still have to correct that. Unless I'm tripping and I'm trolling. But I will say, Rector, the chat has been clowning on Kansas, right? Asking that, do they even have Wi-Fi there? It seems like they do. Everyone's connected. Everyone's on the Rift. I want to know, does Kansas have hands? And while results-based analysis, right? You look at that 4-1 would tell you they do, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, as a longtime University of Oklahoma fan, I'm supposed to not like K-State, but hey, their team's looking pretty good, and they've got the record to show for it. So I will not be a boomer doomer today. I'll be really, like I said, excited to see how they're able to make it through that early game. Did take press the attack on Uwu Berry, so we won't get that new tech. We'll just get the old school tech here and see how they're able to lane into this Karthus in the early game.
Yeah, definitely so. And like we talked about, right, we were very with that press the attack, the amount of damage that's going to come through, find those early trades, find that early damage, because obviously, Galaga is going to take some time to ramp up and get onto a level where really starts to do a lot of damage. Kind of feels like he's maybe going to have to look more for mistakes coming out from the bot lane here of Kansas rather than look for anything early on, especially with that Dark Harvest as well.
No, absolutely. It is the late game scaling, and it gets to the point where just that Requiem alone can actually send you back to the base, whether that be in a basket because you're on gray screen or just forcing you out of the fight with just that ultimate. As we already see, like, Umix and Teemo are going to be hard fighting back and forth. Teemo really looking to get that level 3 once he has that Shelter from the Storm to kind of offset the Brittle passive, as they do get that stun down like we talked about.
Yeah,
Stun
so
right
much
back in
damage
return.
too. God, yeah, those are those early trades they're going to be looking for here. And already, yeah, you just see, right, the amount of priority coming through. Already have them shoved up under the turret. This would open up a possibility for Popcorn Par to maybe come on down. But obviously, cares. You've got that Lucian lane. You want to make things happen. So he is on the move here. Maybe both junglers are going to look to meet. As you do see that Meridus is hovering on over. But coming out of it just yet. Going to have to wait a little bit longer before we get some action.
Yeah, and they, like I said, you have to always be actively thinking about Galaga's passive there on the Karthus, being able to trade back after, you know, life beyond death, if you will. But Popcorn Par doing the smart thing and following the pathing down to make sure they do match up with Cares there to try to cover these plays, because both of these bot lanes, if put behind, start to lose their relevancy and it becomes unplayable for the other one. So good job in trying to neutralize that. We should expect to see which team is able to, you know, kind of start stacking dragons early on and having that as a win condition, because both of their top laners are really in the business of just playing on an island.
Yep, all the pain getting dropped, gonna slow down Kazakage. Charging up that wall breaker is there, but look at that. They anticipated that this would happen. Looking to send it on in. The stun comes through. The first blood too. Can they get themselves two here? Popcorn Par lower and lower. Flash coming out. Double flash though. Will they find the damage? Yes, they will. They find themselves Gamer and Popcorn Par. Why would you go back in? That's gonna be a 3-man for Kansas City. I think my question was answered. They've got Wi-Fi. They've got thumbs, index fingers. They've got the whole hand.
Yeah, they definitely have hands there, and just wonderful job both kind of playing with the aggro of the tower, but actively watching what Galaga was hitting on the ground with those Qs to try to just make sure they don't feed over a kill in the process. And that really ends up in this position now where you can see the CS differential being a bit different there, losing a number of them under tower and only being able to come back with an Amtone. That feels sort of bad. I am interested in where Galaga's going with that tier. Not something we especially see on Karthus. Usually in the jungle, doesn't need it. But even in his lane builds that I can think of, I don't think there's a high presence of the Seraph's Embrace. So it'll be interesting to see how that's going to pay off in the long run for them. But you can already look on the other side. Ooh, Barry coming back with a Noon Quiver and a pickaxe. That boy is going to hurt, and he's going to hurt quick.
Definitely so. Look at that Galaga raid. I mean, you're already going the Karthus ADC, so I'm not expecting anything. I'm removing all expectations. This is just that secret dark tech. We'll have to see if it looks to pay off, as you mentioned, right? Ooh, Barry with the 2-0 gonna hurt pretty damn bad. So if things were hard for Galaga at the start of the match, at the early game, they're gonna be even harder. As Popcorn Par heading on over here, clearing out some vision here. Can't really move it to the river as that grab has been taken. With that drag up though, I'm curious to see which team looks to pivot on over to it first. I'm looking at the lanes there in that bot lane, right, and it should be looking like a free startup for Kansas, but I have to wait. There it is, getting started up, but there is vision on it.
And that's what I was going to say, is that so far we've watched Lakeview continue to have good priority. They're level 1 setup on wards, as well as now they're consistently keeping kind of a forward vision line set out to know what's happening. So at the very least, Popcorn Par knows where the enemy jungler is able to keep up with the tracking, as he's probably going to loop back around towards the bot side camps that are up and make his way back up top. Popcorn Par can look to try to counteract that, even though he, I think, is caught out on vision there on the Grom.
Yeah, could be, not quite sure, but that is always nice to see, right? Even if, you know, obviously you're not too far behind. It's early on, 7 minutes in, but it's still nice to see, right? Got that forward vision line going. Make sure you can track errors at all times and make sure that what happened early on doesn't happen again. Situate yourself back into a good position and then look to take back the game the longer it goes.
Yeah, that is it. Try to weather the early storm, which is the majority out of this bot lane, is going to be the Lucian, who is the engine, to try to get them to the mid game for K-State. And at that point, Meridus should be online, has the first strike, already sitting in the lost chapter. Once they get to that 2-item spot and around 80 splinters, they start doing a ton of damage with those dark spheres, as well as the Scatter of the Weak. But it may look like we're going to set up for another dive. Popcorn Par on the opposite side of the map.
True. Online gamer is going to go ahead and step on in, speed himself up. Level 7 on Teemo in that top lane, so maybe they look to find it, but it's not going to happen. Too much damage comes out, and they find themselves Galaga. Nothing Teemo can do there. Even if you tried to use Stand United, probably would have just gotten knocked up by Boomix, and they're going to have to just let him go down.
That is the beauty here, as you watch how disciplined Kares was to make sure that he took the aggro first and then just stood at the edge of the tower range to make sure they kept it until the kill was confirmed, getting out without any health bars really getting chunked at all, which is a pretty successful dive here, like post durability patch.
Yeah.
But Mirtis in the mid and top lane have all been quiet. This is going back to like the Brock Lesnar area, where instead of it's, you know, eat, sleep, suplex, repeat, it's just eat, sleep, dive, bot, repeat, and it's going to be Kares there, you know, on cooldown trying to get this Lucian ahead.
Yep, he is trying to get the Syndra ahead now as well. Ulti getting dropped. Double Stoma Scout of the week, nicely done. All delivery system goes through, but Padawan Tano not gonna go down. Had that barrier available. Kares might eat the dirt here. We'll still have that passive available. Can Mirdas do something to keep him alive? It's not looking too likely. A lot of cooldown still up, and it's just gonna be too much damage. Padawan Tano gonna find himself Kares.
A great answer back from the side of Lakeview, making sure Padawan just used that barrier perfectly to help mitigate the power unleash and able to get the pickup kill on the opposite side of it. Keeping this game semi-close. I know it is, you know, about a 2.6k gold lead at the moment, but overall, that early game will really kind of start to balance itself out as they're able to find some other advantages with the Rift Arrows, with that kill in mid on top of it.
So good. Top still just perma trading, perma farming. Nothing really new there. Nothing else to be expected. Honestly, it just keeps panning up because nothing's going down right now. And once again, you get to see Botland Kazakage, right? He is deep in that jungle, getting this vision set up. They want to make sure that they can track top court par at all times. That way, another unfortunate incident that we saw in that mid lane doesn't happen again.
Yeah, that is exactly it. And you can see the forward vision game now from the side of K-State. They have lit up the entire bot side there. And there's this one control ward at the entrance from Lakeland that's going to try to gatekeep them out. But they have such a good, and you can already see them getting pings out on it. Botland Kazakage, just, this is free gold. Congratulations. The entry level ward there just not really able to do enough, but now they have full bot side prio. They have the whole bot side of the map kind of to themselves, and they're still happy with that because we've got Ornn in the top lane. Boomix has to do nothing for the next 15 minutes except for not feed 17 kills, and Ornn's doing great in the game.
Yeah, listen, man, they've got 2 of your 3 Gs, right? They've gotten the gaslighting down. They keep sending into this bot lane Kares to look for the dive. They're girl bossing it right now, 4-1. They've got those 3 kills onto Barry. And now I forget what your 3rd G was, but it doesn't even matter because they're in this mid lane once again. Miridas trying to find some damage. Is it going to be enough? It's not looking likely. The Requiem getting dropped. Miridas going to eat the dirt. Never mind, he stays alive. Finds himself that first pick. Ignite comes out onto Padawan Tano, and you're going into sleep. Good night. Down he goes. 2 more kills on over to Kansas.
Yeah, the 3rd G is called Gatekeep, which is what Mirdas did there, living on 1 HP there after the Requiem. But that shows the power that Galaga can have in this game moving forward. Has the Lost Chapter right now. Once they get on the Leandries, that's a dead Syndra. That changes the entire face of the play there in that 2v3 mid lane skirmish, and that means something completely different. But again, if I am the side of Lakeland, I just want to try to slow the force of this game down. 5k gold differential now at 11 minutes 12, and the second Drake going to them. They want to try to play non-interactive at this point, catch our waves, vibe it out, and really look for picks when they're overextending by trying to be super reactive to everything.
Kansas in return trying to turn this game on into overdrive here. Top lane still nothing new to report there. Maybe we get to see something happen later down the road, but yeah, ultimately, right, that first kill going on over to Miridas has the Ludens now as well. Was able to collect a couple of plates as well from the turret. 3 stacks on the Dark Seal, same for Kares. Rift Herald is going to get dropped in this mid lane. It's up to Miridas to hold for right now, only about half HP remaining. Nothing really to do there. Is going to crash in. That's about all they're going to get though. But still, there's going to be a little bit of golden flux going to the side. Like,
A Golden Flux Deluxe? That's a bit of a pun if I say so myself. Should get Adelantano on Mythic to be able to stay on par. There is 3 stacks on the Dark Seal there for Meridas. Hitting level 11, I think we get a look.
Oh no, hitting level 11, they might just hit the gray screen as well. Get the root onto Online Gamer, has the Chrono Shift available, gets popped, gonna come back, but where you're gonna go, you're gonna flash away, and the ult from Kazekage is not going to find him.
And overall, like, that's a pretty even play. They're going to have to walk away from this tower, though. This tower is belonging to K-State. Lakeland, you have been, it's been repossessed at this point there. That's just another kill. If they're going to try to stand up to it, they might be able to keep it alive, but they're flirting with disaster here as Cares can just go back for the redive, knowing there is no flash on Online Gamer.
Definitely so here, setting up for it. It's getting lower and lower, and you can see Popcorn Par was in his jungle looking to also repossess some of the jungle camps there. Was spotted out though by Meridas, had a feeling that something was going down, has to protect that blue buff at all costs. They are going to drive him out, and ultimately neither side is going to be able to accomplish their goals.
A mid laner at 14 minutes, that's not the jungler's blue buff, that's theirs. So Meridas, making sure. Future investments inbound, but Karis is just going to go in here 1v2 at the moment.
Karis saying, listen, bro, who cares? I want these kills. They're going to take themselves the turret, and they're looking to take everything else on the map. Galaga gets stunned, gets put in the dirt. Yet another kill on over to Hoo Berry, 4-0-1. He's looking real good right now.
He read the handbook, and that was eat, sleep, dive bot, repeat. You can never do anything as a scaling pick. Yeah, like, you can't do anything as a scaling pick like Karthus if you're now down a significant amount of CS, 50 plus, you're down levels, you're down your tower. There's not a whole lot of safe places to really go on the map when you have that threat, other than trying to keep this bot lane right around that tier 2, but that also means you have to concede the next Drake or 2, which already having 2 Drakes on the side of K-State means that the Dragon Soul is going to be a big issue. And when it's a Mountain Drake as well, like a Mountain Soul is not what you want to see if you're a Lakeland fan. You do not want to see that on the side of K-State.
Yeah, I love how right as you say that, we see the double pickup there for the Sunfire as well. So that's like, now you do not want to see that on them. And speaking of the Soul, right, a minute 30 left until this next Drake spawns up. I'm almost certain that'll be Soul Point for K-City if they're able to grab themselves that. And if they keep doing the way they have, they will. Meridas looking to find, oh my God, what did he just do to him, Rektor? He's just gone.
Yes, that was just standard play. Does have
move along.
Yeah, has tier 2 ultimate there, the Power Unleashed, just a full combination. That's what the first strike does. I'm not sure the splinter count on Meridas right now. Should probably be in the ballpark of 60 to 80. So has that upgraded Dark Sphere, as well as on the W has extra true damage. Those two things mixed with the first strike, as you can see, it's very, very potent. Doesn't even have the execute damage yet on the ultimate. So it's only going to get worse from here for anybody in the one-shot range of Meridas.
That was... I'm still trying to wrap my head around what I just witnessed there. My man was just gone, and it really hurts. Gallagher, right? Only now picking up that mask. 0-4-0 on the scaling pick. I mean, we talked about how, obviously, Lakeland wants to slow this game down. Now it really feels like they need to, it's like on YouTube, you need to put it on like 0.25 times speed, honestly, because they need all the time in the world if they want to get back into the thing. I will say, the one saving grace, Popcorn Par was able to pick up that Herald, so at least they don't have to worry about some huge siege coming out from Lakeland, but it's only a small victory in comparison to just the large amount of defeats you've been taking, and we're going to see them dropping in this mid lane so that they can go ahead and contest this drag, not afford A-City to get that Dragon Soul, or the Soul Point, I should say, but Karis going in the back line, huge ult coming through on 4 members, nice knockups as well from Kazekage. Gallagher getting lower and lower, Karis needs to dip for right now. They're gonna let Uberbear free fire though, finds one, Cullen gets dropped, this fight has been sectioned off, the Requiem getting dropped as well, double kill, they'll go 1 for 2 though, at least finding themselves 1 kill. Teemos here as well, but that's about it. They do take out Meridas, but they lose 3 members for it.
And for the side of K-State, they're like, hey, that sounds great to me. We lose our mid laner and we get put on soul point off of the play. And you can just see there's just a wallet diff at this point, right?
Yeah.
You just don't have the gold off of this play. You now have Galaga on a mythic item, which is great to see. You've got the Shirelias now on Online Gamer. But it's just a little too late to try to do these things. So they're going to try to make any aggressive play that they can. If they're trading 3 for 1, hey, that's at least gold getting into our pocket. We're getting a little bit of an infusion of cash, and just try to hold out. Is now the second item complete on Uwu Berry is going the more traditional route with the Gale Force and the Essence Reaver, not having many mana issues there on the champion. But you can just look, the carries are just a little bit off of those 2 to 3 item spikes. Those scaling, bridging picks are coming up to where Mirdus is going to be the main carry going into what will be Soul for them.
Yeah, listen, man, you may see it as we lost 3 members in trade for 1 and a dragon. I see it as we took a couple of stacks off of Mirdus Darksteel. That's the real victor. Who's really laughing at the end of the day?
That's fair. I didn't think about that analytical point. I'm going to add that into my Rolodex of take Jules off ring equal good. As botlane Kazakage is just standing up in Popcorn's face, not carrying his Teemo. Look at that. That's a tank right now. As the Frostfire Gauntlet just lost half their health.
Yep, gonna try and protect this turret with his life. Bit of damage coming out. Has to be careful, though. And those auto attacks, Scout of the Week does come through, but still pretty damn tanky. Not too much, though, that Teemo can do there. Just gonna hold that turret the best ability, but it is going to slowly but surely be forced to back off. As you can see, right, the hover from Kazekage as well. He is here with airs. Gonna throw out this vision. Yeah, look at it. They know they have to forfeit that turret over. There's just nothing that they can do. They can't risk staying, as they will die.
And K-State are really in that position to play out this game in like a 1-3-1 end state. You have Boomix, who's basically uncontested side lane. The best they can do is try to stonewall with Teemo. Meanwhile, Mirda and Uwu Berry can just kind of play either lane they want, and you have these just bodyguards in bot lane Kazekage and Kares who are just like, if you touch one of these guys, we're going to show up and we're going to murder you. It's Galaga. Oh my gosh. It's just one shot.
Beautiful color. No, Barry, come on. You can't hit him with the Karthus emote after you take him out like that. That is disrespect upon disrespect, but a beautiful culling. He's going to go ahead and drop Galaga. And now they're going to look to drop the Baron here as well. Lakeland cannot afford to let this go into their hands, but at the same time, there's just not very much that they can do. Boomix is just going to keep pushing that side lane uncontested. If they allow him to, Online Gamer has to use that Chrono Shift to stay alive, but he's in the middle of 4 other members. He flashes over the wall, gonna escape for now. Karis, meanwhile, on top of Padawan, Tano, and Teemo, trying to get them CC'd up. Popcorn Par looking to go in. Requiem getting dropped down. Here's your first couple of kills, baby. They'll find themselves at least one pick onto Karis. Is it gonna be enough is the question, though. Kazekage flash over the wall, but down goes Popcorn Par, and Boomix is in the fight, and he's looking to make a name for himself. Boom! Down goes Online Gamer. They will find themselves Mirdas, though. Teemo trying to make things happen. Kazekage running for his life. Galaga had that first taste of victory and wants another kill, but can't quite get it. Bot lane Kazekage just barely gonna get out of that one alive. And Lakeland, for the first time in the last 21 minutes, finally find a fight that they can profit from.
And profit they did. Tight corridors, very useful for the side of Lakeland. They're able to get down a layering of CC and really allow for Galaga to get something going there. The biggest thing is they stop the Baron. That's the best. That's the best thing. Even if 4 of you died, but you stop the Baron, that's success. But instead, they're able to do something more than that, showing some signs of life. We've got some items coming through. Okay, Padawan Tano feeling themselves, picking up a Dark Seal of their own. Hopefully they'll get some stacks on it, you know. Right now, they're tied with Mirdas on stacks, so, like, that's another big ups. But overall, the game is still a very hard uphill battle, the 7K gold difference. But you and I just watched a 16K gold difference game on Friday, and that turned out pretty great. They reverse swept the series.
Very, very true. Honestly, it's never over until it's over, and we saw it just there at Lakeland. They finally found sort of the place that they wanted to fight, and were perfectly able to utilize those tight corridors, pick up those picks. It wasn't the cleanest fight. It wasn't the shortest fight, right? You didn't 100-0 anyone like we expected when we first saw their draft. But regardless, they took the W, and that's all that matters. And with this next dragon up in 25 seconds. Now, more than ever, they need to stop this dragon from being taken here by K-City. And K-City already slowly but surely getting control of that river, so it's going to be harder and harder for Lakeland. Popcorn Par, careful, man, don't step too far forward, and they say, never mind, if you don't come to us, we'll come to you. Looking to get on top of them. Orenhorn going to get dropped, not going to find anyone, but forces the flash out from Popcorn Par, and honestly, K-City can just take that.
That's great from the side of Lakeland. A lot of ultimates used there to try to disengage, but they still have a chance on the retake. The dragon is started up, but this is going to be a defining fight no matter what as they try to start to work their way in here.
Popcorn Par, that wasn't the move, bro. Stand united, all you want, down you go. Had that chrono shift, is going to stay alive a little bit longer, cease and desist, but they won't find anything. 2 members down, 3 members down. Requiem getting dropped in a TP as well. They found Padawan flashing over the wall, and Timo trying his damnedest to make anything happen. Is it going to be enough? No, it won't. Boomix looking to run him down, finds the knock-up. Won't quite find the kill. Timo going to be running for his life, but it doesn't even matter. They lose 3 members. They're going to lose the Dragon's soul as well, and K-City says, listen, man, we gave you a chance to breathe. Now we're looking to suffocate you once again. Timo, run, brother. Run as fast as you can. Gets ignited, has the shield, but Scatter their weak will find Timo, and he was deemed unworthy.
That was, you saw what Popcorn Par was going for, right? Get into the back line, deliver Timo there with the stand united, and create some chaos as Padawan Tano's feeling some chaos of their own.
Oh no, the smite comes through, the ulti getting dropped, the stun though on like Gamer, maybe saving Padawan Tano. He owes him your life. He's got to get out of there now. A lot of damage coming through. Popcorn Par is here as well, and this is that angle they were looking for. There to go, those Dark Seal stacks, baby. Thank you very much for those. They'll find themselves 1 pick at the very least.
They find themselves a bit of a pick off of the back of a bit of a chase there, trying to get a dive over the tier 2. But you see what the comp's trying to do right now. They're just a little bit hamstringed by a lack of gold income, by a very volatile early game. Barry now on 3 items complete. Meanwhile, Galaga's still trying to get done with what looks like the Seraph's Embrace. Imagine a different world where Galaga, maybe has a Blighted Jewel, maybe just went straight into more in there. They could have seen some kills off the back end of that fight, not to armchair quarterback, but this is the thing, is this all revolves around Galaga getting out big AoE damage, and that damage just isn't present yet. So it's a little bit of an uphill battle for Popcorn Par and Padawan Tano to try to make up the difference here around these team fights.
Yeah, and I kind of also wish that Galaga had maybe gone for that first strike, sort of just press R, initiate fight route, because you already have so many members here on your team that are going to look to kind of, 100-0 these targets and can really take advantage of lower HP bars. So it would have been really nice to see Galaga, just presses R, they're able to utilize that to initiate fights, and maybe that would have even alleviated a little bit of that, wallet diff that we've been talking about so much, because right now, so much reduced income from the fact that, lane state simply was not playable, and now the fact that Galaga really can't go anywhere without just getting absolutely decimated isn't making anything easier for him.
No, not at all. He did actually get that Void Staff done. Took a little bit of a different route there, but still, nonetheless, 2 items complete on the Karthus. Has a ton of magic pin there between the Void Staff and the boots, and they have sort of a makeshift poke comp, right? And then Timo and Popcorn Par to be able to close the gap to finish off kills. But that needs stability, that needs time around these objectives to get out a lot of these skill shots to be able to poke people down. And thus far, K-State have said, you're not going to get space and timing. We're going to hit you in the face, and we're just going to rush you every time. So it's just been a blitz assault from K-State as they now look around the Baron. Once again, you see some missing pings coming down from Lakeland.
Yeah, and this is honestly, I feel it went exactly as we expected, right? Pre-game, we were talking about how when you look at the stats of K-City, right, constantly, anytime they win, they get that 2-0, it kind of emphasizes, shows you that they do not hold punches, right? They send it right at game 1, right at the gates, and we're seeing exactly that, especially in that bot lane. Hares, he was just down there 24/7 setting up dives or straight up just diving in, eat, sleep, gank, and repeat. And we've been seeing that happening over and over and over again. And it just kind of feels like Lakeland wasn't really prepared for that almost.
Yeah, no, they were caught unaware. They were missing critical information on the bottom side of the map here that's led us to this point where now it's K-State just kind of girl boss and gatekeeping them out of their own red quadrant, trying to get some priority over this, waiting for Boomix to push up on the bot lane, get priority there, not allow Teemo to get anywhere, stop the Stand United to be able to fight this as a straight up 4v4 here around this tier 2.
So unfortunate as well that Teemo just hasn't really been able to ever utilize that. And look, flash still coming. Bit of a delayed flash there for Mirdas. I guess want to be, safe than sorry. But it's just like that, right? The final spark, it really didn't tickle anyone except for Mirdas, because obviously, Mirdas isn't going to be very tanky, but the rest of K-City were just like, okay, yeah, you pressed R, I guess. Nice ult.
Yeah, Kazekage able to mitigate a bit of that with just the shield, but now this means they'll go ahead and start up the Baron Nasher once again. You see Boomix hiding in the fog of war, saying, I might be around, I might be able to TP into the fight, and he is going to TP on the backside here. They're about to get smushed between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, yeah. Round 2, and this time around, Lakeland's got a lot of low HP. Buzz Gallagher got a flash to escape. He needs to run. Popcorn Park says, run, my brothers. I will hold them off. They find themselves 3 kills right off the bat, though. Absolutely annihilated. And the power has truly been unleashed from Mirdas. They find that. They're going to look to keep on doing this Baron, and this time around, Lakeland will not be taking a W around the Baron pit.
No, instead they are going to have to tuck tail and run, and the best thing that we can hope for out of Lakeland is to go ahead and try to get these side lanes pushed out. You can already see top side is going to push out a little bit. If K-State think about it, they can just throw that in, but instead we'll opt not to. So now this is crash control time. If you're a Lakeland fan, if you're a player, just start shoving waves ad nauseum while they're coming off this reset to try to offset these waves so they don't have succinct ways to start up that siege like we talked about before. To be able to play this out essentially as a 1-3-1 and just slowly but surely start taking out these tier 2s, the ones that are left, into the inhibitors to get towards this end game. Should be 20 seconds on the Elder. If there's nothing that's going to end the game besides what's happened so far, it will be the Baron buff and Elder buff put together.
Yeah, I was going to say, right, you already, if it wasn't enough to have to worry about those lane states, right, getting them pushed out so that they don't just crash in, and then, like, you look back at your base and all of a sudden the minions are on your Nexus, it's that Elder Dragon that's up right freaking now as the Ornor getting dropped, and they're looking to send it in. Cares gonna find one knock up. The Cullen gets dropped once again. Chrono shift onto Popcorn Par, who's trying to find something, but he's gone in too deep. Has to dash over the wall, but the Gale Force gonna find themselves 1 pick, and it's not looking good for Lakeland. 2 kills, 3 kills, and with that, once again, Lakeland have to tuck and run, but there's only so far that they can run to. Cares is looking to hunt them down like a bloodhound on the hunt. Teemo just barely escaping that one. That tier 2 gonna keep him alive, but the tier 2 itself won't be living too much longer. Down it goes. Boomix says, screw it, dude. I don't need minions. Let's just take this damn turret out. They find themselves that. They find themselves the inhibitor as well, and they're marching on to the base. It's all up to Teemo, an online gamer, to hold the base, and it's not looking good. He just gets annihilated. To the Shadow Realm you go, and so will both of the turrets. And with that, K-City is gonna go ahead and take game number 1. Are they gonna pad those KDs? They won't even have the time. It's Minions diff, baby.
Minions diff, to say the least. I had a moment there at the end, Popcorn Par going in with the Chrono Shift and just running at the enemy team like, somebody please kill me. Please
like,
pop
please,
this.
just kill me, please.
Yeah. And 90% of the time in any of your solo queue games, that would have happened, but you could see just the discipline from K-State in every one of these fights, that they've only had a few instances where they're over pushing their leads. We talked about how vicious Cares is on the bottom side of the map. Tower diving not once, not twice, 3 times, and every one of those were only successful for them. There was no kills traded back. No way that Galaga was even allowed to play the game thus far, and just became a non-factor, which is something you have to applaud K-State for recognizing the win condition of Lakeland and saying, we're just not going to let you do it. It's just not going to happen. And they kept that in mind the entire game, and just really well played, showing why they are 4-1 at this point.
Yeah, at this point, like, I'm about to just whip out a shirt that just says, eat, sleep, dive, repeat. Send it on over to Karis, because he absolutely earned that shirt. I mean, just back to back to back. And even when it didn't work out, he was just kind of around that area, clearing vision. Or he just had Kage go into the jungle, clear out vision, and make it seem like maybe they're looking to set something up. And it was honestly, it was beautiful, right? Boomix in the top, he was like, listen, bro, I'm going to just be big chilling. Y'all do what y'all got to do. I'm going to make sure that we got top on lock. He made sure that Teemo was never able to use that stand united to even try and assist in those dives. And it was just a masterclass, honestly. I think that's just the best word for it.
Yeah, no, masterclass for sure. And the question becomes for Lakeland is like, going into game 2, backs up against the wall. If they go over to the blue side, they've got options. We see there was a lot of things that kind of got banned out in rotations. A lot of stuff in this first draft that was really pressed towards the jungle. You had a Fiddlesticks and Olaf ban, both from the side of K-State over to Lakeland. You see Udyr, Belvath, Kane, Kindred, all of these different champions banned out. That's a lot of emphasis put on making sure these junglers are uncomfortable. So I'd be really interested to see if Lakeland gets over to the blue side. They had, I think, a pretty good idea in the solo lanes and even the jungle. If they're able to shore up the bot lane a little bit, have something that has early game agency, that is able to withstand some of the care from cares there in the early game, this could be a hot series.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, you heard it here first, what they got to do from Regdominus himself. We'll have to wait and see if they can implement just that, as we're going to throw it to a quick break. And when we're back, we're going to draft for game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too.
All right, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still here, Rector's still here, and the rest of the two teams. And now listen, Rector, we've answered the question, does Kansas have Wi-Fi? Yes, they do. We've answered, do they have hands? Yes, they do. But do they have the willpower and the determination to get the second game is the final question. Because if they can grab themselves this win, they'll close out the best of 3 series. But if Lakeland can take it, then they still have yet another chance. And my question to you, Rector, do you think Lakeland has what it takes?
What if I just say no? Like, what if I just like, nah, man?
Then
Lakeland's
we move
done.
on to the next point faster than
GG, go
anticipated.
next. No. Yeah. No, I think Lakeland has ways to play the game, and a lot of that has to be with the fact that a bot lane has to find some sense of just stability. We're not looking for A+ performance. We're looking for C's get degrees here for Lakeland's bot lane. Just mitigate the dive, mitigate your losses in lane, and that equals success. If you just go neutral with what has been the aggressive bot lane, if they run back the Lucian Braum, if you can just go even into them, then you're doing phenomenal and you're in much better place. But if you're down one item around the 15 to 18 minute mark, well, no, you're just back on the pain train. We've seen what that is. Cares just going wherever he pleases like he's Dr. Mundo.
Exactly right. It really did. I think you pointed out perfectly during the cast. It just felt like a bit of a misread, right? That you see this very aggressive bot lane centric team coming out, and then you decide to pick the Karthus into it, who needs that time to get into the position that he wants to be in, the Zillion as well. And we saw how it turned out, right? Cares is just like, oh, you need to scale. A, who cares? B, who asked? I didn't. Goodbye, you're dead, and now bot lane belongs to us.
Yeah, but then that's the thing, though, is the rest of the map, if they're able to neutralize, if they're able to clip the wings on Barry and just make him stay on the ground and not fly away, then you saw stability elsewhere on the map.
Yeah.
Did Boomix got a little bit of an advantage in lane, but it's Orin. Congratulations. It was a tank versus tank matchup. It happens, but they're both tanky. They both frontline. You know what I mean? And mid was also very well contested. The one lane we saw with volatility that did go towards the side of Lakeland more times than not. So if they are able to just hem up the bot lane a little bit, then yeah, this could be very impressive. But if K-State is able to bury their way through the bot lane again, then it just probably ends up being a 2-0 series.
Yeah, and I mean, it was so unfortunate because we saw as well that Lakeland, right, they knew kind of what the game plan was, right, what kind of terrain they need to look for if they want to win those fights. And we saw it as well during that first Baron take. They were able to turn that fight around incredibly well, come out incredibly far ahead from it. But it just felt like that it was too big of a wallet diff at that point already. And it's like, sure, you know, you came out ahead and you got a couple of shutdowns here and there, but it's not much in the grand scheme of things. And they just kept falling further and further and further behind. And it felt like it was just one bandage on like a huge gashing wound that they're still bleeding out from.
Yeah. But something I am interested in is going to be the jungle. Because, like you said, nobody was moving around like they were lost. At no point in times that it looked like Popcorn Par was just like, Pepe hands, what do I do? They always seemingly had a plan, and I would like to see that be a bit more proactive. If you have something in the mid lane like a Lux that has push and now can work in tandem with Popcorn and make these invades. If you're playing against another like Cares special, like a Zac again, go fight him. Go walk into the jungle and punch him in the mouth. And when you have a Vi, or when you have some of these things that we saw banned out in the prior games that are these fighters, yeah, just go invade Zac, take his resources. We know he's low econ, but if you get inside of like his OODA loop, right, his orient, observe, decide, act thought process in the game, and you start messing with it, well, you turn his brain into scrambled eggs, and now these bot lane dives don't happen because he doesn't have any farm on the bottom side of the map. And you create a split map situation that kind of pushes him away from his comfort zone and away from this priority lane. That would be great to see, and I think it's possible with what Lakeland has in their hands.
Yeah, listen, man, Rector out here advocating for maximum violence, and I love to hear it. That's exactly what I want to see, right? Get in there and mess Cares up. Do not allow him to make anything happen. I think one crucial thing, though, that Lakeland is going to have to watch out for is vision denial, because we saw just the amount of, forward-placed vision that was coming out, especially from K-State, right? Sure, Lakeland also tried to do that, but constantly, right? You saw that Kazakage, right? Always in that side of the jungle, always putting down that vision, clearing out vision, making sure that they constantly have eyes on that jungle and that at all times, Lakeland has no clue what's going on in their own jungle.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that will be the question again. We've kind of gone over a lot of pieces here, but bot lane stability, we love to see it. Aggressive jungling, go punch Cares in the mouth. And then finally, like you said, keeping vision control in their hands because they had an awesome level 1 that we saw from the red side to keep out any early invades and know what was going on the bot side of the map. Those are all just phenomenal. I think the last thing is get Teemo involved. If you can, find a better way for him to be able to play out the game because he did have that stand united, but we only got to see it maybe 2 or 3 times cast, and each one of those was a little too far gone to where they got executed before it came through, and it wasn't able to be very proactive. Hopefully so, is going to see something a bit more push oriented, or at least something that can play off of priority a bit more. It does look like we aren't going to be able to show the draft, but we can at least talk about it, I think, especially for the side of Lakeland, because they did get the Twitch Lulu bot lane, and they're laning again into the Lucian Braum. And that is volatile. That is just a counter peg waiting to explode, and the questions could be is which, flip a coin, which is going to be heads.
Yeah, and honestly, I like that so much because you said it yourself, right? Even if you're just going neutral in the bot lane, right? That's already a huge step up in comparison to game number 1. If you can get ahead of KSU's bot lane, that's even better. And then you really are able to just, like you said, clip off the wings of Uwuberry, make sure he can't do anything. But I'm a little worried because I'm seeing the Zach got locked in for Cares once again.
Yeah, but they listen. I don't want to say they listen to me, but they listen to something. They got Kane. Lakeland has Kane. If there's a champion we just watched tank jungler into Kane at Worlds, and you saw what Canyon was able to do, and I'm not saying Popcorn is Canyon by any means, but Popcorn's smart. Popcorn knows that they can do this early invade on Kane, use the Shadow Step, and get in there and just beat the crap out of Cares to start getting your form early on.
Up is what I'm hearing, man. And I was there for that Worlds game too, but it was awesome to watch what Kane can do early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing I just want to make clear is K-State, please do not send me a cease and desist. I'm not actually saying to beat up Cares in real life, but his character in the game, however, yeah, let's go beat this guy up, go find him level 2, and just play in his face. When you have that priority, especially in the mid lane, because the mid lane matchup is going to be Orianna for Lakeland into Azir. That's a pretty skill-based matchup. But Orianna, after the first recall, I believe, should be able to get the shove into Azir. And that's what you want to see. Orianna maybe not matching up with Kane especially well as that 2v2 sort of invade buddy, as opposed to a Sylas. But nonetheless, you have priority in the mid lane. You have ways to play out the game, and you've got the jungler that I think you're going to need to take care of Cares.
Yeah, listen, man, the casters want to punch Cares in the mouth. All of Lakeland want to punch Cares in the mouth, and now they've got the chance to do that because, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the rift for game number 2. If you look at that little white blotch there next to oh my God, KSU, excuse me. You can see that they have picked up game number 1, which means that in this best of 3 series, they only need one more game to close this thing out, while Lakeland have their backs against the wall. They have to win 2 games back to back if they want to take the W here. But already, I'm liking their chances a lot more here when I'm looking at their draft in comparison to game 1, Rector.
Yeah, huge fan. We are running back the top lane matchup, which again, we want Teemo to be more proactive. Get that level 6. Get that stand united and move your way across the map. I get it. You're going to lose something on the top side for it. This is the nature of a cross-map play, but get Teemo involved early on, especially you've got the secret agent Galaga Twitch. Make him go in there and just start taking some kills early on, and that would be wonderful to kind of get the ball rolling for the side of Lakeland in this all-important game number 2.
Yeah, and honestly, when you're going up into the Ornn, I feel you can give something over in that top lane, and it won't make the biggest difference in the world, right? You know, if you can get Galaga ahead, spraying, praying into the massive can just shred through any of that armor that Boomix can put up, or maybe you even get something onto Popcorn Par, who is assumingly, seeing as he has Conqueror going for that red form, you've got that percentage health damage, can also look to just shred through these tanks. And so overall, it's fine if you have to give something over top lane. Just make sure that you're getting ahead in some of these lanes.
Yes, exactly. And you can already see from these early movements is that you've got a solo start for Kayn, who's finishing up this red buff now. And in turn, you've got Carrots up on the top side on his Raptors going down to the bottom sector. So again, we've got Cares going where? He's pathing towards bottom. We know what this means for them as they're starting to get pushed in. The question is going to be, especially with that Lulu with the polymorph available, if that's able to help turn this around if they do once again find themselves in a get dive, go 0-2, and then feel like their lane is over situation. It feels like they have a little bit more tools along the way to circumvent that. This Boomix is actually taking a pretty bad trade up here on the top side.
Yeah, indeed it is. And I'm honestly a little surprised that Popcorn Par opted to path his way on top, as I feel like he would be expecting that, you know, Cares is going to honestly just look to run it back. I mean, hell, they have the same bot lane and the same jungle from game one. So what's stopping you from just doing what you did in game number one? Once again, obviously, you're going to have to be a little bit more careful, right? Galaga and Online Gamer are going to do a bit more damage in comparison to what they had in game number one. But regardless, if you could just run it back, things are going to be looking good for you.
Yeah, and that's the worry that we have here. You can also see that there was some sort of late ward down there on the bottom side. You can see the vision right around the Krugs to just double check for the side of K-State, but we get that one up there in the tri-brush now for the side of Lakeland to make sure, hey, we know that a dive's not coming at least from that angle from the Zac, but you can see Kayn now is like going across into the top quadrant to get that vision down, and this is really what I want to see more from Popcorn Par, is invading the enemy jungle, taking resources away from Care, who's just waiting. This is about to be a 2v2 here in the mid lane. They don't know it yet.
Yep, now they do, though. Looking to go and send it on in. A little bit of damage coming through, but they're just not where they were in game number one. Like to see, regardless, though, Cares, right, realizing something's going to be going down here. I'm going to just chill, wait to see. And now, obviously, they have that info that Popcorn Par is going to make his way on down as he's going to clear out these camps as they look to respawn. So overall, just good intel has been up.
And it looks like the bot lane of K-State maybe looking to get a little bit of an invade in here, is going to get some vision down around that red buff. And that's what you said. Kazekage, man goes where he pleases, getting that down, trying to keep eyes on this Kayn. Kayn has to interact with champions, has to punch people in the face to get this red form that's going to be needed in this game to be able to play. But once again, much more stable lane state for the side of Lakeland and the whole Rift thus far, with just a little 300 gold difference now as the first Drake is on the Rift.
Yeah, and we talked about how vision denial is going to be super crucial. Look at the top jungle over in Lakeland's side, right? 2 wards already in there. They're making sure that they can keep eyes on Popcorn Par at all times, because it's like you said, Rector, he needs to interact with these champions, wants to get up in their face and do some damage. You can't do that, though, if everyone knows where you're coming from at all times.
Well, absolutely. He does have that Oracle Lens now on Popcorn Par, as Padawa is going to be the first one to hit that level 6. To try to sweep out some of this vision. Still going to get spotted out, but maybe able to double back. Do some intricate things here in the jungle. A little bit of mental gymnastics to offset that vision. But it will be important as we move on, is going to be that Orianna Shockwave in conjunction with Popcorn Par. That could be the wombo combo that they need to help turn some of these fights. They have a lot of tools here, and thus far, keeping this stability is what we love to see, because K-State's basically their composition is the same thing as before. They have an early game carry down to the bot lane, flip out, the Syndra for the Azir. You have a late game carry in the mid lane, and then you just have a tank top side. So with them knowing this is the same game as the last one, they've already taken some notes and strides here in that early game stability to be able to better fight the mid game for the side of Lakeland.
Yeah, and I mean, not only do they just have that late game skilling coming out from Mirdas, they also have this time around, it's not that sort of, one target threat coming out this time around. It's a whole team threat, right? Mirdas, with that Emperor's Divide, can just look to put your entire team in this just terrible position and then just let Uwu Berry and the rest of the gang just absolutely clean house.
No, absolutely. But that's the big difference is that Mirdas before on Syndra, there's a lot of bursts in that. Whereas now you're looking at an auto attack style champion, has the redirect with that Shurima shuffle into the Emperor's Divide, but takes a lot more time to be able to set up and actually do things. So maybe not harmed as much for maybe those missteps, but also they're going to have to think very closely depending on the mythic choice. If it is that Crown of the Shattered Queen, has a little bit more durability to be able to go in there and make those snap judgments. But if they go the Ludens or the All Injuries route, still very squishy and very easy to blow up if Mirdas makes the wrong call early on.
Speaking of making calls here, ASU opted to call to grab this dragon. Looking to run it back from game number 1, stacking those drags. Ward does go down though. Popcorn Par is there. A lot of level 6s are up on the board here, especially for Popcorn Par. Will have that Umbral Trespass. Still lacking it on Galagan Online Gamer, but I'm curious to see if they look to start something up here. Ward getting dropped over the wall, and now it's only a matter of time. The mid laners moving on over as well. Gonna pull the dragon out somewhat. Opposites top lane things, but there we go. Dragon is getting lower. Care is not quite going to find the knockup. Dragon on 800 HP. Culling gets dropped to look to zone them back a little bit. Dragon reset there for a second, but it's going to go into the hands of KSU. Popcorn Par not going to find the steal, but he will still escape with his life.
Yeah, and just very indecisive from the side of Lakeland of how they actually wanted to approach. They sat on the backside of the pit for so long until the dragon was nearly down to 1800 health. And, you know, maybe a little bit of worry. They didn't have K-State's bot lane on vision, so they didn't know where they were. So afraid to pull the trigger, ends up in just, you know, an exchange of the Drake or nothing. And that's okay, I think. But there's a bit of a bot lane differential in CS coming up once again, about 25 to the side of Uwu Berry here as opposed to Galaga. And scaling does matter, but Galaga looking to go towards that Blade of the Ruined King first item, not just the traditional all crit build. We'll have to see how that will pay off for him, especially down here in this bot lane.
So we've seen though what can happen if Uwu Berry is allowed to get ahead. Doesn't look pretty for Galaga, but we'll have to wait and see as to what's gonna go on down there, as once again they're still just stuck under their turret. I don't feel like we have seen Galaga and All-In Gamer ever get to push on over to ASU's turret here, as Karis is here once again. Mirdas on his way down as well, gonna wait for that vision to be cleared, and it's not looking good. I see a dive in the future of Lakeland's bot lane here. Popcorn Par is there waiting in the bush though. They know what's coming. They're prepped for it, looking to send it, find the knockup, find the damage, find the stun, find the kill as well. First blood gonna go into the hands though of Mirdas. And very nice Shurima shuffle gonna get dropped there. That poison taking low into Kazakage though. He's got to get out of there, but Teemo is here and he'll find himself the first pick. They're gonna turn this thing around possibly. Uwu Berry picking up a second here. They will find themselves a lot of damage, but is it gonna be enough? The passive of Karis, they're gonna get the kill though, and so overall they'll go 2 for 2.
Yeah, very well played. That TP, like we said, we want to get Teemo involved. Able to come down there and help turn this around. Was a bit of an odd piece where Lakeland actually walks away from their tier 1, maybe to say like, okay, if we walk away, maybe they'll just leave us be. But then, you know, Karis doesn't care. He's going to send it no matter what. So they didn't have that silent 6th member of the tier 1 tower there helping put out some of that damage, but nonetheless, really great counterplay from the side of Lakeland, getting their top laner down there, being able to trade 2 for 2, and once again, Popcorn Par able to get more of those orbs.
Oh my god, what did he just do to him, dude? He just hit him with the 1-2. We want Karis to get punched in the mouth, not our boy Online Gamer. Nothing he can do, gets stunned up, too much damage comes out, and another kill onto Uwu Berry and Regdor. We've seen this before, man.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a little different. You know, it's like the remix, like the studio version. It's not exactly the same, but it's kind of the same. But it is the power of the Braum Lucian, able to get those concussive blows off so quick with the Vigilance passive. And yeah, you just stepped up a little too far, and Gamer dead here in the bot lane. But once again, at this point in the last game, this was already a 3 or 4K gold differential. They're now keeping it within 2. It does look as though there's a lot more priority over this Herald on the top side, as Karis is just going to pick that up.
Yep. Gonna grab that, looking to get on out the taunt coming through, but gonna hop over the wall. Nothing they can do there as Online Gamer and Galaga finally get some breathing room. They finally get to step out of lane, get to step a little bit forward. Look like maybe that roam coming on into this mid lane here. The rotate coming through. Now just gonna place down some vision here deep into the jungle and turn back to their.
And you can see the thought process here as bot lane Kazekage is gonna get.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a
okay.
shockwave.
Getting dropped in a double knockup. I don't want to see top lane right now, observers. I need to see what's going out bot lane, but it's just gonna be a trade. And Kazekage does manage to somehow, some way escape. We don't get to know how. It'll be a mystery forever, but regardless, he gets out of that one alive. Drag is up in 40 seconds though, so no surprise, both of these teams looking to set down that vision, looking to get control of the river as they need to grab themselves this dragon. Obviously, Lakeland wants to make sure that no dragon stacking occurs, and Boomstick taking the short stick of the trade here, but not gonna find anything there at the end of the day. Just gonna clear out some more vision, get ready for this drag.
Yeah, wonderful trade up there on the top side. Loving that Teemo in this second round of the matchup is able to find a lot more damage here and be able to play the matchup just a bit better. You're starting to see some of the cracks of the Lulu since the nerfs back on 12-17 or 12-18 kind of come to fruition here, and that is a lot less damage. Every time they try to go to step up and trade, they're getting answered back very redundantly, and you can only polymorph one target. But as soon as those concussive blows are down, it's kind of all she wrote at that point. So they're going to have to be very particular about how they're going to approach this, as Harold's going to get dropped in the mid lane.
Lakeland needs to answer this drag being taken. Harold getting dropped as well, trying to find the steal, but won't find it. And Popcorn might pay the price here. Umbral Trespass, but they're just going to lead him deeper into the enemy team. So much healing coming out, but down he goes. Uwu Barry says, call me Uwu Carry, because I'm about to start doing that now.
Too good. Oh, I can't take it. That was great. The Uwu carry named Barry is very scary at this point.
Ooh,
now
I like
3-0. Yeah, I know. I just had to one up it, but it's kind of rough because Popcorn Par's going in all by themselves. There's no backup. And so the Umbral Trespass, even though it's buying time, it's just like, nobody's there. Operator, please press 0. And then you just get hung up on around these objectives. And that's not what they need. Popcorn Par needs this team to play around him, hitting these 3-man knockups, getting a lot of damage down, but there is no follow-up thus far.
No, there is none indeed. Murdas here. Okay, hold on now. You got a little bit, getting a little antsy there. I guess that was just like to show dominance, but maybe it was the bait because Karis is here too. Padawan Tano had a bit of tunnel vision there, was trying to get that kill. He's gonna be able to get out of that one alive though. Just a little bit of nerve wracking here left and right. Nothing too much gonna come out of that one. But yeah, you're looking at the old differential, only around 3K, right? But you look on who it is. Ooh, Barry. We've seen it before. When he gets fed, when he gets ahead, he becomes a bit of a menace. Has that Gale Force, has the Sheen, has the boots. He's got the tools for the job.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that they've consistently been able to find leads in the bot lane in this series, and that has taken pressure off the rest of the map to just kind of vibe it out and be able to naturally scale into their role because the Lucian is accelerated. They have the ability to stack Drakes early on. They always have the Dragon win con as a condition for them, and then in turn able to spread that across the map into the Baron at the post 20-minute mark. And that's what we should expect from them again. Continue to abuse the bot lane, continue to widen the chasm between these two marksmen, and then turn that into the Dragon win soul, or win con rather.
Yeah. So, and speaking of win cons, gold is always a good win con to have there. Just get as much money as you can, and they're going to collect themselves a nice little paycheck, taking out that not top lane, bot lane tier 1. Top lane tier 1 is looking pretty damn low too, but it's still going to be a little bit of time before that falls, and just more and more gold is being shoved over to Uwu Barry as now Umix looking to find something here. Getting Teemo low, has a lot of these minions, should be able to take out this turret, just give it a couple of slaps, but not going to opt to. Doesn't want to risk getting taunted under the turret. Just going to have to give respect on over.
Yeah, I definitely, that's good discipline. Don't want to end up under a tower with Shen, just like you don't want to tower dive an Ornn. Both of them are pretty scary in a tower fight there. But really great. We're going to see just the rotation of the bot lane up to the top side, then Boomix down to the bottom. Be able to try to play around this second Rift Herald coming up by using the gold advantage as Kazakage is just going to walk up and throw this concussive blows on.
Yep. Looking to find the stun there, and they will find it indeed. So much damage coming out. The culling gets dropped. Block all this. No, you cannot. And a kill. Gonna go on over to Cares. Gonna be able to clear out this minion wave and grab that turret as well. That man was a tank, no more.
That man was supposed to be a tank, and you saw it took a little bit extra, but using the Gale Force plus the dash on Barry was able to give them some room.
Some kind of crossplay going on. The Orin Horn gonna get dropped. They want revenge. Are they gonna find it though? They will indeed, unless Boomix with the flash, able to escape. Popcorn Par can't find him, but at the very end, the orb. It's looking like it hit my screen is frozen, so I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure he's dead.
No, we're in the same spot.
We don't get to know. We don't get to know. I need to know. Did he survive?
I just imagine it going to like a gray scream and going da-da-ba-ba-ba, and then like we'll find out next week. Man, so right now in the game state, it is once again K-State favorite, able to use that bot lane, move it over to the top side to start pressuring that tier 1 tower around the Rift Herald. But it looks as though Lakeland may be finding themselves a little bit of a hook on the other side in order to kind of even up this cross-map play.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need, right? And they've shown that they can make these cross-link things happen, right? Because we saw, especially in game 1, over and over, they were able to secure that Rift Herald every single time that Karis was in that bot lane, right? He was constantly hovering around there, and so Lakeland's like, okay, for that, we'll get a lot in this top side. Obviously, it was a little too late, and this time around, it's looking like it's going to become that same story if Lakeland can't pick it up, but regardless, a little something is always better than nothing.
No, exactly. If you're able to make the cross map play, you're not going to be able to trade up, but you can at least trade even. And I think that's the biggest thing is Lakeland showed the ability at points to hold on. If they can hold them to that 2 or 3K gold lead, if they can hold them to that sort of like new sense of normal, that creates a great environment for the Twitch to be able to scale into the game, for the Orianna to scale into the game. Kane, I don't believe, has the form just yet. And those are like the 3 checklist items you want. 2 items on Orianna, 2 to 3 items on Twitch. Kane with form. Now we can do something with this game. So if they're able to just keep that gold deficit around the same mark, then they're doing pretty great.
Yeah, I mean, we saw even without her how much just healing was coming through during that dragon fight, right? You showed us how much sustain is in the kit of Kane, but gonna have to wait a little bit as we're looking to get things fixed up and get back into game. I just want to know if Orin survived. That's that's my main prerogative right now. I don't care if the game's over. I don't care. I just want to see if my boy Orin, if Boomix got out or not.
That's really feels bad. But it did look like the Orianna ball was destined for greatness there and was going to get the kill. But it's just so close that I don't know. And it's going to keep me up at night, actually.
It is, honestly. If we don't get to know what happened, I'm not going to be able to sleep soundly. But yeah, overall, things are still looking in Kansas State's favor. Lakeland, though, they're not out of it yet. It's not over till it's over, and there's definitely still some opportunities for them to get back into this thing. But it's a lot of steps that they got to take, Rector. A lot of steps.
No, yeah, it's definitely a lot of steps indeed here as we work through a little bit of a technical issue. That's why we're watching the Gromp right there. I think it's going to be very interesting because, like we said, this is what seems to be a pretty senior team from the side of K-State. And so far, they've shown that they know how to play one style. And this is a little bit outside of the game in general, but just a thought process moving forward is, do they have another style? Is it all in on Barry? Is that the only way we win the game? Or are they going to be able to play out this game differently in the future if they are pressed in these best of 5s?
Yeah, that is a very good question because you look at the games they've played so far, right? 2-0, 2-0, as we keep mentioning. It's so far, we're seeing that exact same thing look to come to fruition. And other teams, right? Other not necessarily better teams, but simply teams who are able to adapt a bit better are going to understand that. And then question is, obviously, can Kansas State bring out something new and surprise them? Or is it really like you just said, right? Just give everything we've got to Barry and make sure he's got what it takes. Make sure he can carry us through the rest of the game.
Yeah. And you saw this a lot with like teams like Rogue in a best of 1 format, or even T1 in the LCK in the regular season formats, where they're not really forced to adapt or try new things because they just get best of 1 wins, and there's no reason to adapt because nobody can play our game better than us at the present time. And I think that's a very important piece as we talk about how teams build and grow, K-State included, is can they play more than one style when they're pressed for it? Can they actually adapt in the draft? And it makes me think that there's like certain values of that around because, I mean, you saw Kindred getting banned out, Udyr, Elveth, some more carry style junglers that may be in the pocket of cares. So maybe he just plays Zach for fun. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be the burning question because sooner than later, once we start, moving out of these groups, you are going to have to adapt. Once you start facing these teams from these other groups that are, at the top of the board, they're at the top of their game. You're not going to get away with doing the same thing each and every single game. So it is going to be curious as we're getting closer and closer to getting back into the game, but we still have a little bit of time. Regdor, I think Lakeland can get this thing back. A lot of things that they have to do, obviously, we talked about some of the things that they need to get done if they want to get back into this, but do you think it's too late for them to already come back, or is there still hope? Is there still a chance?
No, there's definitely still a chance. There's always a chance. Like I said, after I watched a 17K goal deficit turn around for the opposite team and win, I always think there's a chance in a game. And the bleeding hasn't gotten too far. Even though Barry is a ways out there, we're looking at the style of build that he does, and it is that Essence Reaver into IE. So still incredibly short range, but good burst. And that's going to mean that he doesn't have the ability to pick up a lot of those kills until he's already exposed himself to danger. And we see a tankier Red Cane coming into the game that still does a ton more damage than Vi on 2 to 3 items, plus a hyperscaling Twitch and the Orianna means that there's more chances that Barry finds himself in a position he's not supposed to be in. If they're not able to actually get the kill, he could find himself on gray screen in the process.
Yeah, not a place that you want to find yourself. As I'm getting word, we're just about ready to go back in, finalizing a few things here and there to get back onto the Rift. I'm getting excited, man. I want to know what these two teams, where are they at right now? Are things looking good? Are things looking bad? Hell, for all we know, we're coming back and Kansas State is just in Lakeland's base, or maybe Lakeland is in their base. Who knows? Maybe we've been cursing them this whole time, Regdor.
I assume that if I'm talking about a team, I have cursed them in some way. Maybe it's like the monkey paw thing where it's like, yeah, you will win this game, but you're going to lose the next 6 because Regdor talked about you. I haven't got to see a lot of the same teams repetitively here in NECC because there is such a wide pool. So maybe I need to go do a checkup on the teams we have casted before just to see if they're still around.
Yeah, have like a flyer go through. Like, if Regdor's casted your games, how many have you won after that? How many have you lost? Get like a questionnaire going. See how many people have lost in a row after we've casted them.
That could be bad for us. They're like, listen, if Regdor's casting, if Echo's casting, please just don't. Just don't. We're good. We'll just stay at home.
Reschedule your next couple of games because you just got that bad juju if we casted you in this one game.
Listen, I like to think that I not only give great critiques, and so does Echo, but we're also here for your development. We like to care about you as we do get back into the game.
No way.
There's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot going down here that needs to kind of get back, and it's not looking like he died, dude. I'm not seeing a kill on the side of Lakeland, but I'm seeing a triple kill for the very scary Barry Carey, and you'd better be wary if you're in the jungle or anywhere on the map because he's coming for you.
That's a lot. That is 11-0 now on Barry here. We fast forward to the 22-minute mark. The question of whether or not Ornn lived, I think Ornn has 1 death. He didn't die. He didn't die earlier from when we watched. And there's 2 kills on Orianna. So Padawan, I like to think that orb landed. That's how I'm gonna write this narrative.
That's fair. Yeah, the kill feed is probably just still needs to update there. So we're gonna assume he probably did go down. Rest in peace. As everything is everything's getting back, everything's updating, but it's not looking like they're implementing the steps that we talked about, Regdor. It's not looking too hot right now.
No, the gap indeed has widened. It's just that 3 items now on Barry, who's looking rather scary, as we said before. Meanwhile, we've got 1.5. Looks like we're going towards a Runons for Galaga. So at this point in the game, that hyperscaler has been set behind, like we talked about. And so it's going to have really tough trying to get through Ornn, trying to get through Zach. Karis and Boomix are massive blokes at this point in the game, and they're looking at this dragon coming up here in the next minute and 30-something seconds, and that, you know, could be the decider on top of the Baron buff that's already on top of them.
Yeah, they're big lads for sure. It's gonna take a lot to get through them, especially Karis, right? Popping that ulti, keeping you knocked up that you can't even do any of that damage to try and take them out in the first place, as they are just marching into their base right now. Tier 2 in the spot lane has been taken out now as well. Slowly but surely, Lakeland's defenses are crumbling. The Baron empowered minions are sieging up here as well, looking to do some more damage. They can't even pull up to try and take out that empowered cannon minion, because they know if they do, they're just gonna get shredded to bits. They have to wait for the turret to take out these first couple of minions, but that just means that the turret loses so much HP.
Yeah, not only that, but they're continuing to work the mid and top lane at the same time. So you can see they're trying to make a decision. Where do we defend? What do we do? And in the process, they're going to lose both in the long game, as Boomix just continues to kind of walk between the two until they can find the good engage that they want. As Karis did step a little forward there, but like we said, he's a big boy. 2 items.
Find themselves a third turret. Cullen getting dropped as well here onto Popcorn Par, able to go through the wall there. Escape most of the damage that could have been lethal, but with one turret and an inhibitor, now they're moving right on to the next, and there's just nothing that Lakeland can do. That turret gonna eat the dirt as well, and they're looking to get that inhibitor as well. Definitely do want to be careful, don't want to risk anything, but it's just, they're just too damn big. They're just too damn tanky. In the top lane, Timo at least gonna grab that turret, gonna look to take it out, but now we see the pings for this next dragon that's up.
This next dragon is going to be, looks like an ocean, maybe soul for the game.
I'm gonna assume it's soul, yeah. Probably
yeah, we're, you know what, guys, this is kind of like a write your own story at this point. This is going to be the ocean soul for the side of
Yeah,
K-State.
and it's gonna be a dead popcorn as well. We're having popcorn for the movie tonight, Regdor. As he goes down, that's no smite available, and that's no drag for the side of Lakeland, as they have to back off. Nothing they can do there. Another dragon secured, and it was soul indeed, because now the Elder is up in 6 minutes.
Not only that, that's ocean soul for the double tank top side of the side of K-State, and this just makes what's going to be that eventual like in-game siege even harder, because you have just so much of this region from the ocean soul to just stay in the fight, to take a step back, refill, refit, and then refreshed come back in to look for those kills. And that elongated fight kind of always is going to favor K-State at this point. It's really how much of a fight can Lakeland put up here in the closing moments.
Yeah, not only all that regen, you've got all that damage coming out as well from Uwu Berry, right? 12-0. Just received that upgraded mythic item as well. Those ornaments coming through, just gonna make them pump out so much more damage, right? Has this the Essence Reaver is gonna hurt like hell. The IE is gonna hurt. Everything's just gonna hurt like hell. I think he's building the Bloodthirster next, man.
Yeah, no, he is on one at this point. Going to be very hard to kill Barry in any of these team fights with what has been such a great just team fight composition coming out from K-State. Able to split the map and continue to be safe, because they just have a 4-man murder ball. Karis is eventually on the way, has 2.5 items. They're just kind of slowly inching their way forward to the enemy nexus here. And this has all been off the back of those advantages they found on the bot side of the map, stacking up these straights and getting us to the point we're at today.
Hey, listen, Twitch chat, if Lakeland ever needed your support, now is the time. You gotta find some emote to spam to support them, because it's not looking good for them right now. Karis going in deep here with an engage, gonna find a lot of knockups, and they're gonna find their first pick for Barry. Looking for 2 here. He's just free firing onto Timo. They find 2, and they're gonna look to try and find 3 here as well. They find him as well, a triple. They're gonna find the turrets too, and it's looking to me like KSU is looking to find game number 2. First turret goes down, flash forward from Barry. He finds himself a quadra. Will my man get the penta? Padawan's not gonna give it without some sacrifices. Question is, are they willing to do it? They are. They're looking to send it. Can they give it to him? It's gonna be close, but he won't find it. Gonna go gold. That's a W in my book. At least he doesn't get the penta. You still get to lose with some honor. And with that, KSU takes game number 2, and they take the series.
That feels bad.
Yeah, it really does.
You always give the penta. You always give the penta. But penta aside, we've said about 6 different versions of this that Barry is scary on the Lucian. Consistently, him and bot lane Kazakage finding these advantages, and Kara's playing around it so extremely well that it's a bot-centric meta. They have a bot-centric team. These are like, it's like peanut butter and chocolate. We got Reese's Cups. They're going brazy because that's the best thing. And yeah, that's what it's made of. Peanut butter, chocolate.
Yeah, I thought you were going for the peanut butter and jelly, and I was like, wait, what? Like, what's he going for? But
no,
honestly, much better. Much better combo, honestly. Peanut butter and chocolate. But I'm glad the game is over because I was running out of words to rhyme with Barry, man. It's like I was about to pull up Google and like, listen, I need some words that rhyme because I'm running out. Please help. But yeah, I mean, I can't say masterclass anymore because we've used it too much this series. But it is what it is, right? I mean, Barry was that guy. Did not care. He was that guy in the jungle making things happen. Right, Boomster as well in the top. They were that guy. Kazakage was that guy, and they just overall they understood the assignment perfectly. They knew what they had to do at all times, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely, and well fought from the side of Lakeland. You could see there's signs of life, there's signs of goodness in the top side of the map. It's just sadly the mismatch. It's like we've said before. When you find that mismatch in the lane assignments, especially in the first game, you're able to expose it even harder in the second. So a bot differential does happen on occasion, but they definitely have a ways to swing back, sitting, I believe, at 2 and 3 in their series thus far. So a lot of good movement down to the end game. But like we said, at the end of the day, it was the Lucian Braum that really paid the bills for the side of K-State.
Yeah, they were definitely the breadwinners in that one. Bringing home the money, bringing home the WKSU. I believe they'll be sitting now at a very solid 5-1, looking to stay at the top, and they're looking good while they're doing it. Speaking of looking good, my boy Rector looking handsome as always. Thank you so much, man, that's right. Hit that pose. Thank you so much for joining me here tonight, man, because that was in fact our final game was it? I don't even think it was the final game. I think there's still another series.
Yeah, there's one more
perhaps.
series.
There's one more series
for us.
It's our final game. I was in that main character moment, I think. Yeah, we saw SAC State White going up against LBCC Vikings. So the night's not over yet. There's still plenty of entertainment for you guys to come, but that is going to be it for the both of us. So thank you so much for having us, for enduring with us just the scary carry that was Barry. I can't wait to hopefully get to see him again next week, but thanks so much for joining us. And you guys will get to keep watching in a couple of minutes as we throw it to a quick break. We'll see you then.
Born to ride, can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? And before too long, I found where I belong. I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secret. wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. In the end, I want real love, real heights. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing you, winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just night.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Thinking, will you love me?
click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing. I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces. There's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. Ooh. 'Cause you're just a I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get up, handle on me, discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Just lock me in your chains. Just lock me in your Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. I've been bad. I need
Good evening and welcome in here to the NECC. It is League of Legends Wednesday. It is our final game of the night. Fish and Soph-Chan here getting ready to call the action in our challengers, Pacific Frontier. We've got Sacramento State White taking on the Long Beach City College Vikings. Soph-Chan, both these teams coming in at 2-3, desperately looking for a win to not only end the night on a high note, but also get to that 500 mark as we near the halfway point, that second half of the NECC season.
Oh my god, that's so true. If you have a matchup like this, 2-3 for both teams, they desperately need to get the win, as you said, not only for the night, but you don't want to be on that deficit. You want to at least be a 3-3, right? All throughout this series, all throughout the season. So I'm very excited to see what these players are going to come up with. Of course, we can always have a little look at their roster, who's going to play on each side today. And starting off, we have Sacramento State White, Ultra on top, Revoldress on jungle, Mike New on mid, Sir Sam the Wise, I love this one, bot lane, and Michael Mauster as support.
There's one thing that stood out to me there. All freshmen, by the way, Soph-Chan on that roster. That is crazy. Here's a look at their opponent's roster, the LBCC Vikings. We've got Gigolo in the top lane, Sunflower in the jungle. They're there in the mid. Heiko on the bot lane, and Dirt in the support. So I will say, I think Sac State White won the name battle. We'll have to see if they win the actual battle. A lot of young players. 7 freshmen in this game? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's a really impressive percentage, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
The fact they're 2-3 with freshmen, hey, I'm just saying, like 3 years from now,
Respect.
they're going to be like top of the table. I'm already calling it right now. They're going to be
Right?
at the top because that's crazy. So I'm excited to see Sac State White personally. I think when you bring 5 freshmen out, like you're sending a message like these kids are really, really good. I will say we were doing some scouting, Soph-Chan. My one concern for Sac State White, there's a lot of one tricks on that OPGG, which is great for solo queue, right? You're not scouted that much, but you get to collegiate. We were looking at some of the bans. We're like, what? Why is that? What? Oh, I see now.
I see what you're doing. I see
Yeah,
what you're
you got
doing.
Gotta practice, freshman. You gotta play something besides the same champion you spam in solo queue. So I am curious what comps they're gonna come up with. I'm sure they know. They probably had those champions banned the first 5 matches of the NEC season. So curious how they'll adapt to their favorite champion being taken away.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Not only can they scout the OPGGs and have their performance all throughout the season in League of Legends, but also they can keep track of how these players have been doing in the NECC, what they have been playing. Because sometimes they decided to switch something up because they're playing 5v5, right? So they are going to have a little bit of a different dynamic in regards to what they play in the solo queue. So I agree. I really hope that we have not all of the one tricks that we have seen while scouting around here, but definitely if you are one of these enemies, I think it's LBCC who is going to be the one targeting Sacramento White for those one tricks. You have to go on them first.
I will say, shout out to my man Revel Dress, by the way. Probably the most creative one trick I've seen in the NECC. He is a Zed jungle one trick. I do not remember the last time I've seen a Zed jungle, let alone a Zed jungle one trick. So shout out to you, making some big plays with an unorthodox champion. Maybe that means the jungle pulls wide open. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm getting very excited here. Do you have a lean either way, Soap Chan? I know we haven't seen the draft yet, but do you have a lean either way early in this series?
No, that would be hard to say because sometimes in the NECC we have casted a couple of teams more than once. So we have seen a little bit of what they can do, how they play, and all of that, especially compared to how the other teams are in the series in that division. So these two, I haven't seen them play just yet, but I am happy to say that I believe that they're going to negate any of the one tricks. So I hope to see Sacramento going for those most different varying sorts of champions that can work super well in a 5v5 environment. We are jumping right in, Fish, for this draft. Ben phase has started. LBCC on the blue side. Sacramento stay white on the red, and the bans are coming in already.
Yeah, you can see some of those one tricks. Yorick, definitely something that we saw that Ultra plays an absolute ton of. There's the Zed we were talking about as well. So LBCC in this first game, just saying, look, we're going to take away your comfort picks. We're going to take away your favorite champions. We're going to make you play something else. They lock in the Jace first pick into the Ornn. That's going to be a very interesting matchup in that top lane. That has a lot of potential for both these teams to kind of snowball that lane.
Yeah, so true. And I've heard you say how much Jace can be super powerful right now after the tweaks they had done to him. So it's very exciting to see that happening. Ornn has been so consistent all throughout of Collegiate in that top lane. Alongside Maokai is always going to be so reliable for a team. But as we approach the last pick of this first round, we have some interesting things going on here, Fish.
Yeah, this is, a big fan of the Akali. Would have liked to see that hover stay, but they end up switching it up there. But yeah, both those mid laners, big sustain mid laners. These fights are not going to be very bursty. I like the Diana-Wukong kind of jungle matchup. I'm surprised there didn't bring out the Yasuo. I know Diana Yasuo is a very, very powerful comp when run together. Maybe would have liked to see that kind of use that potential together. I do want to see what these bot lanes have in store for us. I know we were praising the names, especially of Sac State White right below you, Sam the Wise and Michael Mousestar maybe winning the name battle as we get our ADCs. I will say, you mentioned Maokai, very pumped. The tree is not on the rift here today. I am, I don't like Yumi and I don't like tanks. You know that, Soap Chance. I'm very pumped there's no Maokai as the Tristana Rel gets locked in.
Okay, you have to tell people as well, you don't like non-regular ADCs. You don't like Chantress and bot lane, you don't like APCs. So we're happy to say that it is a Tristana and a Xayah confirmed. We haven't seen them that much in Collegiate, to be fair, but they are more traditional ADCs in that bot lane. Interesting to see the Galio paired with Xayah in this case. I think you can have a couple of, even if we compare a little bit with Rakan, they have certain abilities that match a little bit. They have a little dash they can knock up afterwards. So I never thought about that, but very interesting from Sacramento State White to bring those to the table. Whereas on the other side in the bot lane, we have the Rel, super nice as well, coming with CC, tankiness, and shields for the ADC. And I have to say, mid lane is looking like it's going to be interesting too, because Vladimir versus Anivia is going to be the matchup where you think both of them are almost dead, but they're not quite, and they can revive afterwards. So if you think that they're okay to get KO, well, they just go into pool mode or they just turn into an egg, and that's about it.
Yeah, I think both these junglers, which are more aggressive junglers with the Wukong Diana, are going to have very tough times ganking that mid lane. Top's a little bit more open. It is a lot more in Maokai we're used to seeing, so maybe they go up to that top side. I will say, I am looking at Sac State White, and I see the Wombo combo set up. You go in with the Wukong, you get the Cyclone, you have the Hero's Entrance from Galio, and then you throw out the Ornn Horn for good measure. There is a lot of CC that they're going to be able to throw on one or two targets. Maybe the Vladimir, maybe the Jace, maybe the Diana. That is kind of a close-range top with that Jace. And it just... the Anivia doesn't feel like it fits to be Soap Chan. I would have liked to see something a bit more bursty if you're going to go with the Wombo combo comp here for Sac State White.
Yes, that's very true indeed. I'm thinking about here what would be a couple of good possibilities for this one. I would have liked to see, you know what would pair good? Akali.
Yeah.
Can you see that? Do we have the connection? Are we on the same
hovered
wavelength?
Akali too. They hovered Akali too. I mean, I know obviously the pro draft was done, so they might have just misclicked on the A named champion. But no, I think Akali would be a great fit. She loves the ability to just, hey, no one's hitting me. I'm just gonna go kill your backline. Yeah, I think Akali would have been a great fit. Maybe something like we talked about Yasuo for the other team. Maybe Yasuo fits in there. You just get, but that's 2 knockups that Yasuo doesn't have to get himself. So, hey, I like the Anivia pick. Maybe just more of a counter pick to the Vladimir than anything else. As you said, both these mid laners going to have ways to kind of survive, get away. And I really think there's a lot of pressure on Hiko for LBCC, because if that Tristana gets ahead, if that Tristana gets fed, she is going to absolutely destroy the Wukong, the Galio, if they cannot get on top of her. And even if they do, she rocket jumps away. So I think Hiko's got a lot of pressure. I'd like to see LBCC put a lot of their resources getting that Tristana ahead. And then that one becomes going to be nothing, because she's just going to shoot you from range and you're not going to get anywhere close to her.
Definitely. I think if we're talking about, for example, early game here, Fish, I could throw a prediction here with Sunflower trying to scout the area for mid lane to get Mikinu out of that egg as soon as possible, just take down that passive, and then start the rotations for maybe invades to take the XP from Revol Dress, and then probably rotate for bottom lane, get the Drake as well. So I think that could be something that LBCC could do. But at the same time, Sacramento State White, I think, because they are more like CC focused and they don't have that much early game power, I think they just have to be safe. They can't overextend. They have to, as we have been talking about all throughout NECC, get that ward placement right. Don't be greedy. Don't save money on those pink wards. Get the detection going in the map so you can scout the area and be safe of any ganks that might potentially happen. So that's what I want from Sacramento State, that they understand their limitations and also acknowledge when is going to be that power spike so they can actually try to fight back.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. You have the Ornn. You're totally down to play the long game. And I would say for LBCC, I think you really hit their early game, what they need to do on the head switch, and it is try and get into that mid lane, blow Mikanu's egg as soon as possible, allow that Vladimir to kind of bully the mana champion that is Anivia, force her to take early backs, force her to miss lane CS, force that Anivia to fall behind. But you can only do that if she cannot play over aggressive knowing she has that egg form. So I think you're right. Maybe Sunflower tries for an early gank, does this maybe a little bit to try and give that Vladimir the edge, and then that not only allows you to kind of ignore mid lane, you can look at that bot lane. You have Vladimir who's ahead when you roam for dragons. But we hop into game 1 here in our Challengers Pacific Frontier. Our final best of 3 of the night is Sac State White taking on LBCC Vikings. We already get some early trading. Rebel Dress taking a little bit of damage, but I don't think anything too crazy is going to come of it. He easily can get the back and get the reset.
Yes, I don't think any potions were popped. You have a look here.
I
don't think so. I'm not really sure right now if Doran's shield takes 2 potions or only 1. Now I'm a little bit uncertain about that one. So maybe 1 potion might have been dropped. But aside from that, nothing really. They just got a reset. As you said, they're going to come back to lane. Minions have spawned. And all the players are just protecting the area. You have those 2 wards close there on a top river from both teams, and that's what's going to happen here. If Michael Moustar doesn't decide to go for a deep warding situation, they do so, but they don't let LBCC see them warding the area, so that's very nice from Sacramento State White.
That's one of the first times we've seen those deep wards in our game, so usually the teams have been more inclined to just play back, play passive, don't give too much information away. I mean, even look at those wards on the top side. Those are very defensive wards that will expire well before Scuttle. Those are, those are just stat padding wards for whatever your favorite stat site is for League of Legends. Look, he gets early vision down. It's not, great early vision, but you ward before the minions. I know I get flamed all the time by my friends. You don't ward before the minions spawn, Fish. I'm like, where am I going to put the ward? Where do you want me to put it? So, they're just padding stats, honestly. I'm going to call those wards out right above our Vladimir. Those are stat padding wards right there.
Yeah, they are. So as we would expect, we have Miknu on the mid lane, having a little more control over the wave because of the AoE damage. But they find themselves in a very bad position, as the warding was there, but they're not fast enough. Of course, as an Anivia doesn't have any much that much scape to try to defend themselves from Diana coming around. They decide to go through the bush, and they might even try to go for gank anyway.
We also have some action in the top lane. Bach doing a decent bit of damage to Ultra. Mikinu, what are you doing here? He does land the stun into the frostbite onto there.
Oh,
Here
look
comes
at that.
Rebel Dress. Nice bait. Is going to have the Empower Q on the Vladimir. The pool immediately comes out. Should get some bonus healing underneath the tower. Conqueror proc here for Rebel Dress.
Oh.
The double stun flash for the first blood, and he lifts the tower. Mikanu's going to die at the egg. Oh, no.
my
Mikinu. Oh, that was a perfect play, and it ends up being a 1-for-1.
That was just a little bit of miscalculation on that damage. Maybe it was a potion being procced. I think it was. They had a potion there. So it might have been that who made them lose the kill, lose the passive, and end up dying themselves. But I so love that fish, but didn't even notice how the road dress was coming around for the reverse gank. And that worked out pretty well, aside from that last skill.
I will say big shout out towards Mikinu. Those flash frosts, I think 100% accuracy plus the double stun. Absolutely impressive. Maybe, we were saying the Anivia didn't quite fit the comp, but so far, nice little start, because not only did Sac State White get first blood, they also got the assist. There was no assist for Sunflower onto that Anivia kill, so that's just a little bit extra gold that goes over to Mikinu, and that's a great little start there for Sac State White, kind of taking what we said Sunflower needed to do and using it against them.
Yeah, so very interesting that they're doing that because, as we talked about, they don't have that much early game power, but they found out a couple of possibilities to not face themselves. Oh, but you're going to face there once again here. The glacial wall is there, but it's not going to be enough to slow them down. And even that gets a little bit of damage on Revolt Dress as well.
Vladimir, always going to be a tough gank target, even if you do set him behind, and he did pick up that early kill. We'll say I do like the Cole start up for Bai in the top lane, just realizing, look, probably not going to get much jungle attention, just going to try and take some passive income where I can. We do have an Ocean Dragon down, and Rebel Dress is around the area, hovering a bit. Don't know if he wanted to start it, but he does get found out on the ward. He does get pinged, so he will have to retreat back into his jungle.
Probably just trying to get at least level 4, level 5 there, or maybe try to even maximize for level 6. Before they even think about going for the Drake. In this bot lane here, Fish, we see Dud having a more aggressive positioning. Hiko is controlling the wave, trying to freeze it as much as a Tristana can, because we know how the passive works. He's always going to explode minions around it. One minion dies. So as much as they can do that, they're doing it. They're trying to maintain a possible state for wave management, that it starts slowly pushing towards the blue side, and they can get a game from Diana. Diana is there on the bottom path of the jungle. There's so much damage coming from Mikinu. The follow-up from Rebel Dress. It's so close. The healing is going to be enough to save them on this one.
Boosted transfusion, doing a ton of healing. Meanwhile, bot lane, we got a huge fight. Knock up there with the Justice Punch. Exhaust does go on to dirt. Sunflower in range, but instead chooses not to go in on it. Nice try there. We got Rebel Dress coming up top lane here, by the way, but I think Bai is going to be under the tower, so nothing will happen here. So far, Sac State White just pressing that advantage in that mid lane constantly.
Yes, they are, and I like how they're freezing as well here on the bot lane, so they don't let the wave push as much, as I mentioned, to get Sunflower an opportunity to gank them. So that's really nice. They don't have any wards in the map thus far. Oh, we have the horn popping up. It's so close to being dead. They're there, and they managed to get the kill under the tower. It's going to be Mikinu on a 1-kill lead on top of Vladimir on this one.
Unfortunately, there got caught. He had Mikinu low, knew that the egg was on cooldown, said, I can get the kill. But really, this is kind of the opposite of what we talked about in the draft, though. So, if you remember, we were saying, look, Sunflower, mid. You got to be mid. Keep the Anivia pressure. Keep the Anivia pressure. And instead, it's Sac State White. It's Revel Dress and Ultra there as well. They are making sure Mikanu has time to farm on this Anivia, time to get ahead, because this champion, the later and later in the game, it's going to be harder and harder to siege Sac State White if they fall behind. It's going to be just absolutely so annoying to kill this Anivia in team fights. They really kind of put all of their eggs in this Anivia basket, and so far, it's doing pretty well.
Yeah, it really is, and Mikanu doing a great job by themselves in those 1v1s. The damage is stacking with the Frost Storm, and it's going to deal a good amount of damage on that poke situation. But I definitely agree with you. I think it's been a great job from Revel Dress going through all the areas in the map to keep up with counter ganks, with staying on top of farm. They're just a little bit behind compared to Diana, but they have all the vision here around the Drake. They have vision on the top lane as well in the river. So definitely looking like, as you said, a more aggressive positioning from Sacramento State, which we would have loved to see from LBCC. But at this point, they are dominating the early game, even going for an invade as Revel Dress is in that jungle, might even meet the Rel and cancel that recall. They decide to just go into the pit, and they might do this Drake by themselves. There's no vision, there's no everything. They have the control.
Yeah, looks like we'll get a trade of early objectives, as you do see Bai and Sunflower both up on that Rift Herald. So great job, Bai. Revel Dress say, look, we know you're on top side. We'll just simply take the bot side. We'll get this early dragon. Because they've had so much pressure, I don't even know if they could fight this, because I think Mikanu is so much further ahead of there. I do want to see where this Rift Herald goes. Is it going to be pocketed towards this Vladimir, where Sunflower is at least leaning right now? Will they try and give Bai some help in the top lane? He has a decent CS lead on Ultra. Very curious to see where this Herald's going to go. So we do see a nice stun there onto there. Here comes Michael Bowstar. Justice Punch goes right through the pool, though. This Vladimir does throw down the ultimate. Mikanu is low. Here comes the hero's entrance. Nice flash away by Vladimir. Dirt running in over the wall. But a great flash by the Anivia. Michael Bowstar flashes away as well. And Sac State White just kind of outplays LBCC in the mid lane.
Yeah, but to be fair, it was such a great engage coming from LBCC as well, and they might do that once again. They have to pick on Dirt, and they Sacramento State is turning this around with the presence of Revel Dress, and they get a massive ulti Sunflower before they go down. But it is a lot of damage on Sacramento State nonetheless, not enough to finalize any of those picks. So once again, we have on board 4 kills for Sacramento and 1 for LBCC. Not only do we see Sacramento State being aggressive, but also managing such great escapes and peel-offs on those engages. And LBCC did a good job trying to do that one start themselves. Ooh, the wall is there. It's going to be enough damage. I don't think so. Maybe a kill for dead there, but Revel Dress is just there. If they can't get enough or finish off before the egg spawns, it's going to be a kill for Sacramento once again. Fish, really. The rotation, Revel Dress. I am so happy to see that.
Sac State White has played around the Anivia perfectly. They bait with the egg. As you mentioned, they got a couple of kills before that fight. That's now the second time he's perished trying to bait the Anivia, and this time he falls for the egg. Revel Dress, as you said, simply comes over the wall and says, I'll take that. I already got my Divine Sunder. I am 3-0-1 on the jungle. Wukong, sure you banned my Z1 trick. Guess what? I got more tricks up my sleeve is what Revel Dress has to be saying right now, because he is on fire on this Wukong. You would never know his favorite champion was taken away before the game even started.
You would never know, because one thing that is for certain, you can take a champion from a player, but you cannot take their macro experience and their skill level. And that's what really are they showing to the coming to the table with. Revel Dress showing the presence, the map awareness, the warding potential, the vision control, and just being on top of the communication with their players. Miknu might be game baited right now for Sunflower to come and finalize this kill, but they hesitate. They have the Herald and decide not to go through with it.
We do get an engage here onto Sir Samwise. Featherstorm going to be proc. Misses everything. But Hiko and Dirt cannot get the kill. Michael Milestar is coming in, maybe gonna look for a taunt. That'll just be a rocket jump away, and all our action's been on the mid lane. As we've talked about, Mikanu has been playing this matchup perfectly. I will say the Wukong, when I think about it, Sopchan, it does a lot of things that Zed wants to do, as our Rift Herald does finally get burned, I think just simply due to time. But you have the dash, you have quite a bit of burst damage, not as much as Zed, but if there's a jungler that fits the Zed mold that's a bit more meta, I think Wukong's that pick, and uh-oh. There.
Uh-oh.
Cyclone is going to go out. He will use the Hemo Plague, and he will just simply die. Michael Milestar will use the Hero's Entrance, but they are just farming this poor Vladimir in the mid lane.
Oh my, they really are. And that is so counterintuitive as well, because you don't think that Vladimir is going to be an easy pick. But they have been executing these ganks so well, Fish. It's lovely to see the performance from Sacramento State they've put up so far. And I really expect LBCC to come back around once we have that mid to late game scenario approaching. They have Justana. I think Vladimir is going to do lots if they try to keep up with farm, even if they die a couple of times. It's not the end of the world thus far. There's still Jace, 0-0 there, a little bit of farm advantage on top of On. So I want to see LBCC knowing where their power spikes are so they can come back and retaliate.
I'm right there with you. I think to speak to the same point for Sac State, I'd like to see them kind of push this advantage. You have a 302 Wukong. You have a 313 Anivia. You can see there with the gold, despite all those kills, Bai actually kind of leading the way. 135 CS on this Jace. So he is going to be a menace when it comes to that mid-game, as you're talking about. Jace has those power spikes. He already has the Eclipse. We do get a Cloud Dragon spawn, so luckily for everyone in the game, including the casters, it will not be a Cloud Soul that we seem to see so often. So, Shin, I do not understand. If we see a teleport down here from Ornn, Bite might start for the first time ever. And if he actually misses the flash freeze, thinking he would bet 100%. We'll see if we actually get our first real team fight here just past the 14-minute mark.
And once again, Sacramento State has the control of vision. They have deep wards, they have defensive wards, they have detective wards. They got the scuttle as well, so because of that presence in the area, they are able to guarantee that objective and the vision. Oh, they tried to do that one there, Miknu, but Sunflower flashes away.
We're gonna get, nice disrupt on the taunt from Dirt. That was huge. The Ornhorn also missing from Ultra there. I don't quite know what happened. It looked like maybe he just predicted it a little bit off wide. We might get now a fight over the Rift Herald. The J Shock Blast doing quite a bit of damage. We'll have to see if they want to contest this, because LBCC did just kind of hand that dragon over for free. The stun does miss onto the Vladimir. The Frostbite will chunk him down, and he'll try and get an empowered heal off on this next Q here. But there's nobody in range.
Yeah, they decide to disengage, not go for Herald fighting right now. Miknu has to keep on building that advantage in CS because look at that. That's the way to go, as you said, for Sacramento State. They have to be relentless on that pressure, as they have been doing, so they have to keep up with the level of oppression they've been putting up. Aside here from the bot lane, because Dirt and Hiko really are two champions that can detonate. No pun intended, but kind of intended for Sem the Wise and Milestar. Oh, fight going on in the mid lane with Sunflower going for a kill. It's not quite there with the knockup, but it's enough to take down 1-for-1 Sunflower. It's gonna go down for Miknu, just a Q and an E. Let's go. Do we have it? Yes, we do. Great job.
Oh, that was... I don't know why there went back in. He kind of put himself out of the open. He was so low health. I thought, let Sunflower do the damage. Meanwhile, he can engage on the bot lane. Double taunt here for Michael Milestar. Immediately to engage, though, is going to go on to Sir Samwise. Hero's Entrance going to be used, as well as the Featherstorm. Exhaust goes out onto Hiko, trying to pump some damage into the Zion, pick up the kill, and they do just that. Teleport coming in. Looks like it's going to be stopped, as now Michael Milestar has to flash away. The egg form was popped. Bai just caught Mikanu sleeping on the job. Can he finish off the kill? Yes, he can. Stops the teleport, gets the huge shutdown as well on the Jace.
Fish, you love to see a good position coming from casters, and we said that Jace would make a difference. It's the person with the biggest gold per second per minute in this game, so that's going to scale up pretty well for LBCC, and that's what they did. Good rotation for the mid lane. They took down the passive and the kill on Anivia, so great. The performance is outscaling on 20 CS against Ornn in the top lane. You really have to try to neutralize Anivia because the CS advantage for them against Vladimir has been increasing as now LBCC gets the opportunity because of that to control the top part of the river, take the Herald, and LBCC comes back with the response of taking the tier 1 in mid.
Now, I'm curious to see what happened with how NECC got caught under tower. Meanwhile, Sunflower going to get caught trying to get that River Scuttle. Buy is here, though, and this is a very scary Jace. They do kill Sunflower. Unfortunately, it looks like a lot of damage went into Rebel Dress's clone, so that will be a double kill for Sac State White. Getting a huge shutdown there as well. Sunflower now 0-4-1, and this Wukong just becoming more and more scary. We do have a teleport bot lane, but looks like Ultra just wanted to stop Eco from getting the tower, but maybe more. Or not somebody to be messed with. Has the Glacial Augment as well. Does get the slow, but the rocket jump creates just enough distance for Eco to get away.
Oh, Fish. When you said they were just going to go there to push the wave and get the pressure there, I was happy with it, but then when I saw the damage coming from Ultra on the poor Tristana, the Yoda was like, nope, I'm out of here, and they had to do that escape. There was no way they could do a 1v1 against this big top laner. Miknu on the other side, taking down tier 1 in the top, and I think Fish overall, I'm happy to see LBCC coming back to this game. But at the same time, I'm curious as to how that pick-off on 2 champions from LBCC in the top river was even possible since they had so much vision there. And I think I know what it is. Once again, Sacramento State has the vision in the deeper places, so they can have a better perspective on where the enemies are going to be. They could have the scuttle, they could have a ward in the bush there, and in the tri-bush in the top river, as it just expired. But it was not enough because it's going to lack the dimension of the rest of the map.
I mean, you look at right below where that Rift Herald is, as you point out, you've got a red ward right on the other side of Wolves. You've got a tri-bush red ward on the top side of the map. It's perfect, as you said. Sac State White knows where everybody is. Not as many wards for this dragon fight, however, as Dirt just trying to engage, gonna pop the Magnet Storm. The dragon does go over the side of LBCC, and Zaya immediately erases them. They pick up a double kill. Mikanu picks up one more. By trying to take one with them on the way out, will not. It's a triple kill for Sir Samwise. Welcome to the game, Zaya, after 20 minutes, and all of a sudden, every lane for Sac State White has a huge lead over their opponent.
Yes, that's definitely what Sam the Wise wanted in this situation. They were keeping up a great game. They hadn't died. I think, yeah, they just had one death on the board, and then to get this triple kill, of course, it would have been the best scenario to also guarantee the Drake, but LBCC Sunflower got a nice steal on them. They won the Smite fight and got the objective for themselves. At this point, it's not that much that's going to mean because we're still a little bit away from Soul Point, but definitely Sam the Wise converted that fail on the Drake into the greatest of scenarios for Sacramento State. Of course, LBCC now has not only to be aware of the jungler, the mid laner, but also the ADC now, as all of them are pretty much positive on a 5-1, 5-2, and 3-1.
Yeah, that was an absolute bloodbath for Sac State White. They popped their ults. It was the Wombo combo that I highlighted in the draft, and in a blink of an eye, 2 members were already dead, and a third one fell over relatively soon after. And yeah, as you said, now your jungle, mid, and ADC are all fed. The Ornn at 1-0-5 with a Thornmail is going to be an absolute nightmare for anyone on LBCC to kill here. And the Galio, 0-0-5, just simply doing his job, protecting his carries, getting those knockups. I'm starting to look at this LBCC and say, okay, well, I mean, how are you going to win this fight? He goes only 1-1, though he does have 191 CS, and we might get a bit of a dive here onto Ultra, but Ultra's just a distraction right now.
Oh my god, they have no idea.
No.
Once again, why is that? That's a simple question. Chat, can you even throw it in there? Pretty easy. Well, they're there. Might be able to scout the area around. Oh, they don't even know they're there. Oh my god, I didn't just do that. Oh, right. Well, it's that name's fault, okay? Everything with there is going to sound funny at this point as they try to push for a tier 2 here in the bot lane. Ultra is still alive, going to get the knock up on them. It's of course not enough. Now, dropping down on health, the flash from Dirt is popped. But all of LBCC 4 members get away from the fight. At what cost?
I mean, I guess for LBCC, you have to think of the small victories, right? You got the bottom tier 1 that had the objective bounty. That's an extra 300 gold. You got to kill onto Ornn, though, as you said. At what cost? You lose the Baron. That means Baron will be up for this deck. So drag it so Sac State White could potentially push in. Maybe try and grab an inhibitor. At least have some outside pressure in multiple lanes with this Baron buff. Don't think it was worth it, but again, LBCC, they're taking their small victories. They might have a great chance here if Dirt can get in range. But unfortunately, the Blast Cone will simply save the Galio, and he'll walk away.
Yes, they do. I agree. That is unfortunately just a small victory for LBCC in this situation. Well, if they can get good clears on in these waves, they don't have that much AoE damage aside from Tristana. And well, you have the blast charge from Jace as well. But if they can get a lot from these minions, it's going to be a super early golden XP boost for LBCC for taking down those empowered minions. But it would be hard for them to do that when Sacramento State has all the AoE, CC, and all of that to just maintain the pressure here on mid lane.
I would like to see Sac State get a split push going here. You have teleport on your Ornn. You have teleport on your Anivia. Put somebody in a top lane. Because right now, these Baron minions are just getting melted in the mid. And I get that you want to have people around for when this dragon comes out. Nice little smite there from Sunflower to steal the red buff away from Rebel Dress. But, I mean, this Baron buff, we were praising how sneaky it was. They haven't gotten anything for it. I think if we have the Baron power play, I think they're down gold after losing Ornn.
Yeah. I am absolutely on board with you. They should have had somebody split push. The lanes were pushed in. They were shoved. They were on those tier 2s on the side lanes. They had to have that going for them. Because as I said, if you just let Tristana and Vladimir farm that mid lane with the empowered minions, it's just going to be free gold for them. They have the Drake, of course. It's not going to be bad, but I think they could have managed even better results from the Baron buff play.
Interesting to note that LBCC actually just handed that dragon over. Hiko goes top lane, bolsters out the way, gets the objective bounty. So again, more gold in the pocket. Bai gonna jump right onto Mikanu. He's gonna flash forward. The Flash Frost does land, but I think Bai just has to hit one more shot, but he can't do it. Mikanu clutches. There's no way.
Wow, Mikanu, the god of dodges. What was that? Clean. Amazing. It would have been a certain death and kill for Bai. But it was a buy for them themselves. Wow, incredible. I'm so pleased to watch a nice play like that.
I think everybody but LBCC is pleased to watch that play. So he was dead to rights. There was no reason for that Anivia to get away. But as you said, the master of dodges, the Anivia damage is very scary, by the way. Finishes his Rabadons, has the upgraded Leandries from the Ornn, has his Archangel staff. This is not someone you want to mess with. Again, Sac State White did a great job of putting Mikanu so far ahead in the early game. He's soloing a Jace, which is absolutely unheard of. I will say, before that kill happened, the gold lead had been shrinking. Sac State's micro is a bit concerning, Sofchen. They've wasted a full Baron. They've lost multiple turrets that have objective bounties. They're not gaining gold on the map. So it's good they're getting these solo kills, because right now, they're just not doing anything with this advantage.
Yes, exactly. Because, okay, they got the Drake, they're getting the individual kills, and that's just going to stack that much, right? You have to guarantee the prevent on those bounties, the objective bounties. Oh, ulti has to be popped. Sam the Wise, he is not going to be able to land anything. Damage from Bai is popping off. They might still even be around for a knockup. Clean mouse star following up to protect that ADC.
Not again, Bai. You get baited again, and now you baited the whole team. Dirt has gone down. Rebel Dress is going to get a great Cyclone knockup onto Hiko there with the Ornhorn. It's a double kill for the Anivia, and it's only there once again, watching their team fall over. And now here's the part I want to be curious. I think Sac State White could win this game, but what are they going to do? Are they going to try and win the game? Right now they're trying to kill this Vladimir, the Hemo Plague. Can't quite kill Sir Sam the Wise. It's an ace. And I think this should be game if you play it right. I think.
I think that I think they can only take the 2 inhibitors. They even decide not to go for the mid lane. They might not even take this inhibitor here. Okay, I'm glad they decided to stick around, but I'm not sure they have anybody really hitting the inhibitor while they're trying to dodge anything that Dirt might throw that way. And yeah, they managed to defend LBCC because of maybe, and I think that's one of the things that is absolutely different from what's witnessed in the fight top lane, the mental on Sam the Wise, dodging and staying around for Mousestar to come in with the hero's entrance and knock them up, guarantee the kill on Bai, was pristine. And then they bailed on taking those 2 inhibitors. It was easily 2 towers and their inhibitors for the red team there, and they decided to just spread apart. Baron was not even in the board at that point. It is now, but well, now everybody from LBCC is up again.
Baron is up. The Infernal Drake's up in a minute. It would be Soul, I believe, for Sac State White, so that'll be something LBCC has to worry about right now. Baron is a bigger concern. It goes down without even a contest. So the nice shock blast through the acceleration gate does a decent bit of damage. But they'll just be able to heal this up, and I think we're just going to get a dragon fight to kind of determine this game here, Soapchin. As they do maybe catch out there. Hemoplay going to go down. Sir Samwise with a great use of the Featherstorm, but can't dodge the damage. He's the first target killed. Mikadu is in the egg form. This is a disaster. But finally they get a kill on to Hiko. They get another kill on to Bai. They start to turn things around. Mikadu able to revive in the egg all by himself. And just like this, somehow, some way, Sac State pulls out the ace, and they should be able to end the game this time.
I am very happy to see that pushing for this. Now, they're not going for the 10 seconds on the Drake. It's clearly theirs. It's an ace to at least 20 seconds on the clock for any of the champions of LBCC to come back. There we are, the thumbs up, the emotes coming through. The Nexus turrets are gonna go down with super minions, guaranteeing Sacramento State White the first win of the last series of tonight.
Absolutely phenomenal. That last fight, it really just came down to the goal difference, Soapchin. You lose your AD carry, your mid laners put in their egg form, and you basically just grind down everybody else with your top laner, with your jungle. It was just that, I think, 8 or 9k gold by the time that fight happened. Absolutely huge for Sac State White, and I gotta say, they took what we were telling LBCC to do, which is feed your mid laner, feed your mid laner. They did it perfectly. Mikanu just dominated that whole game until the rest of the team got online.
Yes, and that just comes to show how much they trust themselves as a team and how much they know their potential and are comfortable with the picks that they have for their disposal, because they got a couple of the one tricks out the board, and that was one of the things we were worried about. And wow, the performance from Miknu, as we said, even if they didn't have one of the champions they wanted, even if they didn't have one of the champions in that pool, wow. The micro, the dodging, the flash stuns, as you mentioned, all throughout the match. The mental to be sure that you're going to spawn back in the egg and hit the Zonias as soon as you do So, really, really great job from Sacramento State on all of these plays, especially with the macro. And in regards to LBCC, I want to see more warding. I want to see you not being afraid of going for deep wards. That can save your game. I know you had a couple of wards going on. It was not like you didn't have vision, but you have to be a little more confident and trust the other teammates when they say, I know the jungle is not here, so you can go that ward. And sometimes even if you encounter them, maybe something good can come out of that anyway, because the ward is going to last longer than you coming back to from base at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I think LBCC had some bright spots. I thought Bai played incredible in the top lane. I think he put him on another carry champion, maybe in the Jace again. I think he almost killed a couple of people. If those gold gaps were a little bit more even, who knows? But we will take a break. We will come back with game 2 here between LBCC and Sac State White. Can Sac State White pull off the sweep, or does LBCC got a game 3 in them? We'll find out right after this.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down.
down from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat
like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh, you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heart be needing. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Ooh, you take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Yeah, you take me higher, baby.
Welcome back into the NECC. It is our final game of the night here on a League of Legends Wednesday. We've got Sac State White taking on LBCC in a Challengers Pacific Frontier Showdown. Fish and Sofchan here calling all of the action. Sac State White with a dominating performance, mainly through their mid lane. Mikanu absolutely popping off on the Anivia. Rebel Dress, though, on the Wukong as well, having himself quite a game to put the Sac State White on a chance for a sweep here, Sofchan. So what do you think LBCC, I know you said wards, so I'm going to take that away from you. You can't use your buzzword. Besides wards, what do you think LBCC needs to do here to get us to a game 3?
Okay, I think the first thing they need to do is focus on their bends, okay? So they need to get rid of the Anivia. I think, as you said, it was a big highlight. Of course, Revel Dress was there to finish off all of the gameplay. But the Anivia on itself was shining a lot. So that would be a great ban coming through. I think they need to think about what Sacramento State brought to the table and how it was managed in regards to gameplay, and think how can we counter that on paper, so on draft, so then they can actually put it to practice in the Summoner's Rift action, because the way Sacramento State played was what we wanted to see from LBCC. So they have to take that into consideration. Even though they didn't have the comp for early game pressure, they did that so well. So they need to be prepared for a lot of aggression coming from Sacramento State. And what do you think would be a good possibility for them in the early games, for example? If Sacramento State comes with a lot of aggression, how could they respond, Fish?
I think the one thing I'd like to see is counter aggression through buy. It depends a lot on what buy does play on that top lane, but the Jace, I mean, we even showed the gold graph. At one point, the Anivia was 3-1-3, and buy still had the most gold in the game because he was farming so well on that top lane Jace. So if they're going to pressure there in the mid lane, which it seems like they very much want to do, I'd love to see them help out buy on that top lane. Put Sunflower up there, especially if they're there, plays a safe champion. Vladimir is a safe champion. I mean, I know his scoreline wasn't the greatest, but imagine if that was a more standard mage. He would have been, 10 plus deaths. So I'd like to see counter aggression put buy ahead, because late in that game, we were talking about it in the break, buy was like this close to one-shotting the Anivia, the Zaya, but he just didn't have enough damage because he hadn't had any help. He had no kills at all in that top lane. That's what I like to see. Put buy ahead and have buy and maybe Mikanu kind of duel it out. And I think buy would win because at least in that game 1, he played the more aggressive champion.
Yes, exactly. And if you have a more aggressive champion, for example, like Camille or something like that, maybe even the Jace, you can melt down any APC there is in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So I agree with what you said. I think on top of that, LBCC could use the rotation towards the top, of course, for buy, but also doing a big monopoly of the Herald area. If you're going to be around that side, do that. Take advantage of your positioning. Drop those Heralds well, because we have seen LBCC getting Heralds for themselves, but not being able to put them in a good place at the right time. So I think that's going to be a great combo coming along with helping buy being put into the game. And then that can start to convert into things for mid lane, and then maybe a good team fight to contest on Drake, because most of the game they didn't have the potential to counter any of the team fights that were thrown in their way.
Yeah, I think I would. I mean, again, nothing against their. I think they were a spectacular player. I think they'll do fine in this game. I would like to see maybe LBCC just pull off from the mid lane, right? Because as you said, there was a lot of times where Sunflower was trying to force that Herald into the mid lane, trying to get that Vladimir back ahead, trying to get that Vladimir in the game. Let him just have a 1v1 with Mikanu. If he plays something safe in game 2, just play back. Understand that Rebel Dress wants to camp you in the mid lane. So I do think maybe you just kind of say, look, mid lane is going to be Mikanu's to push depending on what he plays. I would assume the Anivia probably gets banned, I would think. Again, hard to say because we were kind of looking. Mikanu, ironically enough, also a Zed player, just like Revel Dress, now plays some Yasuo. I don't know if you want to put someone who is as talented as Mikanu on the Yasuo, so maybe you try and force them again. Maybe you let the Anivia go through, and you say, look, we're going to play safer this time. Don't try and get baited by the Anivia. That's like Anivia's greatest strength, is you just diving her for no reason. So I'd like to see them pull back in the mid lane, as you said, take top control, or maybe even take bot control and just say, look, we're going to let there do his thing. We want to power up our other laners, because I thought Hoki and Bai had great games. And what do you want to see from Sac State, though? Obviously, they were the stronger team. How do you want to see them follow this up in this game, too, where, their strategy is out in the open? They want to camp mid. At least that's what they did in game 1.
Yes, I think coming from Sacramento State, they had the lead because of the early aggression. They had the lead because of the vision and map awareness that Revolt Dress had all throughout the game. So I want to see that level all throughout the second game. So that's the way they're going to guarantee a sweep, right? So I want to see them keeping up the aggression. So don't fall behind and pick something more safe. That's not what worked in the previous game. It was doing a lot of damage. It was being present all throughout the map. So get champions that can have a little bit of move speed or mobility that can get ganks on other lanes and keep up with what's happening in the rest of the map. You want to have a good 1v1 jungler, as we did last game with the Wukong. You want to have that. So if LBCC comes with a potential invade, you can just deal with that on your own, and your lanes can be nice and careless, just dealing with their own issues on their hands. I think there are a lot of things that can be put on the table for Sacramento State, but basically, since it worked so well last game, keep up the aggression, keep up being present wherever you can to back up your players, because it worked so well.
I think the interesting thing that you bring up there with the Wukong is, what does LBCC do with the Wukong, right? I mean, we talked about it's a great complement to the Zed playstyle that obviously Rebel Dress is very familiar with. Do you ban it? If you ban it, what do you open up? If you're banning the Zed, you're banning the Yorick, you're banning the Anivia. I mean, there's so many bans that LBCC has, so I'm really curious, do you let the Wukong through? Do you ban it and let maybe, I know they banned the Lulu, do you let that through? What do you do if you're LBCC with that Wukong, who was a terror, as you said, and can be a terror if he gets through in this game?
I think if I'm LBCC, we have to consider who to prioritize, right? We highlighted Anivia, we highlighted Wukong. There has to be a choice. It can't be both. As you said, there's only so many champions that you can ban in a round. So they have to prioritize who they think they can counter the easiest and the one that has to be shut down from the start. So it really is going to come down to the player, the way they felt fighting against Wukong, fighting against Anivia, and what they feel they're most comfortable with, and who are the players in the team that they can trust and be confident that they can deal with the threat, either Wukong or Anivia, if it goes through. So it's got to be a combination of prioritizing the first shutdown and being aware of, if Sacramento side had a great game with the champion, if it doesn't get banned, they're going to come back with it. So you need to have a good backup plan, a good counter possibility for that matchup, so you don't let Sacramento State build that advantage, that aggression that they had from the very start of the game.
Warming up here for game 2 of our final match of the night here on the NECC on this League of Legends Wednesday. Sac State White taking on the LBCC Vikings, and we are going to hop into game 2. So we're going to see the draft. We can quickly go over it. Well, maybe not. Ultra actually taking a ton of damage right on the invade Soph-Chan, but he will get it a reset, and we'll get to take a look at the comp. We got the Shen, Wukong, LeBlanc, Jin, and Leona for Sac State White on the left side, and we've got the Camille, the Fiddlesticks, Syndra, Aphelios, Thresh on the right side. Take a look at the pro draft. Does look like Anivia was banned, as well as that Galio Zaya bot lane actually banned out by LBCC.
That is indeed interesting, because I feel like Revoldras was much more present in converting the gold throughout the map than the bot lane was. And I think that because of the jungler, if it was any bot lane, they would have been able to grow on it. So I would have banned, if you went for Anivia and you went for banning so many of the champions from the previous game, I would have gone for Revoldras Wukong myself. I understand maybe it's something they're most comfortable with, as we mentioned earlier, Miknu doing some, well, psychological pressure, because that's what LeBlanc does. We see that LBCC started off, nice dodge, started off with the aggression themselves in this game, so it's very nice to see that they're not giving space for Sacramento White to build that themselves. So far, yes, look at that. Oh no, to be fair, it's the other way around. Once again, Sacramento State is the one to have the deep vision. We do have one pink ward in the top lane that I think it was dropped when Shen had to go back to base. So we're looking at a more interesting start of the game here, Fish.
Yeah, I like the fact that LBCC kind of tried to go in early, especially get a kill onto Ultra. Again, Vi on this Camille in the top lane is going to be an absolute menace, I assume, in this matchup. I mean, the Camille was banned last game, and we saw what he did on the Jace. So the fact that he got Camille, very interesting. I don't like the Fiddlesticks pick, because it's going to activate Revoldras to be very aggressive early on. As you see here, the Warrior Trickster goes in with the E, does a decent bit of damage, though does take some on the way out from there. Maybe Revoldras biting off more than he can chew, but really until Fiddlesticks is 6, he's not going to have much in the way of ganking unless it's very well set up. He's not going to be able to 1v1 Revoldras, so not a big fan of the Fiddlesticks, but if they're able to slow down Revoldras' aggression until Sunflower hits 6, then I think Soph-Chan, this Fiddlesticks pick, is going to be able to shine.
Yes, I think that's the only condition for the Fiddlesticks to shine, because, as I mentioned earlier, I would love to see a champion on the jungle for LBCC that would be able to fight off a Wukong should it be on board, and that's what it is. It's on board. And Fiddlesticks is not that. They're not going to be ever the champion to be able to 1v1 on Wukong. Miknu going for the kill here on there. The gank on top lane, though, going on Ultra. So very nice to see they decided to go for prioritizing buy, as we mentioned. Maybe they were listening to us. But that's what we see. We have here from LBCC. And very interesting, even though they have the Fiddlesticks, that they're going for that type of aggression.
Hey, again, the Fiddlesticks, you know, he got a perfect little setup lane gank. Almost works out, though. Ultra does survive, so Ultra now 0 for 2 on dying to these ganks, as the hookshot does go off. Great taunt is going to land. And Vi doing quite a bit of damage. Nice scatter of the week there. They're landing quite a few of those. Mikanu does get the root. Meanwhile, bot lane, we got action all over the map here. Michael Mousestar does have to be careful on this Leona to get a great root onto dirt. But it looks like he will end up retreating, and for all this action, still don't have a single kill almost 5 minutes into game 2.
Yeah, we don't. But Bai is really applying all that pressure you mentioned there. Oh, the flash chain misses. It's not enough. The electrocute pops. If everything had landed, it would have been a kill. But unfortunately, I think it was just one Q in an auto that was able to land on there. So Miknu, that last little bit of mana just before level 6, they have to go base. Fish, really, that was so weird to see so much happening and no kills coming aboard. To be fair, if we talk about top and bot lane, Ultra is tanky. A lot of damage they can absorb. Bai is still not in a position to wreck through the shielding and the armor themselves, and they're taking a little bit of damage as we speak. On the bot lane, Leona went in, got the stun, and the shielding was enough to keep her healthy. So at this point, nothing much that can come out from ganking those super, not just ganking, but also just fighting in general in these two super tanky lanes.
Ooh, Mikanu jumping on to there. Mikanu does have to be careful. He is not, well, as I say that, I can't even finish my sentence, and he levels up to level 6, so never mind. Doesn't have to worry about not having the ult online. Of course, the Syndra ult can kind of burst you down, and well, look at this rotation. The bot lane coming up here. Sir Samwise and Michael Mousestar trying to make a motion, but there's some nice warding this time from LBCC as maybe look at a tower dive here. You do see, looks like we have our top laners and our mid laners all at level 6. We've got a decent XP lead here in the jungle for Sunflower over Rebel Chest. Of course, that's to be expected. Sofchan the Fiddlesticks really doesn't want to leave the jungle until he hits level 6.
Yeah, he does not. And he's going to dominate that top river there, also trying to translate pressure onto Miknu here in the mid. They're going to take... oh, okay. Bai as well coming in to go for this mid lane, and Miknu is gonna go down. Incredible conversion on that gank coming from jungler and top lane on the side of LBCC.
Fantastic job. This time Mikanu's the one who gets baited. That Cinder all through the 10 damage. Meanwhile, we have the Zenith Blade engage into the root here onto Dirt. Forced to flash away. Michael Mousestar dropping very low, but Rebel Dress picks up the first kill. And a nice flash away from the Leona to stay alive, so we get a 1-for-1 trade. Very similar to what we saw in game number 1, so Jan, early on. These teams trading back and forth.
Yes, indeed. What I really like about LBCC, who was unfortunately the team that lost this previous game, is that they seem much more confident. They seem much more comfortable with knowing how Sacramento State White plays. And I think that's going to make a difference for them. Of course, there was a couple of things in that draft that were a little confusing, but at the same time, they're working around it super well. So good on them. Top lane, Bai is taking quite a lot of damage right now from Ultra as they keep on stacking health and armor. But the gank is coming up with Miknu.
You see that gank does go off for Mikanu, so Bai does go down. And I was going to mention this before Bai died. That mid lane gank for LBCC, the big thing was it actually put Bai rather far behind in that top lane. He had a lead. He had a level lead. He was all of a sudden leveled down to Ultra. I think that aggressive play for LBCC actually kind of backfired for him, Sofchan.
Yeah, indeed. At the same time, as I mentioned, all of that is translating into vision into this map, which I love. So we have a lot of pink wards in the map. Nothing is without clearance, and that means they can get a better control on the objectives, on the Herald, on the Drake, and trying to scout around where the junglers are going to be. Cancelled recall that. I think it was not going to be a recall anyways. They were just waiting in the bush. This bot lane is going to decide, well, Revel Dress is in the jungle here, bot side. Maybe the positioning from there is going to translate into a convergence on this Drake. Might happen. Sunflower also rotating, so we'll see how this is going to play out, Fish.
We have a level 6 here. Get a level up for Leona. Maybe able to hit that solar flare, but just misses it now. Kind of caught in a bad spot. It's actually Dirt who gets turned on. A great play away, but he is just simply dead. Sir Samwise going to combo him down. Dirt kind of got caught trying to run with this support, and he immediately got picked off. We have a Cyclone come out here from Revel Dress, but it looked like it was just maybe the second use of it to pop that River Scuttle shield.
I like to see Sacramento State coming back. Having a look at LBCC's positioning, they were sure there was going to be something happening in the Drake, so they had to neutralize one of the bot laners there to gain the numbers experience. They get the vision, they get the scuttle, they get the first Drake. Going to be a hack stack on that pocket. And on top of that, all of the other lanes for Sacramento State are so healthy, shoving their waves, getting the gold. it's pretty much equal all throughout, aside from Bai once again being in a super lead of almost 20 CS ahead.
Unfortunately, does have that death to his name, and there's an assist for Ultra. But yeah, I mean, this is basically a lot like we saw in game number 1, though. Mikanu not as far ahead as he was in our first game here, this time on the LeBlanc. But again, Sacramento State White, they got the kill lead. They got a very, I think maybe less than 100 gold lead. Yeah, it looks like they're almost now dead even. And we might get a Rift Herald here. It did get leashed, I think, chasing down Sunflower. But it doesn't look like either team really has any interest in re-engaging the Rift Herald, at least at this time.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Leona is in the other side of the map. Jin is left alone as they're comfortable with what's happening there and the potential to 1v1 the Felios. Dirt is trying to translate their presence on the Herald right now as they come to the top side of the map, but they're going to be a little bit too late. Sunflower scouting around to be able to get a pick off on Ultra themselves. I don't think they know. They don't have a ward in the pits to know if they are and how much is the health on this Herald. They can't even go for a Scarecrow ultimate there to try and steal it, so it's going to go to the pockets of Sacramento State White. Once again, just like last game, securing most of the objectives, so it really goes to show how good that macro is. So LBCC have to keep track of what's happening so they can fight back and be able to retaliate on team fights or even just pickups.
Oh, here comes Rebel Dress following up on to Bai, though the hook shot will simply get the Camille out of range and once again to safety. I think this Camille's been a great pick for Bai. You can see why it was banned in game number 1. And this game, a lot more even. I will say the warding, once again, as you were kind of alluding to, Sofchen, with that Rift Herald, is, again, in favor of Sac State White. There really was no vision for that Rift Herald anywhere on the side of LBCC. So, you know, midway through this game, who do you like here heading into the rest of game 2? Do you think Sac State White can close it out, or do you think LBCC's shown enough improvement from our first game to maybe tie this series up? What do you think?
I have seen so much improvement coming from LBCC. Not only their mental, it looks like they're communicating better. They feel more confident in their plays, in where to send their teammates at what time. So I'm very happy about that. I don't think, as we mentioned, it's a little bit, it's similar to last game, but the difference in gold is just ridiculous. It's so small at this point. Nothing that can be done in regards to having them so much in the lead, and it's going to be LBCC going for the lead on this one with Sunflower backing them up. Oh,
they had Sunflower in a great spot for a Crow Storm over the wall, but he ends up walking away as Dirt engaged. I think just a bit of a miscommunication there, unfortunately, but everyone will stay alive. They did blow the flash on Sir Samwise. That's definitely something to keep in mind over the next few minutes. Maybe they can come back down for the punish, but just a bit of a miscommunication. Surprised they didn't just lantern over the wall for the Fiddlesticks as well, but hey, something you learn. Nobody died, so you can't be too upset if you're either one of these teams.
Yeah, they're going for stun on Miknu. They land it, but the damage on closer range is going to be for Miknu. But there has the backup. There it is. There's the storm going on them. It's going to get shut down there for on Miknu for there. So great conversion for kills. Are they going to engage? I'm happy they didn't. That would have been very risky, especially with no minions backing them up. So once again, LBCC showing that they feel more confident in this matchup, and they're shining a lot. So if we're talking about predictions, if we're talking about who do I see on top, I think it's dead even at this point.
I would say I think it is dead even, as you said. I would say a slight lean for me actually towards LBCC because they've neutralized Mikanu, but he's still kind of playing that aggressive style he played in game number 1. And again, they played this Fiddlestick pick perfectly. They didn't try going early. They're there, 4 in the mid lane, and he simply walks away. Everything blown by Sac State White to try and shut down this Syndra, but nothing can become of it. They did blow the flash. I guess that's going for them just a little bit. But I will say, Mikanu being behind, Sac State White's playing, I think, a little bit more aggressive than they should be right now, Sochan. It's kind of worrying me a bit that Mikanu's not going to have that damage that he had in game 1 that this team's kind of expecting to rally around.
Yes, and not only like if you're the difference is right now they have a champion that is supposed to burst people, and they're not in the stage to do that. The damage from a distance coming from there has been constant, keeping Miknu out of their farming range, out of getting an opportunity to engage, and they should stay there. I don't think they should be going for that much aggression. As you mentioned, Sunflower had a great conversion on the mid lane, guaranteeing the advantage for that there. So it really shows how much LBCC are playing around Sacramento State Whites. I always mix up the two things. So Sacramento State Whites gameplay. At the same time, I want to highlight, as much as I did highlight Miknu's micro last game, I have been seeing a lot of that in there this game. Great stuns, great dodges, and just the overall great ability to avoid those ganks coming from Sacramento State White in the mid lane.
You get the first tower, does finally go down in that mid lane, so that is some bonus gold over to LBCC as well, which is interesting because the Herald, remember, the first Herald did actually go over to Sac State White. When you don't get plates off that first Herald, that's already a big loss. When you don't even get first tower off that first shield, that's also a huge detriment, as we just say. You said, yeah, Mikanu hasn't quite had the insane plays. We do already have a lane swap as Ultra is going to go down to that bottom side of the map, try and fend off Eco and Dirt as best he can. And really just try and survive this wave because Bai was starting to build that CS lead. It's up to 35 between the two top laners. As we pointed out, Bai is incredibly skilled on the top laners, on Jace in particular. If you get him fed on a Camille, it's game over for somebody if the Camille gets on top of you.
It really, really is. And they're doing that super, super well. Sunflower gets caught up. The damage is going to be there. The stun as well. Zonia's the stopwatch. Just buying a little bit of time. But nothing much as they were bound to go down. Sam the Wise starts their Herald. People are collapsing there. All the blue team gathering around. The vision from the red team is also that they don't even care. Dutch is going to try to, I don't know, just get a little bit of vision. There is not much they can do. They don't even have the range to try and hook for a steal, and that would maybe just eventually turn into a death for themselves. Or stunned on Hiko, falling very low on health, has to flash away. Turret goes down. Well, the flash on Hiko, the ADC there, is pretty good for Sacramento State White.
Yeah, great job blowing the flash. The turret did unfortunately fall, and the Rift Herald will be able to at least get some tower damage off this time. It's not going to be enough to break the tier 1 mid, but do a decent job of cracking it nonetheless. Sunflower hanging out over the wall. Mikanu taking a ton of damage from Bai. The Stand United going to come in. The flash not enough to get away from the Ethereal Chains, though. And Mikanu picks up a huge kill for his team. There's now 3 members top lane. There is a teleport available for Ultra if he feels like joining. There's a great stun on the Sir Samwise, but he flashes out of range just barely to survive. Curtain Call will be used mainly just for some chip damage on the way out. Sac State White showing some muscle all of a sudden, Sofchin. This is scary if you're an LBCC fan.
Yeah, indeed. And I think what was great there was really their ability to not get picked off, right? It was so close. And once again, I want to highlight that from Sam the Wise. The mental to be there, waiting to be stunned by there. It was obvious they were going to get stunned. They were walking in a straight line. It was only a matter of the cooldown coming up. There had the mana. It was just a matter of time. Oh, they get stunned. It's going to be Mikanu getting caught up by 3 people, maybe even dealing enough damage on there. But of course, they're just okay. I was a little scared. We always get a little scared with LeBlanc's damage, but of course, it was just going to be them going down. But really, the mental, just finishing off from Sam the Wise on knowing when to flash there. It was not going to be flashing the stun. It was going to be flash the rest of the damage to avoid the range in the ultimate from the Unleash Power from Syndra.
Yeah, I thought we were about ready to have to clip that for the LeBlanc montage number 943,000 on YouTube, where they outplay 3 people. As you said, we've all seen it before. Thought we were going to have an issue, but luckily they do pick up the kill. The scat of the week doesn't quite land this time from there, though. I will say this Syndra pick, perfect. I love this pick for there. They're playing it really so much better than that Vladimir. It fits their style, I think, a lot more than the Vladimir did. And I like to see them get aggressive as we do get our 3rd dragon of the game, our first mountain dragon of this Mountain Soul game. And we get the invade. Cyclone right away on the Sunflower. Curtain Call going to go out. There's the Crow Storm onto Sunflower. Immediately a huge shutdown onto the AD carry. The Unleashed Power coming out. Barely enough damage, and Sunflower finally does go down as there flashes away. But here comes Bai from the back. Nobody was ready. It's a 2-on-3, but the health bars totally favor LBCC. Bai trying to kite, get his cooldown back, but is going to get caught by Sir Samwise and Ultra, but able to hook shot away. It's a 3-for-2, just barely in favor of Sac State White around this dragon. I don't know if this fight's over just yet, Soph-Chan. Okay, finally it is. They walk away.
Yeah, I think they need to cool down a little bit because that fight was on fire. And I'm so happy to see LBCC retaliating on a team fight level that we lacked for in the last game. Mikno trying to go for a cheeky damage on Vi. They are able to dodge that pretty easily. Look, really great from LBCC to try and stall that pressure and advantage in regards to objectives that Sacramento side really wants to get.
This is really a great job jumping on top of Sunflower. Really, I don't think that Crow Storm did much of anything. Most of the damage went that Unleashed Power ultimate from there. And that's really what you got to do. You cannot let the Fiddlesticks engage on you. If you do, you're going to have a very poor time. And so I thought that was a great team fight from Sac State, but I mean, the player we highlighted from that last game for LBCC that we talked about a lot leading into this game number 2, who's going to be a problem, is Bai. And he wasn't in that full fight, but his presence was enough to take a clear Sac State win and Dragon into just a 3-for-2. This Camille is going to be very scary. And I don't know how you deal with this Camille right now, honestly, if you're Sac State.
Yeah, we'd have to give a little bit of thought to that because really Camille is in a great position to try and come back and dominate the team fights for LBCC. All the damage there, there's not close enough for an execute. The health bar on Mouster is going to be huge on Leona. So, ultimate burned by there. But LBCC really, I think, they're already doing what they need to do. Especially since they have that Camille on their side. On the side of Sacramento State, I also think they're doing great. I would really still have to watch a little bit more and maybe see what the next team fights are going to go like, the next objectives, to have a better perspective.
I'd like to see LBCC maybe play around their alternate win condition here as well, which is Bai on the split push. I mean, Ultra, I think, can test in the sense that he won't die, but he's never going to be able to kill this Camille unless he gets help. And immediately, if anyone comes to help, you can just pull the trigger on a 3v4 somewhere across the map. So I'd like to see them maybe play around Bai a little bit. Let this Camille split push. You finish the Ravenous Hydra. Your wave clear is going to be absolutely insane. And Ultra hasn't opted for that Tiamat yet on the Shen to kind of have the counter wave clear. I'd like to see them just put Bai in a solo lane, especially the bot side while Baron's up, and let him push his advantage down there. And I think this is a really smart play from LBCC.
Agreed. I think that's a great pass for them. It's going to be definitely something reliant on communication that we saw some flaws in coming from LBCC, but they've improved so much. But that can definitely be a great call. Oh my god, Mikno doing what LeBlanc does best, exploding ADCs in a brief second. Wow.
Oh. I don't have any words. It took him off the map. I was like, okay, maybe Mikno will kill him. You know, he's been a little bit hit or miss on these ethereal chain. No, he just got he just absolutely fell over. We did get a re-engage though. On to Sir Samwise. He suffers the same fate, not as quickly as his AD carry did, but he also gets soloed down basically by the mid laner. Yeah. And this is why no one plays ADCs, by the way. I just want to make that very clear, because what do you do against that soap champ? Besides just kind of take your hands off the keyboard and enjoy a nice little nap.
Oh, I might enjoy pain because I really enjoy playing ADCs, and even though that's frustrating, it's such a lane dear to me. But Mikenu going for that has to flash away, gets the stun and the slow. They're able to buy a little bit of distance. Sunflower, more like Stunflower, as I stuttered on that one. That was not Ishifu.
No. Mikenu is here. Did it take him a lot longer than game 1? Yes, but Mikenu is here, LBCC. You need to be careful as Baron is going to be started. You've got Sir Samwise on the back, by the way. No jungler for 17 seconds by. Gonna get targeted down. He will be able to get that hook shot off. And all of a sudden, Mikenu now kiting 4 members. And look at the guns for Aphelios. Red plus white. Hiko couldn't have timed this better. You have to disengage here if you're Sac State White. You're just dying to Baron. Hextech Ultimatum is going to go out. First member already taken down. Ultra on the back line. So you see Rebel able to pick up 1. Cyclone going to be used here on Dubai as well. Meanwhile, Mikenu and Ultra trying to burst down the Aphelios. They do it just in time. Dirt, the last standing member, he goes down. Sunflower back alive. Barely. Sac State White, they fight well. I don't think they should have soap champ, but it turns out for the best.
Right? I'm so confused. I saw that Aphelios and I was like, yeah, they're gonna absolutely wreck those health bars. They're gonna be gone. And then they were gone. I'm a little confused.
As their wise RMC once told me, red plus white means you don't fight. But they did it anyway, and they somehow won.
They did.
Like,
yeah, I was so sure Aphelios was going to destroy the team fight. I was sure they were going to deal all the damage on everyone. And then the positioning from Mikenu guaranteeing the shutdown on them was really, really precise. Exactly what they should do. Exactly what they're doing right now. Being very sneaky on a non-warded area to be able to flank down LBCC when they try to go for this next mountain drakefish.
remember, for as close as that fight was, it was a 4v5. Sunflower was dead the whole time. I don't know if they'll have the same luck when Sunflower is alive with those crow storms. We might find out. As he pointed out, Mikadu is above the blue buff, top side of your screen, just hanging out in an unwarded area. Hiko has no idea what awaits him in that blue buff bush. Miku comes over the wall. I do believe... I think they saw him, but I'm not sure.
So. I think so. From the movement from there, it looks like they were aware of their presence. They're going to try to get the spheres in place. The dark spheres are there. Maybe they're going to try to disengage the Drake. I think it's going to. As they try to go for a team fight, everyone getting all their abilities on the ground. It looks like a very even situation as Sunflower joins in the middle of them. They're still alive. Everybody dropping low in health, but it looks like it's going to go with advantage for LBCC Fish. And they managed to turn this fight around. Rebel Dress actually fighting to chase Syndra, but LBCC comes out on top on this one. Exactly what they needed.
This was a great job by LBCC. I think Sac State White just was a little bit too creative waiting for Mikanu to go in. I will say, excellent play by Dirt to disengage as Rebel Dress does come back in. I think was maybe trying for a Dragon steal, but instead it's just simply going to hand his life over as Bai will pick up the kill and a huge shutdown as well. Going over to this already scary Camille. Yeah, big shout out to Dirt. He absolutely saved Hiko. If Hiko gets one shot, that's a different fight. As we'll see if the curtain call, this is just going to get blocked by Bai. All right, we got a game here in game number 2.
We got a game. I love to see them, even though they knew that Drake was absolutely theirs, They respected the curtain call, they respected the damage, they just stood there, waited for the bullets to be flown in that direction, and then they took down the objective. Very, very nice. Super respect for LBCC in the way they're turning this game back around. They're a little below in kills, but almost 2,000 gold ahead. So they're steadily building that advantage, and once again, shining on for that top laner by with almost, actually more than 60 CS on top of that Ultra on Shen on Ultra. Wow. Incredible.
60 CS, just picked up a huge, I believe, 500 gold bounty on the Rebel dress as well. That is more gold in Camille's pocket. Have to assume Bai is really probably pacing the field at this point in terms of overall gold. But you've also got, I mean, a near 40 CS lead here for Hiko, who's experienced the one shot more than once. Oh, nice bait from Mikanu. He blows the stopwatch. So now there is going to kind of be caught until he can upgrade to his Zanya's. Not quite sure how close he is in terms of gold, but if there's a fight that's coming up soon and Baron is up, I think Sac State needs to pull the trigger while there does not have the Zanya's effect available to him.
And Bai is super confident here in this fight against Ultra, 1v1ing, not only, well, 1v2ing because it's a Shen in the tower dealing damage on you, but they are very, very happy to be there. Recall cancelled, they have to pop a little bit of shielding to maintain themselves healthy, because if Bai gets the damage from afar on you, they're gonna go for a dive. Good positioning from Miknu to cover for them in his bot lane, as the rest of the team is just trying to catch up, trying to get the waves cleared. Top path is shoving towards the red side, but the other side of the other lanes are coming towards the blue side. So they have to be a little patient right now, as you said. Both teams, they need to get the farm and the XP to finish off the items that are missing. They're there with the Zonias, so they're able to actually fight a next team fight and not get shut down by LeBlanc with one-shots.
I think the one thing that it really is, I think, going to lean this game in LBCC's favor, so as this game goes on, is the skill requirements for the two backline divers for both teams is widely in favor of LBCC. Bai just has to jump onto somebody, hit Hextech Ultimatum, and they're going to be locked in there with you, and you can kind of burst them down. Mikanu, it's a lot more difficult, especially now that Dirt has caught on. He's basically sitting on top of his AD carry, waiting for a flay. I think this is going to be very difficult for Sac State White to get these consistent backline picks with this LeBlanc. And I think that's why I think LBCC has a great advantage if Bai can keep really the pressure he has going. He's going to be an unstoppable menace in any team fight on that backline onto Samwise.
And also, I think the only possibility for Miknu to not be denied on any of the team fights is trying to do the flanking they had going before Drake previously in the game. So that would be a good strategy for Sacramento State White to try and turn around. Oh, Dirt, you're going to get picked off here. No, it's fine. Or is it? Oh, my God.
Dodge the stun, dodge the hook, walk right into the Camille, and hand Baron over. That is the sad state of the game right now. If you're a Sac State fan, Sam the Y is dead. Baron, yeah, I based on the map, doesn't even look like a contest is going to come out from Sac State White. Maybe Mikanu tries to do something cheeky here, but Bai's going to immediately hop on top of the Hextech Ultimatum, going to go onto this LeBlanc. And all of a sudden, Mikanu now running for his life, forced to flash away from the hook shot, but a flash from Bystand United now coming in. All of that blown just for Mikanu to barely survive this Camille.
Yeah, very, very sad if you are Sam the Wise dodging everything, still getting killed and being picked off by the jungler, by the top laner, and the unleashed power from there. Really, you hate to see it, having been the one to allow LBCC to get the Baron themselves. Curtain Call is dropped to try and zone people out for this next Drake. as they managed to get that pressure on the river. I like the look of this for Sacramento State White.
The problem is Bai still split pushing. He might be able to do some serious damage. He does take down that top tier 2. We'll see if he wants to teleport in or not. Moonlight Vigil does go out. Dragon is picked up by Sac State. They get the first kill onto Sunflower. They're there trying to flash away. He will go down as well. Nobody dead yet for Sac State. They're able to get the 4-man kill, but Bai's in the base all alone with Baron. He's got the inhibitor taken down right now. And they trade Dragon and 4 for a huge chunk of their structures in the base.
Yes, they did, but at the same time, they have both their players, bot and mid, positioned for the siege, while the rest of the team on LBCC side is spawning. So mid lane is probably going to go down for the Jhin. LeBlanc might even... Oh, they decide to retreat? Okay, it's down. Is it down? Yeah, it's down. Okay, good. Yeah. But in the bot lane, LeBlanc is also there, pushing in their wave, doing the damage on the turret. They're gonna take it down as well. So I think that is a great conversion from the fact that they knew Bai was gonna take down their inhibitor. It's an objective, the Drake buff and 2 middle turrets there. I think that's as best as they could have done, considering that Bai was such a big threat on the top lane.
Yeah, interesting that Bai didn't choose to mirror the teleport from Ultra, because as you pointed out, it was Soul on the line. So now Mountain Soul is over to Sac State, which those shields, any little bit of extra shielding you're going to get when Bai's jumping on top of you is going to be very crucial. But you're going to have this lane shoved in topside for the next 3 minutes and 40 seconds. But look at the objective spawn timer, Sofchan. Baron's up only 20 seconds before the inhibitor respawns. Elder Dragon's going to come up after the inhibitor respawns. I think Bai might have been a little bit too gung-ho on trying to get one inhibitor topside.
Yeah, to be fair, I definitely understand going for that and maybe just trying to have that be a good enough bait to stop Sacramento State from getting the Drake. Dirt's positioning here for a potential team fight. We'll see how this is going to go out, Fish.
Fortunately, the mist taunt there by not quite able to do anything, but Ultra just gets burned down. That mist taunt is crucial. Now Crowstorm gonna go in. Can't quite land the fear onto Michael Mousestar, so he will disengage. And we see Mikanu? What are we? Mikanu? Why are we mid lane right now, Mikanu? Your whole team's fighting bot side.
Yeah. I mean, it's a LeBlanc split push, I guess.
Mikanu?
Well, to be fair, that was their attempt in getting the attention of LBCC to be out of sieging. And, well, it worked.
That is true. You know, I will give you that, but I don't think trading your life is part of the plan, Sofchan.
Oh, it is not.
Oh. No, you're dead.
Oh,
the Unleashed Power is going to get the kill. Now, dead for a minute. We're 38 minutes into the game. Is this just... Do you just shove for game right here for LBCC? I think you do, right?
Yeah, I think if you're LBCC, you definitely have to do that. Put the pressure on the top lane, so all the super minions are exactly what you have on the blue side. No blue minions to back you up. Take the middle turret here, tier 2. Take the inhibitor turret and just get as much pressure as you can, especially with the failures. You're going to deal so much damage to the towers and be in a great position to fight if necessary by going in over the wall. Don't land anything, don't go for the full-on engage, and they don't really need to as they're taking down this inhibitor so easily, Fish.
Mikanu up in 8 seconds, but LBCC has kind of basically got exactly what they wanted. They get the mid inhibitor, the top inhibitor spawning in just over a minute from now, about actually 15 seconds after the Baron spawns, which is plenty of time at this point in the game for LBCC to burn down that Baron. And I think Sac State White is running out of time, because the other problem is they don't have great wave clear on this Sac State White team. Oh, are they going to catch him backing? Well,
do they? Oh, no, they don't. One is left, but the other one is in the base.
Oh, Sunflower, you You thank your lucky stars, Sunflower. He took the damage, but he got that split-second back off. If they get 2, they probably win the game. They are choice words being said towards Ryan. As they say those choice words, Sam is dead. This is most likely going to be your last stand if you're Sac State White and you have minions, really super minions, pushing into your face the whole time. A great scatter the weak stuns, Mikanu. And I think that is going to be GG here in game number 2. Rebel Dress and Ultra trying to do what they can, but they do not have the damage. And it looks like LBCC is sending us to a game 3 here on the NECC.
Oh my, the possibility of a reverse sweep. Yes, Fish. Oh my god, so happy to see the performance coming from LBCC, how they managed to not only counter the aggressiveness of Sacramento State White in the previous game, but coming up with great strategies to do that. And I think this comp worked really, really well with what they were intending to do, coming on a almost a little more than 5,000 gold lead for LBCC in this one. And to be fair, at a certain point in the game, we thought it was an even match. And then all of a sudden, LBCC were able to convert so many things, especially those team fights and the pickoffs. Unfortunately, Sam DeWise got picked off in 2 crucial moments after just before objectives, and in this case, just before the game could end.
Yeah, I think the Syndra pick absolutely huge for the side of LBCC. I would assume there might not see that again, but I think that also raises the question. I don't think you can let the Camille through again either. Bai was phenomenal in that Camille. He basically carried the game until the rest of his team was there, and as you said, just a couple of unfortunate stunts onto Sam the Wise was all it took. So we're going to a game 3. Who would have guessed? LBCC clawing their way back after a very unfortunate game number 1. We'll take a quick break, and we will figure out who the winner of our final game of the night is. It going to be Sac State on the comeback, or does LBCC have the reverse sweep that Sofchan mentioned? We'll find out. Game 3 around the corner right after this.
you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Let me feel it. Let me feel it. Fall into you.
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for a day. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season. Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her.
Welcome back in here to the NECC. Of course, the final game of the night has to go all three. Fish and Soph-Chan here, getting ready to call our final game of the night on this NECC League of Legends Wednesday. Sac State White, LBCC, Challengers Frontier Pacific Showdown. Soph-Chan, both these teams really have had dominant wins. It hasn't been a back-and-forth series like you might expect. It was all Sac State White in Game 1. It was really all LBCC in Game 2 after about 20 minutes. This Game 3, I think the draft is going to tell us a lot about how we're going to see Game 3, because I'm very interested in who gets banned and who's allowed to stay on the Rift.
Yeah, me too. I totally agree. It has to be the draft right now, as it was in the last game. That would help for example, LBCC be the ones to take the tie and come into a game 3. So definitely the good draft in this case is going to be showing us so much of what's going to happen in the Rift. And to be fair, I think one of the things that has to happen, right, because it was not there in the second game, was the Camille ban.
Yeah, I think really, if you look at it, it's the Camille ban, as you said, the Anivia ban. Do they let it go back through? Do they keep it away? And I think LeBlanc kind of becomes a PowerPoint for there. Is LeBlanc maybe banned away? I think, as you said, there's a lot of bans that I think have to be taken into account. So far, it looks like it's just simply going to be those one tricks, the Yorick, the Azir both taken away. There's the Anivia. That's interesting. There's the Camille counterban. Kind of answering some early questions we had about how this game 3 was going to shape up. And there's the Ornn. I kind of like that on Ultra. He did not have the impact on the Shen that he had on the Ornn.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, and look at that. Bai is going to go for the Jace. To be fair, that worked really well on the first game, because of the way that team was a little bit behind, definitely made it difficult for Bai to complete and finish the knockdowns they wanted to. So this time, they're going to keep it in mind. They had such a great performance in the second game, so they can back Bai up even more, as they did when they were the Camille. Worked super well. Once again, Revolve Dress is going to go for Wukong. It's the three games it was a Wukong game, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm kind of shocked Wukong didn't. I think Wukong was kind of one of those champions that I feel like maybe you could have slotted in over the Anivia instead. Maybe ban that Wukong way. We'll have to see as we do get the Kiana pick up there. That is a very interesting one. And Mikinu actually steals the Syndra away from there. I think that mid lane, I'm very excited to see what there does on the Kiana. They've kind of played like all different styles, right? They had the Vladimir, which is more of the control mage. They had the Syndra, which is more of like the slightly more aggressive mage. And now you have the Assassin. I'm very interested to see what their actual style is.
Yeah, and maybe we're just going to see how flexible they are with all the styles. Samdoi is going for Samira. Haven't seen her in the Rift in a while, but I think that can definitely pop off with the help of Shen, knockups from Revoldress, the stun from Mikinu as well. There we have it as well. Dart going for Seraphine. At least Fish, it's not an APC, it's just a regular Seraphine support, so you can stay calm, you can breathe well.
I'll accept Seraphine in the support role. You are correct, Sophchat. I am okay with basically Sona 2.0 being played there in the support for Dirt, and then we get the Leona locked in for Michael Mousestar. These are some very out there comps. As you said, the Samir, not a champion that we've seen on the Rift in a while. I think Kiana also kind of fits that bill of champions that you don't see very often. The Sejuani is an interesting pick there for Sunflower. They've kind of been all over the place. First with the Diana, then with the Fiddlesticks. We're actually both banned away, surprisingly enough. I didn't think the Diana game was that impressive. So now they're on the Sejuani, more of that tank role. And all right, what do you think for game 3? Who's your favorite with these drafts kind of, with some very big twists and turns?
Oh, I have to say that both teams have so many qualities in regards to team fighting.
Yeah.
They all have the CC, they all have the incredible damage with the ADC. Samira can pop off incredibly well, as can Aphelios if they have the right weapons in the hand. The potential with Seraphine, Sejuani, and then Kiana just popping everybody onto a wall can be so huge, but at the same time, the help from Ultra can be so good to keep up a good place for Miknu and Samdawise to stay healthy throughout the fight. So I think both teams look really, really good in the drawing board. It would just be a case of looking at how these two teams decide to go for a game for an early game. And to be fair, they both proved how good they can be in an aggressive position. And sometimes it's actually common to see both teams stepping on down a little bit, being a little more careful, since this is the tiebreaker of the series. So I still need to see a little bit more. Well, what do you think, Fish?
And again, I know it wasn't Sam the Wise's fault, but he did eat a lot of skill shots in that game 2 on a Jhin. Now you're putting him on an even closer range AD carry like this Samira. That to me is my one concern. If I had to give an early lead, as you said, I mean, of course, if they get out and get a double or a triple kill on an early jungle invade, that would change everything. But I do think I'd lean towards LBCC just because this Samira technical skill we've seen at times from Sam the Wise, but you have to do that fight after fight after fight if you want a Samira to be successful. So I will say you've got to dodge the Encore, you've got to dodge the Glacial Prison. Bai has a knockback in there. You also have to avoid getting two-shot by the Kiana. I think I'd lean LBCC. I think their comp just has a slightly easier technical degree to pull off. But if everything clicks for Sac State, you're not even going to exist if you're LBCC. So it's a very thin line, but I think I'll lean the reverse sweep for LBCC.
Yeah, I can definitely see what you're going for, and I agree with it. As you said, it really only relies on how these teams are going to play the early stages of the game, because that's going to mean a lot, especially, as you said, for Samira there, being shorter ranged. She will need that advantage. She will need Revolt Dress to be around. They will need Mikunu to come with ganks as well, the rotations, and just making sure that the presence on the bot lane is enough to pressure Aphelios and Seraphine, especially before level 6, because as soon as they get their ultis, it's going to be a little harder to try and dive them. The potential of getting stunned in a big area is huge. So you have the Leona, you have the potential of going in earlier on. So I think if you want to guess, Sam the Wise on the lead is going to be there. And if you talk about top lane, for example, it's a Jace and Shen scenario. It's if Jace gets to position themselves correctly and they are in a good range, they are not going to get ganked. So once again, depending on how these two teams perform in the first 10, maybe 15 minutes, I think we can have a better perspective.
I think the one thing, we talked about this a lot in the break after game 1, that I really want to see Bai improve on a bit is the Jace gameplay was fantastic, but I feel like his combos towards that mid to late game when he hit his power spike to 1v1, people were a little bit off, right? He was using his gap closer in hammer form to jump onto the targets, then knocking them away, and then trying to hit them with a shock blast. And a couple of times, those shock blasts couldn't connect. He couldn't quite get the auto attacks off to finish them. So I'd like to see maybe Bai change up the Jace combos a little bit, open with the shock blast, try and execute them with the To the Skies, as opposed to opening with that. That would be the one other thing I do want to see from the side of LBCC. But as we hop into game number 3, we got to crown a champion. Who's going to take home their 3rd win of the season in the Challengers Pacific Frontier Division? And right now, LBCC, well, they were gaming up for something cool, but instead, Sofchan, they'll simply just channel their backs and reset for a more safe positioning.
Yeah, it was good to have them there to be able to protect in an eventual case of an invade. They had a ward going on at the other entrance of the jungle, so I respect that. They just wanted to be careful in regards to LB. Oh, do we have? Yeah, I believe yes. There we go. Thank you so much, our producer here, switching out the sides on the logos at the top. So yes, LBCC was just preventing and protecting themselves from a possible invade. And so far, as I said, both teams were very likely to be a little more careful instead of going all out aggressive, since this is the tiebreaker of the series.
We do get the another deep ward. I think Sac Statewide, we've talked about it a ton, has really had the warding advantage. You see that red ward right there next to the chickens. They're going to be able to kind of follow Sunflower's pathing through that bottom side of the jungle. So I think, again, early advantage, of course, is going to kind of lean towards Sac Statewide, but what do you do with that advantage? I think becomes a very big question, Sofchan. Are they able to set up counter ganks? Are they maybe going to try and have Rebel Dress meet Sunflower topside and get that sort of jungler battle with Ultra rotating down? You've got to do something with that early ward vision, but I do like that, once again, Sac Statewide just is the more aggressive warding team right now.
Yeah, I really like that as well. But if we compare here with Mignu here on the mid lane, taking advantage of the spheres, the distance they can poke Kiana with, and they're doing that pretty well. Not aware of the presence of Sunflower just around the corner in his bush, going for an engage.
Nothing, not even a flash blown there for Mikanu, so they will simply walk away. We have seen a ton of pressure towards these mid lanes. Basically all series started out with Sac State White in game 1, and then it was really LBCC taking charge of that mid lane in game 2. Ultra landed a long range taunt onto Bai. Will get knocked away, but again, that top lane, maybe the lane LBCC has made the biggest difference in. So far, Ultra trying to play aggressive, trying to just stay on top of that Jace as much as he can.
And while that happens, Revoltress is converging in this bottom lane. Tri-Bush scanned, no wards detected. They're able to just proceed for the Scuttle Crab as that bot lane is aggressively pushing the wave, shoving it on the tower. And that's just going to allow for a more comfortable situation for that bot lane here, as they can easily take the next wave, reset, or even roam if they need to. I don't think that's a good idea if you are Samira with the range that you have, but definitely going well for Sacramento State White at this point.
They're taking quite a bit of damage, trying to dash around, make the most use of that invisibility on the Kiana to keep up in CS. Though already it's a slight lead in the favor of Mikanu in that mid lane. And that's the only difference between these two teams. As Sam does get rooted up though, is able to cancel out Dirt's ability there, but looks like we'll just opt for reset. Again, that close range Samir, definitely something to keep an eye on here on the side of Sac State White. And if Sam the Wise is able to play that correctly with the ult, is Rebel Dress going to come over the wall? They're barely dodging the stun, and that's the difference maker. So they're able to stay alive from an early tower dive in the mid lane.
Yeah, they stay alive. They have little to no mana. Sunflower is here to back them up, help them get the reset. They decide to stay there, so might even be thinking about retaliation on Syndra themselves. But I don't know if that's the best course of action in this case.
Or maybe try to pull something off, as he said, mid lane. Basically, they've told their top and bot, like, hey, do whatever you want. Like, we're going to be mid lane. We're just going to fight it out. We want to get our mid laners ahead of one another, but nothing quite yet. They're forced to back. Mikanu going to take his back probably soon here, trying to get one more push into the tower, but does have that teleport. And you can really see that CS advantage now over double the CS early on here for Mikanu, and is probably going to just teleport right back and keep that pressure up in the mid lane. It really has been a series where whoever's won mid lane, their team has won the game.
Yeah, that's very true, Fish. I like to point out as well how it was actually very crucial for Kiana to have stayed in that lane with Sejuani to be able to get the farm and prevent any further pushing or shoving from that wave automatically by the minions, even if Miknu wasn't there. So they're trying to keep up a little more, just decrease the CS advantage for Miknu since they have the longer range. And I think that was a good call. Right now, they just have to be careful and just wait for potential ganks coming from Sejuani. They look like they're getting some pings in the Drake area, Fish. We might see something happening as Sejuani and Seraphine are joining for a flank.
Ultra gets a taunt onto Bai. The minions block the shock blast. That might have been first blood to Bai if the minions were not there. As you said, we've got some commotion in the bot lane. Sunflower down there right now. Rebel Dress making his way down. Huge shock blast. Bai wants to get in range. Taunt gonna land under the tower. And he can't quite block the auto, but they will trade. But the bonus 100 gold for first blood goes over to Bai on Jace. That's a huge win for the LBCC top laner.
I think that was a good risk. It was most likely that the Jace was going to die, but definitely great that they secured the first blood, as you mentioned. So good first start for LBCC in this early game. Revoldress is trying to get some area clearance, maybe even a counter gank or an invade on this side of the jungle. doesn't seem like they have much opening because of the positioning that has on their lane themselves. It's just an opportunity for Miknu to reset at this point.
It's look like Sunflower has hopped on the dragon, but you see the red pin go out. And they will rotate up far enough to force the LBCC jungler off of that early dragon. And we might get a Rift Herald off the spawn here for Sac State. Ultra's rotating down. There's opting for the reset, so either Ultra has to reset or take the Rift Herald. It looks like he'll end up going for the Rift Herald. So as you kind of pointed this out, so Chan, Game 3, a lot more passive, a lot more safe, and both these teams really don't want to make that first big mistake.
Definitely not. And we can definitely see how LBCC is positioning their warding towards the Drake area. So they know what's going to happen there. They want to keep in touch. That's what they're doing. That's what they have with their bot lane. They're shoving, pushing out this wave, so they can maybe even take the Drake by themselves, while Sunflower's on the other side of the map alongside Bai to maybe contest a Herald. Don't know if they have vision of Revel Dress resetting, going to base. Maybe Kiana does. There they have it. I think there was vision of them before they went back to base. So that's a great call for Sejuani to start their Herald as they do. So good positioning and map awareness from LBCC to start this objective off and to control the bot lane as well.
Yeah. Perfect vision. Finally, the wards for LBCC making a difference. We'll see if Sac State White wants to counter that Rift Herald with a dragon of their own. And at least based off the bot lane's positioning, it seems to be potentially looking that way. We'll have to see. Yeah, the pings do go out, so they will end up just trading that first Rift Herald for the dragon. The Sunflower roaming up. They want to drop this on the top side of the map. They want to give Bai as much gold as possible early on this Jace. Remember, game 1, he had the gold lead at 15 minutes despite all the kills. The Ocean Dragon is picked up, and this is going to be... Is this just straight up first tower going over to Bai?
I think it is. Look at that. And one thing that we mentioned that we noticed from Sacramento State White was not only the deep warding positioning, but that confidence in knowing that they could position themselves deep into that jungle. And that's what LBCC is doing right now. Glacial Pleasant is going to hit. The stun from Kiana too is enough to knock them down before Shen ulti is able to activate. And in the bot lane, the retaliation comes in form of the two bot laners, Hiko and Dutch, on the side of LBCC going down. So it was a 2-for-1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Yeah, 2-for-1. But Bai also got first tower, and I believe 3 solo plates. I know he splits the gold on the Rift Herald, but I do believe Bai got an insane amount of gold on that Jace right now. Also, did pick up that kill on to Mikanu, as you pointed out, the Glacial Prism into the Kiana stun. Really nothing Mikanu could do, even with the Stand United being cast. So this Jace has officially entered problem territory, and we haven't even hit 11 minutes yet. And I think this time Bai's combos are going to start one-shotting people.
Yeah, I agree with that. If we thought that they were missing a little bit of damage to finalize the KOs, in this case, Jace got 2-1. They have the CS lead on almost 20 farm for themselves on top of the enemy top laner. They got the first blood, they got the first turret, so that's a lot of things on their favor. Michael Mouster just close to scare them off, make sure Kiana is not going to engage in a 1v1 situation there. But yeah, this is looking really nice all across the board.
You couldn't have really asked for a better start if you're an LBCC fan. 1.7k gold lead, first tower. Your Jace is in absolute control. The question becomes, what do you want to do with it? Looks like sieging mid lane, the current option for there, and Bai. A couple of more plates picked up. That's just more gold in Jace's pocket. And this is where the close range AD carry starts to worry me a lot, Sovchan, because Sam the Wise has to get in range, and if he starts eating shock blasts, he's going to try and ult with about 50% health or less. And that's not what you want your AD carry to be starting fights with.
Definitely not. It's going to depend on their positioning and making sure that the chain of CCs happens before they're able to get into the fight. At the same time, if you have Bai coming from a flank, for example, and that they can knock Sam the Wise into the fight, Glacial Prison goes wide on this one, and Maustar is going to be able to get away. But if you control the positioning from Sam the Wise and guarantee that they're coming into the party when they are necessary there, so basically just stay out, watch your opponents knocking the heck out of your teammates, and just go win once everybody is a little bit, you know, just had those slaps going on, and then at the end you just finish off the blow.
There. Maybe looking to pull back ahead of Mikanu, who has a slight level lead, thanks in part to the about 20 CS lead. Oh my goodness, that shock blast only with one item. Gonna hit Mikanu for about a quarter of his health. He will have to start the back, and they really need to play around Bai though, right? I mean, he got that first turret, so Ultra's gonna basically freeze this wave, I would assume, pushing into him. As you see oh my goodness, Bai. He has a 1,200 gold lead on anyone else in the game, Sofchan.
Wow. Actually pretty interesting to see that the second place is going for Sam the Wise farming. To be fair, there aren't that many kills in the board, so understandable that we're only talking about farm at this point. And coming followed up by Sunflower, Pico. So just comparing the top 4 there, it's 3 of them on the side of LBCC. So that's where the advantage is coming from. And since there haven't been that many kills on the board, with this next Drake coming up, it might be the moment where that changes fish. Just 15 seconds as they gather around in the area.
LBCC trying to get some wards down. Michael Maustar was caught out by the scrying orb, so he will have to run away. And yeah, as you said, this first dragon fight potentially between these two teams going to be huge as Michael Maustar dodges a couple of ults with a spring to play of talent. Actually lands a 3-man stun. Rebel Dress going to come in, did a huge cyclone. Second cast going to be able to pick up dirt all of a sudden. Despite the 3-man Kiana stun, they're going to lose 2 in this fight. They're walking in immediately. Ultra has to teleport top lane. A great play from Sac State White around this Dragon Pit.
Wow. I have to highlight Sam the Wise on that one. We were thinking they could be the ride or die for this match. And the barrier, on the Samira there, denying the Encore from hitting the rest of their teammates. Oh, that was beautiful. I thought the Encore was going to change the face of the fight towards LBCC side, but then it just denied them any possibility of turning the fight around, guaranteeing the Drake for Sacramento State White the victory on the team fight too. Oh, that was really, really nice. And the way that inadvertently Michael Maustar dodged all the abilities, because I don't think there was any war there. It was just absolutely inadvertent. They managed to get a 3 or 4 people ult as well with that stun on Leona, so that was crucial alongside their teammates. Great job, Sacramento State White.
Yeah, LBCC maybe breaking one of the cardinal sins in league and blowing multiple ults just to try and pick a support, and a tanky support at that. They really just ran out of abilities, and I think we kind of saw the power of Shen. I mean, stand united down to the team fight, teleport back up to the lane so Bai can't get any pressure. Well played by Ultras. We do get maybe a fight here around this Rift Trail. Michael Maustar going to go in. Lands a nice 2-man stun with the Solar Flare. Here comes there though. Nice sprint to play a talent, but an immediate cleanse from Sam the Wise to get out of it. They're going to lose 2, however, despite all of those great plays. The bot lane already down, and I think the Sac State White bit off a bit more than they could chew this time, because they're going to lose this fight by quite a bit, though. Dirt does end up going down, so it'll end up being a 1 for 3. They're going to kill. Yeah, good job, Bai. Nice snipe.
That was a very nice snipe. But wow, I wasn't expecting that to go to the side of LBCC so quickly. It was going for Sacramento State, and then it equalized and flipped for LBCC. And as you mentioned, Sam the Wise on that immediate cleanse, that was very satisfying to watch. So it felt bad to see them falling just after the wonderful play happened. But props for LBCC to have been able to manage controlling the fight as they did and using their abilities this time in a better way and not just wasting ultis on a tanky Leona.
Yeah, that was really the big first key, and I think the other thing is just, much as we saw in that last fight of the Dragon, I mean, the loser of these team fights, and I mean, it's a very simple reason, Sochan, but they just simply haven't had their members there. I mean, Bai wasn't at the Dragon fight. Mikanu was, and really Revel Dress for that matter, weren't at that extended fight into the blue buff. I mean, really it's just been overextending by both of these teams that's caused some of these early team fights to go one way or another. And much like in game 2, Sac State White has the kill lead, but the goal lead heavily favors LBCC as Michael Milestar does get stopped backing on a ward, but it's a Leona, and I think LBCC has learned to not chase the Leona.
Yeah, please do not do that. Unless you want to go for Sam the Wise instead, as LBCC is positioning very aggressively here. In the mid lane, they're following up Sunflower by as well. Milestar is going to go down. Encore is blocked. Beautiful there by Sam the Wise, denying anything on getting the kill on Samira, but of course taking down that turret in the mid lane. On the other side, though, the revenge on taking down the bot lane tier with the Herald was really, really nice counterattack from Sacramento State.
Ooh, Sac State might also be able to escort this Rift Herald, into this bot tier 2. And potentially, they're going to even get this bot tier 2. So they trade 2 towers for 1. They did end up losing their Leona, but I think that's a trade you'll take any day, as the Rift Herald will not get her 3rd charge off. So that's a great little macro play by Sac State White to kind of try and close this gold lead.
Oh, but look at that. Look at that. The conversion happened as well on the top lane for LBCC themselves, taking the tier 2 in that pass. And really, it's just showing us how both of these teams are not falling back in regards to macro. When something happens, they're going in to equalize and capitalize on whatever is left on the map. 20 seconds for the Mountain Drake. Milestar trying to clean the vision. Their stealth, but of course being a little more careful with their positioning since they are alone. Dirt just arrived. Felius in the bot, Jungler arriving as well by doing half the dare. Oh no! Oh my god, is that gonna go down?
Yep.
And it does by taking down the inhibitor turret, maybe even taking down the turret themselves, and that forces a reset from one of Sacramento State White players.
This is actually multiple Sac State players. Mikanu already back. Well, Sam the Wise actually canceled his. Maybe we would like to see LBCC try and stop those backs, let them get early super mains on that top side, but instead, now you've got a 4v3 here. Leona going to go in, Zenith Blade plus the Solar Flare. Sam the Wise going to get Stand United, but eats the Spring Play of Talent and the Encore. But Dirt immediately goes down to that Infernal Trigger, and somehow, so away, Sac State in a 3v4. Looks like they're going to pick up the team fight. Yeah, it'll be 2 for 1 in their favor. Not much as they had hoped, but still enough for them to get this dragon, I would assume, unless Sunflower wants to go over the wall for a steep.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to happen. Ulti buffed by Aphelios. It's a little premature. Damage on Miknu. It's gonna get a lot from that shockwave. Sunflower is in the pit.
Oh.
They're able to steal a fish. Cannot believe it.
Well, with Bai here, this team fight is 100% LBCC favored. They'll try and hop onto Ultra. Mikanu incredibly low. Can they get a kill onto Revel Dress? Oh, they're going to this Jason super powerfully flash over the orb. By the way, did he get it? Did he sniped him from downtown? 8-1-2. Bai is trying to say goodbye to Sac State in this series.
Wow. Oh my god, Bai, amazing triple kill on that fight. Really turning it around with the help of Sunflower, of course, helping with the motivation and the encouragement of stealing the Drake for themselves. Oh, that was clean. That was really, really clean. And to be fair, the fight that started a while ago on that pit was so nice for Sacramento State. Why you said you had no idea how that went in their favor. And to be fair, I think it was once again because of the instant cleanse from Sam the Wise on the Kiana ulti. So really that managed to keep Sam the Wise not only alive, but also dealing damage. And that was the main key to get the fight on their favor. But then Sunflower and Vi arrived and just knocked it over the park.
Yeah, by not being in that fight, maybe also leaning the early part in Sac Statewide's favor. But yeah, as you said, the 3v4, Sunflower gets the steal, and that's all Bai needed to just kind of will the fight in his advantage. Already 3 items on this Jace, has the Hex Drinker as well to slow down Mikanu's damage. I don't know how you stop Jace right now. He's got a 2-level lead on anyone in the game that isn't Mikanu. I don't know what you do here if you're Sac State White.
Yeah, let's give it a little thought. Oh, I think he can 1v2 these two, and at the situation here, that there's also joining the area, but the ulti from Shen is gonna pop up. He's not gonna be able to get there in time. They arrive, but it's not enough to be able to keep the ADC alive. Vi is so low on health, though. Sam the Wise, get the flash on them, guarantee the shutdown. Massive, massive gold for the Sacramento State White ADC. I think maybe the Jace got a little too overconfident.
Yep, that's one way to stop the Jace. You get a massive 1,000 gold shutdown onto your AD carry. Probably at that point you almost would have wondered if it would have been better for Bai just kind of, suicide onto the Shen in order to give that 1,000 gold over to a less important member of the team, because given that bonus over to Samira, over to Sam the Wise, who has had a great series outside of a couple of missteps in game 2, that was a very risky play. Jay so far said he still has another 400 gold shutdown to his name. But yeah, that was the first mistake I think we've seen Bai really make all series, honestly.
That is so true. And I have to say, in defense of Bai there, I don't think they had any vision that Samira was there. So, given the fact that there was coming to join the fight, and it was looking like a proper just 2v2, when Samira just appeared just right behind their backs, they were like, oh well, this is the moment I die. And it was the second time in the game that this player died. So compared to a 9 kill 2 assist ratio that they have been doing wonderfully, as you said, possibly the first big mistake that they made in this entire series. And even though all of that happened, oh my god, that is disgusting. Even though all of that happened, the difference is only less than 4,000 for LBCC.
LBCC, all of their gold is on this Shen. The supreme display of talent is going to miss from there. And now, Bai kind of realizing that this was not a 1v1 for him and Mikanu. He is going to be 2v1. Ultra and Mikanu, can they finish the kill? Rebel Dress and Sam the Wise are on the way as well. Cyclone going to come out. Here's the Inferno trigger as well on top of the backline. There. Force the flash away. Great Zenith play. The Encore, though, not blocked this time. As Hiko gets the first kill onto Rebel Dress. 2 more do go down. Ultra trying to run away. Meanwhile, this fight back and forth. Can Mikanu get in range to finish off Hiko or Bai? This would be a huge shutdown. But he just can't do it. And they end up going 2 for 3 in LBCC's favor.
Oh, that was so close for Sacramento State. If you are the red team here, you would be so upset because that play was literally just out of your grasp. Oh, the stun misses Hiko there. That would have been huge. At least an 150 gold bounty for Sacramento State's mid laner. Oh, Bai is once again here in the top lane, trying to take down this inhibitor. Ultra's there. Revoldress is also there. But it's a 1v2 scenario here in the... Oh, it turned into 2v2 pretty quickly with the... Oh, amazing. That was beautiful from Mikanu, taking down Hiko. so lovely, guaranteeing their advantage in numbers, even though there is here. Sunflower is also joining, so it's an equalizer 3v3. Maybe they're going to get the steal once again. Fish on this Drake. It looked like they're stopping a little bit of the damage, trying to control it. They're going to try to push, and it's going to go to the side of Sacramento State White. It's Revolt Dress guaranteeing the final shot onto the Drake. And all the other team members, Revolve, Mikanu, and Sam the Wise, or actually Ultra, managed to get themselves out of a bad scenario if LBCC wanted to engage on them. So I think that was really, really great control coming from Sacramento State White, but also an amazing offense from LBCC. And it could have gone either way because it was a 50-50 smite scenario.
And during all of that, you see Michael Moustar looks like he nearly is going to get picked. Stand United will come out. Sam the Wise has to be careful. Bai ends up picking up that top inhibitor all by himself. You saw the gold lead flash there. It is a 3,000 gold lead over anyone else in the game for the LBCC top laner, but Sam the Wise was in second place. When the gold's on your Samira, good things usually happen. So this game's still far from over, but those super minions in the top lane are definitely something that Sac State White's going to have to be careful of as this dragon spawns, as this Baron is up. And you can see the gold lead really hasn't dropped below 3,000 in the last 15 minutes. So chance, I mean, LBCC has the items to really be able to win any team fight they want to.
They do. And if we have a look at what happened here in regards to the positioning from LBCC, and they, well, reorganize their champions across the map. It's something that they need to be careful about, because if they decide to go once again for an encore on Moustar, that's not gonna help. They have to be in a good place, and even though they see Moustar maybe possibly alone, don't engage on them with your ult. Like, you're not gonna take them down, you're gonna waste resources, you're gonna waste time, and it's just gonna allow for stalling and Sacramento State White to come back and be able to retaliate. But if you are here in the jungle, it's a great position for that to be and get a 9 move popped onto those walls, stunning everybody on their way. 2v2 scenario here, Ultra and Mikanu. The stun lands a lot of damage. The execute is not quite enough, but the fight is happening here on the Baron Fish, and this is looking like it could go either way.
There is a teleport Stand United up, so Ultra can join the fight, as well as Mikadu. We see this pre-play talent go out, not quite able to get a kill. They go 1-for-1, but here is Sam the Wise on the Samir, and this is what we were worried about. He picks up a double kill, and now all of a sudden Baron potentially looking like it's Sac State Whites, but they will smartly disengage. They recognize Sunflower is still alive, and they also have a base to defend. And this is the one thing that I'm seeing continuously from the side of LBCC is, yes, Bai has all this gold. He's 10-2-3, but he isn't at the team fight, Sofchan. And that gold means nothing if he's 1v2ing on the opposite side of the map. He needs to be in these team fights.
Yes, he does. I think at this point, it's once again a case of LBCC being a little too overconfident about Bai's ability of 1v2ing. It's the second time this happens. It's the second time it costs them a big fight, because even though, okay, you have one player on the other side of the map, you still have to respect the fact that the 3 other players that your enemy has just behind the Baron pit, they can do as much as they want if they have the better positioning, if they have the better vision. And that's exactly what happened. Sam the Wise took advantage of how things were played. The amazing follow-up, of course, and engagement from Moustar, from Revolt Dress. It was crucial to set up everything for the kills on the pockets of Sam the Wise. So really, at this point, LBCC has to respect their enemy more and understand that, yes, Jace is powerful, but once again, it's more important that he is in a fight for an objective rather than just trying to split push and do 1v2s.
And Ultra has done a really great job. I mean, the Shen, I mean, it's so well known in League of Legends, the ability to stand united away and then teleport back, or vice versa. He's doing a great job mirroring Mikanu and saying, look, let's 2v1 this Jace. Let's 2v1 this Jace. Even if we don't get a kill, we're taking all that gold out of the team fights. And I will say, Bai is fully built. This Jace cannot get any more powerful unless he opts for the boot cell later in the game. The rest of the team will catch up to him, and this has been Jace's biggest problem as a champion. He eventually just runs out of scaling. If you're going to win this game, LBCC have to play around the fully fed, the fully stacked Jace. Otherwise, he's simply going to run out of damage, as this dragon is started up by Ultra and company. They're there, maybe looking for a backline flank, trying to catch somebody with that stun.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of stuns, ooh, it just misses from Mousestar. There's the screenplay of talent right on the backside, right on top of Sam the Wise, but the stand united is enough to keep him alive for multiple members to go down. The Guardian Angel is procced by Vi, but it is too late for the rest of his team. Maybe he can pull off a miracle shock blast, but the answer is no. It is an ace for Sac State White, and they get the dragon.
Yes, indeed they do. I was very happy to see what LBCC was looking to do. We noticed that Bai was trying to go for a flank on the other side of the blue buff and gather around behind the pit. So I think that was a good call. They noticed that Sacramento State White had the vision, so it wasn't a good possibility for them anymore. But when Sacramento State White saw Bai returning to the fight, they said, well, this is how we start right now. This is where we stack. And that's what they did. LBCC had a good retaliation on the ultis, trying to knock down Sam the Wise, definitely the most powerful alongside Mikanu on the side of Sacramento State White. But unfortunately, as you pointed out, Ultra's ult, the shielding, was enough to keep Sam the Wise alive for a little longer, and that granted them a few more kills and just the ability to knock down that Guardian Angel on Bai and just get a complete ace for them.
I really want to know how much health Sam the Wise actually has, right? He has the Shen Shield, he has the Immortal Shield Bow, he has the bonus healing from the Bloodthirster. I mean, I think we're looking at 3,000, maybe 4,000 health,
maybe
basically
4.
Effectively on an AD carry, which is unheard of. I mean, I do see that the Thornmail was finally picked up here by Sunflower. That's going to help when the Infernal Trigger is popped, because it is going to attack everyone. It is going to apply Grievous Wounds to Sam the Wise, but I just don't know if you can burn through Immortal Shield Bow plus Stand United in time to actually be alive.
Yeah, I must agree with that. I think we're going up to 4,000 possible overextend of that HP bar on the side of Sam the Wise. And it's really adding up, because that's what they crafted in the drawing board, right? They had the comp exactly as they thought it was going to be best to counter out those champions. All the damage is gonna get stunned, but Bai, all the Sonias buys them time to allow for 4 people to arrive. Flash from Bai as well, as this fight looks to keep on going.
Ooh, Dirt gets absolutely destroyed. Can't even cast the Encore. There is the next target. Sunflower's going to try and go on her way. Bai does dodge the stun on the Solar Eclipse, but it's not going to matter. They are dead as well. And really the only thing holding Sac State White back from winning on that 4-man kill is they have no wave pressure.
Yeah, they do not. All the waves are stacked over around half of the lane. They're positioning for a Baron, and that's definitely going to be the one thing that's going to help them push. And this time, I want to see them splitting the efforts on the siege. And that's what they're doing right now. I'm really, really happy. They know that this is the tiebreaker. It's the possibility to get a Baron and also push damage on the bottom side. Sunflower is coming up to help Dirt on Ultra and Mikanu Fish.
Ultra, he's very tanky. I don't think... Actually, he might get away as the Encore does land max range, but Ultra now only drops below 50%. And oh my goodness, Hiko and Dirt die in the same global.
Wow. Wow. I can't believe Seraphine also died in the W. I cannot believe that happened. I think, unfortunately, the mistake coming from LBCC once again was using Encore on the Shen. Like, I know you were trying to trigger on the Shen and get to Mikinu, but the distance was huge. And you can only channel that, like, fast enough if you have so many more players stacked around on the Encore, and they have to pay attention to other things while they have to dodge Encore. But in this situation, they only needed to dodge. So unfortunately, I don't think that was the best of plays on their side. Stun is not going to land on any of the two players on the side of Sacramento State White. And it's another OT on cooldown, Fish.
LBCC just throwing out desperate prayers left and right now, trying to hope something sticks. And you're right, the Encore onto the Shen, I mean, we've talked about it. You can't chase the Leona, you really can't chase the Shen at this point. He has multiple tanky items. And I will say, I mean, there kind of showed us the power of this Syndra in game 2. And Mikinu said, all right, I'll take it. And has absolutely dominated on this champion. 9-2-5, fully built. I mean, we saw the power ulted, and then I think the W plus the E with all of those orbs on the ground. Not only did the ult kill Hiko, all the orbs killed Dirt. I mean, you don't have a Guardian Angel yet on your AD carry if you're LBCC. I don't know if you can survive all of this damage, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think you can either. Oh, close from getting picked off there. A successful recall, nonetheless, for Dead there to bring them to safety. But as we mentioned, we had the pressure on the bot lane, split damaging the turrets. Mikinu. Okay, they don't. If Mikinu dies, I think that's where they start getting the upper hand on Sacramento State White.
I think the one big problem for LBCC is the Blade Whirl, as you've called out many times. It's just hard counter the Encores. They're going to try and go in. Glacier Prison is going to land. There's a huge Encore, but the Guardian Angel for Bai is already procced. He comes back to life, but quickly I think is going to be gunned down by Rebel Dress. Instead, he'll just kite away, but we miss all the action as there's a double kill, and the whole squad is already dead. Sam the Wise is here, and this looks like it is GG. Sac State White prevents the reverse sweep. Mikinu goes for the flash, ends up getting the kill, and there it is, Sac State White with a dominant Game 3 performance to pull out the victory and put themselves at 3-3 on the year in the NECC.
Oh, and it's incredible to see how well Sacramento State White played this game, Fish. And LBCC was putting up such a good fight as well. We can't take that from them. Right now, the difference is on 10k gold for the winners team. But of course, LBCC was keeping that. They were dragging the gold, trying to have it on their side. It was just a little bit off every time something was happening. Maybe it was a matter of communication, because as we pointed out, we saw so many OTs being put to use on chasing one singular tank. You're not going to be able to take them down fast, and sometimes you're not even going to be able to take them down, period. So you have to be careful with your resources. You have to understand they have big cooldowns, and sometimes that is going to prevent you from having a better team fight in an objective scenario. And one of the things as well is, unfortunately, Bai was split to a split push position, and it worked well for a little bit, and then Sacramento State White just absolutely adapted to the situation and managed to come on top of it. So instead of having Bai on every team fight, it was still a little bit scuffed. The presence was here and there. Sometimes they were getting to the fight a little late. So that really made for the possibility of Sacramento State White coming on top as they did. But of course, nonetheless, a great performance from both teams, and a congratulations for Sacramento State White for winning the best of 3 series here tonight.
Yeah, as you said, you nailed what we saw in this series, basically. I think, LBCC, as you said, figure out ways to play around Bai. He definitely has a lot of potential, as does the rest of the team, which is split pushing, one of those really hard things to perfectly coordinate with your team. But I think they got it, as you said, though. I mean, Sac Statewide. Oh my goodness, this team has some absolute talent on the board. So congratulations to them. They go to 3-3. LBCC will fall to 2-4. But these teams, again, they're neck and neck in those standings in the Challenger Pacific Frontier. Who knows how the rest of the season will go? But that'll do it here for the NECC League of Legends on this Wednesday. We'll be back next week with more League of Legends action. Of course, we've got games throughout the week here on the NECC. So have a good evening, and we'll see you guys next week for some more League of Legends action.
So fat that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves so fat that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. Crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.